have an area,
If you start getting a blood guy, the chances of you still being funny are very
then
low.
that's acceptable. The question
I
is
think
when you have
like,
certain
you're that
breaches,
successful
that
that you
takes
gotta.
away from it being a pet up. All the
I would hang out. I got the blood guy
or
coming in here,
one
and
is
then
the
I'm gonna have
part
somebody
move
spray my
all
face
if you have
with some
openings, and
orange
there's so
goo.
many openings that
And
there
then
are
after
more
that, I'm
openings
gonna have
than
the beer guy
there's
come
wall,
in.
then that looks like a
And then
breach.
I'm gonna,
Even if
I
it's
gotta
less than
get my
10
back
elements.
shaved.
So that we know
Get my
part
back
move
shaved.
all
That's just my.
and we
I have
also
to do,
know that
honestly.
what's another problem
I
that
wish
we
I
made
could
of
shave
breach
my
is if you
back.
have
That would make
have
my company better if
more
I had
than 10
someone shave
number
my back.
openings, then we don't consider the pet up.
You
Even
know
if
how
you have
fast I
more
can
walls
move
and
if I
openings,
didn't have
but
this wall
any
of
given
hair all
opening
over
is
the
more
place.
than 10 elements. That's the problem. So
Anyways,
basically what we're saying is as
okay,
follows. Those are the problems
the blood demonstration.
of
So
breaches that
Bundy's,
take something out of being
one
a
of our
category
guys,
of being a
right?
pet up, of being a doorway.
I don't know if you noticed this latest
So what
comment.
Joseph is trying to say, once you tell me that it appears that pet up doesn't help with opening a greater than 10, so it's not going to help with the other kind of breaches, which is going to be a case where you have parts
And
move all over.
70% no. But
Even
that's
if
on me,
it's
though.
less than
It's on me.
10 elements,
It's on me because I
right?
should
But
put yes on both.
there's more openings than
Yes or
closed.
yes.
So I might have thought that the pet up is going to help with that. Because no, once you see it doesn't help
It would be
by
funny if you
widening
did
the
yes
doorway,
and yes,
it's not
but
going to help
then
with the other
before
kind of
writing, I voted the yes,
parts
that means
move
no.
all over where you have more things.
The way to vote, like, did you vote?
I
Did
have
you
a
write yes
bucket
meaning no?
filled
Versus did you keep that
primarily or
yes meaning
majority
yes?
with
See, but
windows
still.
or doorways
Another great
which
question.
are
What are the
open and
positives
not
of this
closed. And
format
therefore,
from
the parts move
Gordo?
all over. I'll
Shout out
tell
to
you
Gordo.
that field
Let's
the
see
pet
if
up will not help.
changes
Not
right now when
open
I show
after
you
all.
this.
It's a lovely.
Alright, while you're pulling that
Just
up, oh, it's
like
already
you're now seeing from Rob.
5,000 views already, dude. Isn't that nuts?
The
Is that a
width
lot?
is
That's a
considered a
lot.
breach in
We
the
can
oven,
like,
not a
we
pet
can
up.
like,
And it's not helping
from
to
the
the pet up and how parts move all over. All
okay,
up there. And in this case, the
that's
pet up
crazy.
and
You guys,
too.
shut the fuck
Parts
up.
move all
What
over.
are you fucking talking about?
Does
Not
not
like
allow.
the
You cannot
get
allow
on
carrying
the
it up
view
there.
train,
If
idiot.
the parts move all
What
over.
are you guys
So
doing?
that too is
So,
not going
one
to
of
be
the guys is
solved
like
by
Chinese
sort of
protecting
basically
another
saying,
guy.
once we see for one kind of breach,
I
the
forgot
pet
for
up
granted.
doesn't help.
I feel like
Doesn't
that
help the
guy's
other
a
kind.
lot in, but then we see him
Mark
all
says
over.
not so fast.
Not
Cannot
hard.
assume that
But
just because there's a
right,
halacha
this is probably I would buy
wider than 10, that that's
yeah,
necessarily
but
a halacha by
if
parts
that's very rich,
why?
rich.
Because that's Gemara.
I probably would
Molly
buy
doesn't have to hold the
Yeah,
mother
see, dude,
came over
I'm
type
gonna
of
be
into
a little bit
mayor.
making a little bit more than I used to.
So we talked yesterday about Patrick Rose, where the leniency that the Rabbanan made to the Ole Rebellion going up to Yerushalayim, that they would put those little L-shaped brackets around the bar, so that they would be able to draw water out of the bar up to the ground level. The bar was sitting up to the ground level. Right? We talked about this yesterday, that we were trying to figure out what the upper limit of wider than 10 for any event. We talked yesterday about the view of Rabbi Yehuda, which is you have 13 and a third ounce, which is basically 4 animals and 4 animals coming out. And the mayor has the opinion, we're going to see this about the science, the mayor has the opinion that it's 3 animals in, 3 animals out, and each animal is 1 and 2/3 alpha, so that's 10 animals wide. So the mayor has the opinion that by constantly roads, we don't allow you more than 10 hours. Now, tomorrow's going to say this follows. You cannot learn from just because you have a local by opening a 10 hours, you cannot learn to park now we open the after opening lovely. That when we talk about a problem with something wider than 10, the table is not what is the possibility of mayor. According to the mayor, you never, even by possibly road, your Chazal tries to be as possible to help the whole way we go. And according to the mayor, they never allow a gap of more than 10 hours, because that according to the mayor's analysis. Omar, when you therefore learn to park move all over the process, you can calculate the possibility road. It's very cool. But how can you consider that the park move all over with everyone, the mayor and the people agree that you allow for that special limit to park move all over, because that actually possibly road just has that little 1 hour thing on each side. And so clearly, if you have a 10 hour gap, so each wall has 10 hours of gap and 2 hours of wall, so clearly everyone agrees that we allow parts move all over, that even though there's more opening than typical structure, nonetheless, it's considered a valid machita by we see it from possibly road. So therefore, we're saying what you see is a leniency that we will allow parts move all over according to everyone, Whereas
Those are his
we
papers.
will never
I
allow
was gonna say it looks like a college
the
student
mayor greater
jumping
than
on
10
a
hours because it doesn't help if
fucking
it's
football.
a
What's it called?
it doesn't
See,
help
you
if
had the
it's
same
by
thing with
passing laws. So
football.
what do you see? You see that the concern of 10 hours is more common because we don't lose it by passing the road. Because the mayor is more common than parts of all because the mayor agrees that we listen to the parts of all in the case of passing the road. So therefore, that's tomorrow. I cannot do what the
What if it was black and it was upside down and it was close together? It was an Indian man wearing it.
We're going to apply it to the case of new parts of all and say that here's the passing the road. Doesn't work that way because you see that everyone is neutral by parts move all
There's some sort of
no one
football
is
game
neutral
where
by
Indian
10.
dudes are
So
the
therefore, we see
goalposts.
parts move all is less rigorous and less strict. Because the
Kick
market
it
cannot
over
do what
the
the judge is
side.
saying, which is just we're
The
now
ball went right through Raj's legs.
just
Oh my
because
god, that was
by
great.
10
Alright, let's
to
go.
assume that that also means that also like parts move all. Judge tomorrow. Then you say, anyway, let's say that the view that here's the peta does not help. In other words, the judge is trying to prove that here's the peta doesn't help by parts move all, right? So, question is, and we said there's no truth in what we said. But when that's his view, there's no truth. So the main player, and maybe there's support for this idea that here's the peta does not help the parts move all. Why? So we say the counter colonial, these walls, to move on stuff in the colonial, so the majority of them are doorways and windows, as we said before, are obviously open space, they're colors, that counter colonial, these counter colonial mutter, they're mutter, even though it's open space, and says to guys now, go by so long, so you hang open move out apart. As long as the physical part is greater than the open part. So it says in the Mars, we could talk about that. After that, you can't possibly be very inherently contradictory. What you're saying is, if it's like size with windows and doors, which means it's more parts than omes, then it's different as long as it's more omes than parts. So that doesn't make any sense, right? So that's the Gemara. Ella, Ema, rather the word that you read in the beginning is
I haven't seen any clips of her on the show yet.
that if there are a lot of windows and doors, who will buy the hey omes and vowel parts.
I mean, I haven't really heard her talk
The
much.
omes is more than the parts. What you're saying, windows and doors have the
The
qualification that
famous
they
part
have.
of
We're
workshop
assuming
goes.
now that they have a turn
She's
up
a
that because they have size and they have top.
That's her
And
talk.
yet you see that the mission says you can have a lot of them,
Yeah, so it's
but
born in
not
California.
more that it gets not enough that it gets you the parts move all only. So you see that even in the instance where you're employing the device of a certain attack, you still need only move all parts. You need more physical than open. So Dr. Martin, that seems to be a proof for the halacha that Rav Yosef is trying to learn from Rav, which we're not learning from Rav, but it's the idea that truth of Pesach does not help the parts move all only. Kind of an answer. Say, no proof of that. You can't that's something that when you have statistics, Rashi says, comes from either someone who like like destroyed the door that's not properly constructed, or that's stuff in the colon that something that's ruined, like we said, nothing that's mud, someone who's touching the color, but the idea is these are consistent doorways. So what does that mean? My technique right? Please go to Restream that there are arguments in Restream what it means, what it says, this is right, not on the left like Sakshi, not on the left like Tikva. One says that it has no side post, and one says it has no top. One says it has no side post. That's what it is the case if you want to see it on the picture number 84, which is Nicholas the Yoshi. It was like a jagged edge, you had a brickwork, and you pulled out certain bricks. So it's gonna look like this as you look at the wall. So therefore, it has no side post. Alternatively, we're talking about a case where it has no or it has no roof, which would be picture 35. And the idea is you have stuff in the Salonos, you have windows and doors that are open, but they have no roof above them. But if they did have one, there would be a truth of that. And maybe in fact, you would be able to have parts of so no proof from that. Okay, so now we're going back to Rav. Rav said that in our Mishnah we should learn that greater than 10 hours wide, the spirit of Pesach does not help. Says the Rav, but Yochanan agrees with that halacha of Rav, that pan that through the pepper doesn't help for why they detect. Some of them are out on the get the loving and the son of Robin.
She shows up on that
My mother macros the big guy big person. You had a story with a certain person who came from this valley called base person. The North Dallas Foundation, the Arba Pinos of Babette, and he stuck 4 poles in the 4 corners of the field. The Mata Mura land, he raised a vine on them, so that's a picture in number 6. Well, my name is the story coming from the Dallas. The theater law Indian fight. And they said the purposes of quiet is that we know finding on our hand so we better follow that we know that this is a physical wall and you can plant up to the wall. So they said what you have is a halakhic wall, which is the nature of halakha. Halakha look at it is that it's hard to tell whether he's serious or not. As long as you have these lines going around the pole to create halakha, so then you can within the pole you can plant vineyard, and right outside the pole you can plant grain. Not a problem. That was the basic halakha that the Chachamim said to use the flying. What is that? There's the Pirlo Linian flying. After Pirlo Linian Sabbath, if you're allowed to use this food, because obviously the pole, flying above it, So now we're gonna take the math and what we talk where the vine is going around, so we're not on the top of the pole, around the sides of the pole. So that can't be because behind the picture, from the top. So also look, but if you create a from the side, meaning that the words are not going on top of the pole, that's nothing. The Elah got it, so you must be talking about a case where in fact the string or the vine in this case went on the top of the pole, and we're going to say Ubama. Okay, so that's when you know it's going on top of the pole. Ubama. And what's the scenario that the guy is supposed to everything? Even with the Esther, if you had told me that we're talking about 10 hours to the left, well, all in there, welcome to the job as well. Would the governor say that the job is interested in that's a less than 10 is not a valid stop stopping doing business. That's like asking a shark not asking me to stop doing business is like asking a shark not to swim. That it doesn't work for Shabbos. What happens when a shark stops swimming? So it must be talking about, because he's now established, he must be talking about a scenario where the space between the poles is more than 10 hours. And the wire, in this case the line, went on top of the pole. So what do you have? You have a valid space of 4 thirds outside left. So you have 4 poles, you have 4 sides. You have 4 thirds outside left. You have greater than 10 hours to the well. And what is the Yochanan Hashim? The Yochanan Hashim does not work for Shabbos. So you see, like Rob, who said that a truth of Pesach does not help for greater than 10, the Yochanan says the same thing, because he's saying this is not a valid Shabbos in the future because it's wider than 10, even though it has a truth of Pesach. So that's the Yochanan holds that the truth of Pesach does not help on Shabbos for wider than 10. And I said, well, it's like the scenario. A lot of people so hold on to Esther. Really, we're talking about 10 hours or less. We may not stop. So before we said, well, if it's on top, can't possibly be talking about 10 because why would the Yochanan not allow that to stop? Now we're saying you're just talking about less than 10, and the reason the Yochanan is not for stop is because you're dealing with a case where the line goes on the side of the pole, not on the top of the pole. And we asked before, they didn't like it, have to be put on the system, but now it's more good, very good. So how could the Yochanan asking that, I'm sorry, how could the Yochanan asking to be good for Shabbos? There must be that it was not on the side. Now the Gemara is going to say, no, that's the very point. This thing that Victor said, well, also real boom, is exactly what they're arguing about. So we are dealing with this side. We assume for sure everyone would agree that if it's on the side it doesn't help. We're saying, no, that's not my focus. All of that, we're talking about 10 or less hours, we're going to start, and it's the vine when they're on the side of the state, and they're arguing about a system. So there's buckets who says that you can carry both the Shabbos and Koyim, both the leaves from the side, it works, and the Yochanan who says that it works for Koyim but not for Shabbos, we'll be talking about from the side. We're not saying that on top. So therefore, what's coming out that according to the way we're establishing it, the Yochanan and the bucket are arguing about an issue of when you have the wood, the red, the wires on the side. That's what they're arguing about. But we don't see that's not a valid case of so therefore, we don't see any proof that he holds like Rav that the truth of Pesach on Shabbos is properly constructed. It's told on the side that it's something wrong in Pesach. We have no proof of that. It's actually an interesting thing to come down that there's different levels of going in on like that. So for Koyim, you can have this from the side. For Shabbos, you need above it. And so
it's so much that you're like, I will literally explain to you like, mechanically why this, statistically why this sucks. It is ruining my personal viewing experience.
But the valid video is one thing to talk about. I can think about going through the power. And guess what? You get that one here, go down. And yeah, that we don't have to go to the most can rely on certain methods. So they say, okay, that's different level. Why is it in the time for Arab and Shabbos is enough that's very different. I have a video that doorway. That's a higher level, so we don't have it by this
goes on. No dolphin bottle ever again.
He says, no, it's a second to get to the heaven. He says, so what about the fact that people can prove that
the one day over the dolphin bottle is
rely on the air, no one puts up a that could be because you know, if you check it out, it's not safe to get down, or it's here that already said that it's rich, so people not use it, from a halachic perspective, people say that it's less than you have a Jewish Anyway, okay, so what we said is that there's no proof that Rabbi Yochanan is actually talking about the regular person having these types of proof. When he said it didn't work with Sabbath, he's talking about one everything like that. We're not going to have a team here of the fear of Yochanan and his bucket, and with this, it's going to kind of establish that the Yochanan actually is saying on the halacha, we're talking about on the top, not on the side. So let's see. We don't need to Yochanan that Yochanan when you need to reflect on their subject. We're going to have a question, so we just brought about question before where it's what we said, that this is the fact that he made it divine help for Koyim, but not for Shabbos. I'm sorry, the question said help for both. Yochanan said that help for Koyim and not for Shabbos. Now we're going to bring another right, we're going to bring another bucket. The bucket is similar to the Kamina. The bucket say countries that we said in the morning is ready to be used by Kamina. On the base, he says that follows the chaos, that if you have, Rashi says this is a different term, so it's a blind branch or vine. So same kind of case, you have four poles and you put it on. So you say, hey, the person is playing, I'm along with Shabbos. So now you have a bucket, before it's going to run to both Shabbos and Koyim is saying now, the only ones that find it after Shabbos. The Yochanan or the Yochanan says to the Shabbos, the road has to keep it from Koyim below. And the Yochanan says, in this case, just like by Shabbos, it doesn't work, Shabbos doesn't work by Koyim. So what do you have? You have a second brisa, you have a second member where the Yochanan bucket, where they seem to take it up a notch and reduce the allowance. So they bucket to allow both Shabbos and Koyim now for only Koyim. And the Yochanan Yochanan says it's quiet but not Shabbos, not the user. So we have a shira. So the Gemara says this, and we're talking about this, I can answer off the part of those talking. I said, today, because the first thing he said, and he said in his own name, so when he said the split was both Shabbos and Kohen, that was his own name. And the second statement, which he said in the name of his Rebbe, was the Yehuda Kamina, they would say, okay, so that's how you explain the shira and the questions of the meaning that one thing you don't think you want to say, you think you is ready. Oh, there's Yochanan and Kasha. But the Yochanan and the reason of the Kasha is the Yochanan and both ones he said in his own name. And in the first sequence, he said when you have this branch swung over the pole, that in one case he said it works for choir and not for Shabbos, and in one case he said it works for music. So you have to answer this. And I said, I'm a from a Pasam Agaba and Pasam Nassad, copy it. So I can come up with something that would explain the distinction. Maybe that what the Yochanan is saying was, why Minassad, music on the side, for them it only works. It doesn't work for anything. It doesn't work for Shabbos, it doesn't work for Friday.
I was a little worried now. I might not do good.
But not for Shabbos. That was free. Right? But then what we have is that's in fact if you're dealing with the first cycle. So he says it works for Friday and not for Shabbos. If you're dealing with where the vine goes on the top of the pole, so then that would be a valid constructed truth like that. And that would restore the truth that was Yochanan a pole like Rob, but truth that concept does not help go wider than Tanamah. So that's what the Gemara is saying. You should still be able to answer that it was not God, and that's why they're not talking about a valid
a show again, and he did the Aliyah thing.
Because there's a feeling of Yochanan, and the only way you know how to make it right now is to say that the one where the permission is playing and not the Shabbos is must be talking when it's on top, and this is where it's in a side because nothing works, so that makes everything is true. So Yochanan like that. As Mike said, continues in the foot now. Yeah, but you can say you're using a side, and you say that the first price that was also talking about one side because the answer we gave that it wasn't a truth, so it wasn't like that. Right? So remember that how are you going to explain the Shura in the Yochanan also? Or you can explain the truth that Yochanan Mike says, well, really, I'll tell you in fact, even in a side. Again, I'm gonna say that there's no truth that Yochanan was a God as relates to the Shabbos because they're both talking about something in that Shabbos. And then the question would be, okay, well, why in one case does he say it doesn't work for Shabbos for quiet, and in the other case he says it works for quiet and not for Shabbos? What's the difference? That's a Yochanan. Instead, when the Yochanan said that it works for quiet and not for Shabbos, we're talking about where it was 10 hours or less. But where greater than 10 hours, we want you to say it doesn't work for Shabbos or quiet. Again, back to the point that the Yochanan is not discussing a properly constructed faith of Bethel at all. So he has no clue what the Yochanan holds due to the job of also if there's a Pesach on Shabbos does not help for wider intent, but rather what are we seeing in the discussion of the Yochanan? Because in either case it doesn't work for Shabbos, but for Goyim will depend on whether it's 10 hours or less or more than 10 hours. 10 hours or less, then even a poor form of Pesach, where the wire is on the side, will still work for Goyim, but if it's greater than 10 hours, then even Goyim allows for a
I guess Wednesdays is that.
the Pesach will not allow that, and it's not going to work either for Shabbos or for Goyim. That's how we resolve the two of them. Now, where do we get this idea that to make a difference that it's more or less than 10 hours? I'm not taking the depending on the actual resume we have to. So, where do I have this idea that that's why whether 10 hours or less or more than 10? Crazy, the Yochanan was bucket. The Yochanan was bucket. Look how coming right so, and look how coming right so, what was the story? The whole of the Yeshua is from Yochanan during the Torah, that Yeshua went to Yochanan really to work. I'll put the bucket to help him for him. That's the little thing that Yeshua went to Yochanan Missouri, even though he was a bucket on his own to help him for him, but nonetheless, when he saw found the Yochanan Missouri, the Yochanan and he wanted to be so what happened? So Yeshua found him between the trees, and he said, very convenient that we're between the trees. I said, I want to ask you a question, and I'll demonstrate what I'm talking about. So Yeshua must have sworn that you know Yeshua.
Oh my God, that's so funny.
barn going for free, so essentially he created a truth of that. So Amrlo, and he said, Rebbe, he said to Yochanan ben Nuri, Rebbe, now we're going put up this wire between the trees. And he said to him, Rebbe, I'm standing on the side of, if I were to plant a vineyard here, could I make a grain field right next door on the other side of this branch that I put up? So he asked him,
this is like,
hello,
it's more embarrassing if the
back to him,
for him that the business was real.
that if
You have more
it's 10 or less,
self-esteem and pride.
less than more than 10, it doesn't work. So it says the Gemara, but my asking, what are we talking about? Gabon, if it's on top, goes to the after. Could you say that and if you're saying the rice is talking about what's on top, and it's telling, I'm sorry,
that into like Jeff Dye
and it's
punchline.
telling you that more than 10
My favorite thing about women is that they're not men.
carrying, I'm sorry, upper for client.
It kind of sounds like big mom, you know, like a new
poles that are stuck in there.
The other guy didn't talk very much, but I can tell I hate him.
And you made a pay of normala, which
He's
is
just,
fine.
he's
Even the
like
Yochanan
a
has them with it. Even more than 10 is with
dollar
it.
store
So the
rock
Bible tells you that by client, more than 10, as long as it's on God, one work. So when the Yochanan ben Nuri said more than 10 doesn't work, I'm not talking about our God. Elolav, and that's God. And it must be that when the Yeshua sprung up the vine and showed it to Yochanan ben Nuri, it was where it was in a God, where the branch did not go over the tree or over the branch, but rather on the side. It's Amrlay, and the Yochanan ben Nuri answered him to ask him what the answer other. If it's 10 or less, more than 10 is other. So we were looking for a source. Where do we get this idea by Koyim that there's a distinction between 10 and more than 10?
When I went to the dentist, the dentist confirmed that my teeth are small, which made me start to there, and then my gums are
we
too
are
big.
dealing with the fact that if you have
My teeth are normal size,
by
so my
Koyim,
gums
if you
are
have the wire from the side, so then it depends. If it's 10 or less, it's okay. If it's more than 10, it's not okay. By Koyim, if it's a properly constructed circle, as long as the wire goes on top, the vine goes on top of the branch, then we're going to say even more than work by Koyim, but not necessarily is that the same by Shabbos. We don't know by Shabbos because you have no proof that we're arguing by Shabbos. This would be a properly constructed circle. What would be the halacha? Because this is obvious that it doesn't work, but you don't know what you're going and say was wrong. Okay, so that's the point. This Amr Krishna. This says, here's a kata, the sun in a shot, multiple strokes. We learned that before. By Shabbos, if you put up the truth of kata on the side, it doesn't help. So this, by the way, is very because what happens in our religion, we by and large rely on the telephone pole. Now, a telephone pole is a case where the pole goes up and the wires are strung along the side of it. So if you could rely on a truth of kata in a shot, you would have to really do very little to create religion because of the telephone wires are good. But the problem is you're not allowed to have one of that. So what do we do? What we do is we struggle with that utility poles that get connected to a strip, and that strip goes to the left. And in a minute, the left doesn't have to be connected to that strip outlet. It goes up, and therefore they place that refuge, line it up so that it can reach the wire that's going on the side. You have the wire on the side, you have the pole, you have the wire on the side, so they put the refuge right here where it can reach the wire. And that's because it's not good. It's not good if it's in a shot. Now, if it's in a shot, we wouldn't have to put that lefty on the pole at all. We just rely on the wire right at the top. Anyway, take it tomorrow. So I'm going to take this to the second there's $100 a few dollars of copy. Basically, what we're saying here is like copy is a copy. This is the doorway. So we say you're using an actual door, and it has to be using the doorway. So therefore, it needs to be strong enough that if you theoretically put a doorway up. And we're just even a door made out of like gap or sprawl. That would be fine. But in order to halachically, we want it to be something that takes more time to do. I'm going to come to the thing of Yana, Yana, here. So you have to have some kind of like a hinge there. My hectare here, what kind of hinge would you need on the Avia Africa? That Africa is we have this thing we talk about it's the door that's on the pivot. You have a little thing that comes out on the bottom and comes out on the top, and the door swings on that kind of thing. So Ravaka Breder of Avia with Hamida Ravasi. So Ravaka is son of Avia. Avia is the one who said you need this pivot hinge. That's what Hamida Ravasi. I'm going to catch that. I'm going to be the first of that. The Ravasi say anything about first of that. I'm going to let go of what didn't say anything. The way the Mitzvah, the Rosh, they learned that he was really responding to him and saying, Ravasi did not pass him like your father because he didn't say that Allah. So in fact, Allah might we don't require him. It's basically two lessons in the Torah if you want to think of it as kind of term. That's the word. The poles on the bottom need to cut the Torah that goes across on the top. Now, I already gave you the answer to this because I mentioned that it was a telephone pole. We just put up a lefty as long as it's 10 buttons, it doesn't have to go all the way up inside of the telephone pole. So it's not going to touch everything out. They don't need to touch. They do need to touch. So other of Nachman, they said they don't need to touch. He was setting up the arrows to make the needle with the head, and so therefore he set it up where he had poles that went up to certain points, but then the wires that were going across them were not touching. Who held that they need to touch, said to his servants of Gadol, he said to Gadol, feel slow for dinner. Go take them off and throw them down. I think that the invalid arrows that are not set up to the right solution, to knock it down. Other fellows of dinner. So he went, he listened to Rabbi, he took it down, he threw them, he took them off and threw them down. After finishing the right solution, so the right solution people said, what are you doing? And they arrested him. And they arrested Gadol. Although they from above, they when he stood by the door, I'm like, God, the full. Come out, not the job, but it came out because once you get one number, people saw that he was acting on the direction of the station, then they got him out of jail. After the station, so Robert got involved. So station is the one who said they needed us. Said Robert got involved. I'm like, cutting my music to that. That's what we learned. I'm like, yeah. So we learned from the music. People, when they have these things that come closer, we say it about it. But again, people around this thing, but he's only talking about his heart. And the question is that power. That we'll see exactly what they're arguing about. The way it says that people need to go and say, you don't. Someone in Yitzhak for together. Everyone believes that it is, let's say that there's 10 doctrines of great doorways before you start the art, then everyone agrees, by a hot table, the means that is it 10 tall. I'm sorry. That they agree that if there's 10 coffins of 5 posts that go straight up, even though it then goes to an archway, that's going to be a doorway. Now the question is, where though is the arch doesn't count as a window on the Torah? So where is the Torah for this? The way we have a Rashi would learn that the Torah is the top of the wall. So what you have an arch, and it has 10 coffins going up, and then above the arch is a flat base. So what you see is that the 10 coffins going up are not the side walls before they curve like this, are not connected to the top, and yet we're saying that it's a valid doorway and it requires that everyone agrees that it requires them to go. So you see, not like the station. Okay, keep that in mind because I like to be done. Let's say you have an opening that's 10 tall, but it doesn't have buttons before the curve starts, right? So then we say that's nothing. because not to explain something that's within 3 fucking of the floor is considered like the floor. So if you knock out the bottom 2 fucking, there is no great portion of this doorway, so it's for sure not a doorway that he's going to get. So he's not going to start glass floors up. Alternatively, there is more than 3 great fucking on the sides of the door. There ain't the bar I started, but it's a very short doorway, and with the arch, it's not even as high as 10 fucking, as the double oak floor. That's nothing. So, in other words, if it does not have 10 fucking of height, even, or it does not have 4 fucking wide, for at least 3 fucking or more, it's for sure not a valid door. If you went to the day on the same argument, the eighth grad left, the way I start up, they will cover our bar. So what happens when you have a fucking, where it's 4 fucking wide, meaning 3 fucking coming up from the floor, that is 4 fucking wide, you do have the doorway with at least 10 fucking, but the issue is, once you get above 3 fucking on the side, the arch starts, and it's no longer a straight side of the door. So we say as follows. But there's enough to get this arch doorway is in a broader doorway that you could theoretically have as a standalone arch. It's in a broader doorway that you can cut out part of the doorway. So the idea would be the merit of a focus in the hospital. That we, the merit that we imagine we could cut out the rectangular doorway properly. So we're going to say, therefore, we're going to choose on the proper doorway that's the high unit of it. Now, one of the you don't do that. At the end of the day, you have a doorway that does not have 10 fucking going up straight, or 10 fucking before the first start, so it's no good. On the right, so we'll take the curtain from this, that basically a proof that the sides don't need to connect to the top. But that means Kaka who, if the rate you people find you, what camera who the base of the or need to become like people. Don't tell them this business about the people because it shows that I was wrong. And that I shouldn't have taken out of jail. Okay, have to remember that nothing on the left of the photo. That if you have a mother, you have 2 sides and you have a left and you have what you need a left and a photo. Either one. Which is how we learn by this. The one that the 11 on the left behind, and we need 2 left on either side of a mother. Similar to small on the top of that bug, which made up your shura, and the name of it is small, there's one helmet, and some of the shura, you got a towel, or nothing to the top of the shura, I'm going to be out of how much you need to overlap the shura, that everyone is doing the comment, that the left is worse, or if the opening is less than 4 hours. I'm not nothing, well, nothing how much that has that between 4 and 10, so even the pillow view, that once you get past 10, the left of the color doesn't work, you need to take a pepper. So from 4 to 10 is what they tell you to the arches. If they come around the left of the color, they tell you to use both the left and the color. If they tell them that no left of the color, you need to use the 4. I'll bet you that they tell they tell arches even from 0 to 4 as well as 4 to 10, meaning in all cases of mostly the time that they use left and color, they tell them to use one or the other. That's tomorrow. Command. The local command also kind of count. Because if you remember, we learned how a lot of the putting up lefty and Torah, and trying to count that you need a pure Takasa and a lefty or Torah, and they tell all the command in the name of the Torah that you need. I'm sorry. They tell command in the name of the Torah that you need a Gala and a lefty or Torah on the other end. They say what they're talking about is that you need either a lefty or Torah. What's lefty or Torah? What happens when you need the pure Takasa for a Gala? You need a Huffman. I can mother custom case that. What the mother custom? Because that's how long they said you need a pure Takasa and a lefty and Torah, or you need Gala and a lefty and Torah. We're talking about a mother of bullet. It opens on 2 entries to forever. But here we're talking about a mother custom. They have 3 closed walls and the 4th open to forever. They're coming out left and or the left and the curve is so long as it's so left the curve, they need one or the other. They come out left in the curve, says the Gemara, the name of the Kapabi, they come out on the piece of Teraita. So the Gemara says, wait a second, if they come out, it's one thing if you say you just need a left or a Torah. So all you need is you need a hecker, you need something to don't mix it up. But once they come out saying it's not enough to have a lefty or a Torah, you have that close, it seems that he's trying to craft a pizza. So maybe they come out, a full wall, but it's kind of like silver. You have 2 walls and then a little wall. Maybe he holds you have built something for the 4th wall because you were right in order to have the pizza, in order to have it with the pizza, 4 sides that have the pizza because otherwise, why take time and build something? So you need both the left and the first. The Gemara says,
really good.
Hello, this is the show to be by the top of our ball. Because even they come and do, but three balls is the right thing enough. Why did you need to throw something? Because it was to have fun when they wanted you to have a fourth wall. Not just a hector, but either a lefty or Cora wanted you to build a little bit of a lefty and a Cora. The pillow and no lefty or Cora, either or. Because they might look at something they tell don't compete with the right. So they tell us that you can put a lefty or a Cora only for the fourth wall. So maybe establish in there that they hold you three full walls. Otherwise, that you can knock the two walls in off. If you remember, we had this with the overpass, and you can yes out thing, and you put a lefty that even if the two walls on the sides of the problem were there, reviewers of the opinion that that's what we simply have to do. So Griffin said that they tell us because you can only fix the fourth wall of the left hand, but not the third wall. Hold that with the right hand, the walls and the first well, this is the sign of the guy that help out the code that to throw something in that meaning understood the your right side really only needs two walls. So if you would throw into something with two walls, you would be tired for the Hilchot Shabbos, but in order to carry the abundance that you need three walls, and then the fourth wall, if you the lefty or Torah as a hector, that would do, they would not necessarily disagree that three walls is enough for it to grab the word out.
Yeah, dude. Fucking, let's see. I feel like we made the thing. Yeah, that's where we're going to finish. Let's go to the number side. Subscribe to me. We're just happy that you guys are very into it. You like the Switch. Yeah, you guys love it. Yeah, we're trying some new things out, making more shorts. Nobody's really commented this week. That's fine. I got that. Oh, yeah. You guys, it's like a good memory from the show, please. Listen, I hated it. Yeah, it sucked. Yeah, this vertical blockbuster. I'm not sugar and I like the vertical. Being alive, Spider Moment. Dolphin Model. YouTube shorts is gonna take awesome. Another takeaway, rapid cut. Rapid cut opening off the top. It's so funny to annoy you. It was funny this one time. Okay, we've never done anything about it. A bunch of Sharpies in the butt. Short arms! Jesus Christ. Should have never said that. I can't If anybody liked the stream, tell us that you liked it. I don't think anyone's going to say anything bad. Frankly, that's not what I said. Christian, I will kill you. So, there's that. It was fine. Like, no trades, no. Like, the stream everyone's alright. I liked it. Wins the line. They're trading a stream like it's David Lucas and a fucking Morgan, whatever his name show. David Lucas. William Montgomery and a Morgan J show. See, I can't. Okay, I like the show. The format is doggy. That's because it's okay. Carmel wants us to watch my bird. It's just a crazy guy. I know that's so hot.
I don't know what's going on. You might want to talk to his wife. She knows what's going on. Because he doesn't have cold cash. It says you Google him, it says 100 million worth. That, whatever that number is. You're wrong. You Google what does wrong mean. It means nothing.
All right, so man leaving. Yeah. What's your Reddit profile, Formula One? I mean, the views don't stop coming out. It's just insane. Nuts. That's my nuts. Alright, it was one. Okay, we'll figure this out next time, dude, because I'm tired as fuck, too. Yeah, I've been up all day today. Shout out to the pillar. Always doing this good.
But thanks for tuning in, you guys. I appreciate you tuning in on Thanksgiving. It was a lot of fun.
Yes. We got something we try to do. What do you call it? Format. We'll make it a 2 hour. Okay. We still love you. Please don't hate us. Alright, y'all. Later on.
Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast, Faxi. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. First and foremost, you should know that I've done my best to follow every single person in this space. If you can, I'd appreciate the follow back. I follow everyone back if for any reason I may have missed you, for any newcomers. And you should know I'm running into the limit on the amount of people who I can follow. So please, I don't want to have to unfollow you to go follow someone else. If you can, please follow me back. You should know that I'm very excited to say that I'm about to celebrate one entire year of 24/7 X Spaces, and not just regular X Spaces, but video X Spaces. So actually, on a different account that I have been streaming my life 24/7 on the X platform, doing 24/7 spaces. I know that this is certainly unique to do an entire year of your life on X Spaces on audio, but what makes mine really unique is mine are on video. So if you ever want to check that out, please type in Rabbi into the X Spaces search and I'll come up right away. You can always come in there and chill. You can connect with me. If you're interested in getting a job, I've helped over 100 people get jobs in Web3 and outside of Web3, nurses, some tutors, teachers, and then certainly community managers and such. So if that sounds of interest to you, I'd appreciate if you connect with me. With that being said, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I want you to know that I'm not just live on 1 or 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams. My streams are available 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view these links that are available on my profile, additionally, you'll find them in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I'm proud to say that we recently exceeded 2,800 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestar program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. Thank you, Faxi.
Stand up, sit down, stand up, sit down, stand up. I just stuff up to worry out like a
I'm fine. I'm good. Yes, you fancy Monday, Jerem, and Rabbi. Rabbi, it's been a long time. How are you doing? Glad to be here today. Too. I actually saw Rabbi and I'm like, okay, cool. Let's talk and say how far. That's the very important, your social network, the biggest currency you can ever have. So I'm Shiny Girl. I'm founder of the Dreams NFT. Some of the NFT is what I'm rocking, which is Obsidian Butterfly. And also, yeah, we've been doing our projects, launched our projects since November. We have like 800 NFT minted out. Remain 310 to go. And at 310, we have like some things attached to it coming up. We have like the second phase coming in, so we can actually buy some packs to $50 worth of the NFT, 11 of the NFT, and then also access to land drafts, giving out free lands to 3 people. So out of the 30 slots, do a raffle and give 3 people the land in Nigeria. And also you have access to 1 week free services for my community that the China Line also on my page. So under the China Line we educate, promote, train, we have always basis on training and video on that one that you most likely looking into. And we're all about building, educating, onboarding and connecting. So happy to be here today to check it out and let us have a birthday. Yeah. Shiny, I've never seen your spaces. We spoke, was it January? And you said your spaces will be coming up. I've not been seeing your spaces. I don't know who the X. Operator? It's going to be X. So I've been hosting spaces. So the thing is that there's two categories of my spaces now. There's a space which is going on right now. It's China aligned. So it's on my page. You see the China line. So we host that space every morning. So I'm just working on changing it to 9 instead of 7 o'clock in the morning. But I think many people are still sleeping at 7. So 9 o'clock every day, Monday to Saturday, we talk about training, we talk about jobbing, in a whole lot of like the 3 months show. We have the dedicated talk, we have trade talk, and then we have the debate talk. So then also I have like 2 spaces a week, like today, and I would surely love to have it there. It's a state of people in Africa show, talk about different things going on in Africa. So like I'm posted up today, we're talking about the NFT economy in Africa. So I post that one on the radio space. That is on X. So I'm always a post for it. The radio station on based on Solana on X. So and then
is that we'll see that here, this part of the focus regarding the size of the there, that no sees sheer principal largest large enough to go ahead and have a little bit but then apparently the largest shoot no, the main of the shoot is also maybe sheer principal is something shoot that we have seen of this is it like that you'll see sheer principal largest lying in one of the show the lying in the very first province is small defense. The first province of the first say, not only will you not have a small defense, but you also won't have a large defense. Not only will you not have a large defense, but you will have a small defense. Bahia, mas isso é mudar todos os dias. Mas this can also be referred to only going ahead and small fire from a large. Okay, so this is not immediately clear who's the large one is the house itself may not be sure. The also machine is shut down. Remember that most of the shoots back. By the mayor, and he says that the cousin here, the evaluate that sheer the amount of work that is so urgent. Nothing like keep up with all of the scope of the fire. I don't think it's sense, which won't have enough for go ahead and scoop up the water. The shocking is that basically mayor told me by mayor says told me by not only carry about the setup without even touching it. So let's say if I can open the pile of towels. Like the top of the pile of towels, this dimension.
Thank you very much. And then yes, for that, check that out. See you later. Make sure you don't forget to do the last things here. And they were discussing about, I think, like lives. I don't know. So you can gain and learn a lot from what they're doing. So sorry if I can just check it out. Sorry. So thank you. We do have weekly health awareness days where we talk about different health conditions, right? So that we can be much more aware and have knowledge on these so we can take care of our health so that we can live stronger and better life. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so you guys have heard from space and generation. Okay, for the flight, so that please continue to cover this conference. Alright, fine, no problem with that. So, like, I'm just got a question for Undefeated. Undefeated, I'm sorry to ask you, are you a doctor? Are you a doctor? Please respond to that. Alright. Sorry, man, just curious to know. Alright. You have heard from Undefeated, it's a member of the house. You guys can be able to, check it out, go to his page and, get a confirmation of what he's saying, and all of that. So, you guys do well to check that out, I think they're building a very good project, and you guys was part of that. We had Rabbi earlier as well, and I'm listening to Rabbi speaking on spaces, I think 2-3 times, and I think I found on his notification. I got he said he was spaces and he loves to have so many people and all of that, but I've not been seeing his spaces. I don't know. Rabbi, please can you respond to that? I've not been seeing your spaces on are you not hosting spaces these days, or you are probably on a break or something?
No, I host spaces. I've been hosting spaces 24/7 for the last 363 days. But it's not on this account that I use. So the space account that I use is a different account. If you just in the space search, if you just type Rabbi, you can always find my space. If you want the actual name of it, it is Karaoke King 0000. If you're wondering why do you have that name, I sing a lot of karaoke on it. And if you are looking for that account, I just reposted the live space that I have there that is on video. Additionally, I go to as many spaces as I can get to, and so I have been in spaces. Anyone here will certainly make you aware. Sometimes I'm in spaces all day long. And if you are looking for those spaces that I am hosting 24/7, feel free to just check out my most recent repost and just follow that account, and you can connect with me anytime you want there. You should also know I'm always live on YouTube. I'm always live in my Discord as well, which is really exciting. Very few people will ever tell you that you can literally connect with them 24 hours a day whenever you need, if you ever need help. So I'm here to help you. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it does, but it doesn't. Yeah, it does about that. But I still have one question, other question to ask you. And like other people said, when you honestly, that's the honest truth. I think I've listened to you like 3-4 times, and when you come to spaces, I think the way you speak, I think it's really fast, and I think you should maybe work on that. Maybe you try to slow things down a little bit so that so many people, because I think from these are label graphs, so many people are not so much used to that kind of people talking really that fast, and they might not be able to grab the most important thing you are trying to talk about. And even me myself, sometimes when I listen to you, I still find it difficult to guess the exact benefit people tend to, because you seem to have a lot of benefits that people can gain when it comes to your spaces or when they follow you and all of that. Okay, what about these YouTube videos we are talking about now? Like, what is it about? Is it about learning a skill? Is it about building yourself? What really is the value that going to YouTube channels? What value does it create to people who are your followers? Can you respond to that first? I still have other things to ask you. I don't know. Please don't be tired of it. So
No, not at all. I'm very open to your question. So I'll answer this one, and then you answer any other questions that you have. So I live stream my life 24 hours a day, and I've been doing so for more than 4 years, which is a huge amount of data for the world to learn from. Now you may ask, okay, well that's cool, but what do you do on the streams? So in addition to it being the story of my life, which is quite interesting, perhaps in the past I would have been a diarist, someone who writes in a diary, or a journalist, someone who writes in a journal. I use video to archive my life. But what do I actually cover? Well, in the mornings, anywhere between 1 and 3 hours, I review what's Kabbalah, which is Jewish mysticism. So I teach a class on that. Then, usually throughout the day, I assist people while going into different spaces. So, how do I assist people? What value? I mean, that's what I get. What you're asking. So, what I help people to do is to be able to increase their network using social media, and everything that I teach people, it's free. So what do I teach? I tell people, do you have a link tree? If they don't, I teach them how to get one. It's all free. Then I have them connect the top 30 different social media platforms that are available to them. Everything from their X to their YouTube to their Facebook to their Instagram to their TikTok to their Reddit. What this does is a 5-pronged strategy. Number one, it helps people to be able to promote themselves. It gives them lots of places to promote themselves. Secondly, it gives them lots of places to promote their clients. Thirdly, it allows them to open up communication channels with the outside world where they may not normally be able to communicate. Fourthly, it allows them to dominate search engines, dominate social media, and dominate AI, which of course we all know is the new horizon of technology. And finally, it makes it really difficult for someone to be able to impersonate them. Once they create those accounts and we look them over and we make sure they're good, then I help them to put quality content on their different social media platforms. Basically, you could be a reply guy, and that's great, but I want you to be a social media marketer, and I help people really go from reply guys to social media marketers. After we do that, I teach them how to join different communities, not just on X, not just on Discord, not just on Telegram, not just on Facebook, but other places, so that they are maximizing their network. Because as we all know, your network is your net worth. Then what I help people to do is get their shill down. You're absolutely correct. I have a very fast shill. I speak very quickly. I have a lot to cover, and many times the amount that I have to cover is very limited. So apologies if it's too fast. I certainly understand that and appreciate your words regarding that. But you should know, for other people who don't have as much to cover as I do, just someone who's a reply guy, what I help them to do instead of going into a space saying GM to the host, GM to the co-host, GM to the speakers, GM to the audience, who don't really know what to say, but I'm a reply guy, I need a job, send me a follow, which is cool. At least you're trying. I help people to go in once they follow the steps that I teach them. They come in and they say, GM, everyone. My name is XYZ, and I'm a Web3 marketer, and I would love to help promote your project on my 30 different social media accounts. What this is going to do for you is increase the amount of DMs that you get about your project. It's going to increase the amount of responses you get. It's going to increase the amount of buys on your NFT or your cryptocurrency. It's going to ensure that we dominate on social media, on search engines, and in AI. If this is of interest to you, please send me a message. I'd love to connect with you. Basically, I have people get a 30-second chill down, a 60-second chill down, and a 3-minute chill down. And what that allows people to do is get a lot of messages to be able to partner with different projects who are looking for promotion from people who are going to do more than just the minimum of reposting your content or liking your content. What I'm able to help people do is promote projects across all of different social media, which is much more powerful, and they get paid more money than that. Additionally, what I help people do throughout the day, and if you're wondering how many people have I helped, in the last 100 days, over 100 people. So I help a lot of people. What we do, many people are not Web3 enthusiasts. They are nurses and teachers and tutors, and they just want a better job. And I help them with that as well. So I make sure to review their resumes with them. If they don't have a resume, I make sure that we create one with them, ensuring that it has their contact information, perhaps a cover letter if they need. We ensure that it has their employment history, their desired employment, and their education history. And then I help them to create the different accounts on job seeking websites and also connect with partners, specifically recruiters in Africa. Many times, many of the people who I help are in Africa, but if they're not, wherever they are, we find recruiters for them because these people get paid to get people paid. So throughout the day, that's what I do. In addition to teaching classes, I sing karaoke. We do gaming as well. So it's really a mishmash or a mixture of many different things that I do throughout the day. It's really just the story of my life. So if you're wondering, if I watch your YouTube, is that going to be the most exciting thing in the world? Well, it depends what I'm doing. It might be, but the best way is to just come into my Discord. That way you can connect with me, talk with me, and we can review your goals and a strategy. And the best thing about it is it's all free. I don't ask anybody for anything. I don't want anything for anybody. In fact, I want to give people things in the future. But for the time being, I want to make people more successful at what they do. So I appreciate the opportunity to be able to expound upon a little bit what I do on my YouTube streams and just in my life in general. And I know you had some other questions, so feel free. Let me know what other questions you may have.
Yeah, I think you actually have, you have responded to most of the question we have had. The truth of the matter is that I don't think the whole of today will be enough for us to get everything you do. There's something on my mind, but okay, let's do it that. Let's leave it like that. Let's do it like that. I think you are doing amazing. Especially trying to help people. I think that's where my own personal passion lies. I love helping people so much. I love putting smiles on people's faces. I must commend you for what you are doing, and I want you to continue to do that because when you add value to humanity, when you serve that kind of purpose, I think it's really, really good because as people are excelling in life, are also happy to be part of their journey and all of that. So, yeah, you just said that I think you are doing great. Sorry. So yeah, I have something to ask you. I think so. It's written up his hand. So please, you can ask him something. Yeah. Dear Rabbi, it's nice hearing from you again. You said a lot, and my point is, it's not like a question, more or less like a suggestion, right? So first time you spoke on the space, glad you spoke, and I I was like, why are you rushing? And today, while you were speaking, I understand the fact that there are always spaces that gives you unlimited time. Alright, so while you were speaking, I was actually I find out to catch up with what you were saying. But at the same time, when you spoke the second time, then I catch up, and then I was like, how do I catch up with what you were saying? At the same time, I didn't get most of the information. But I just want to suggest that these questions that I'm asked you, and then you were able to give a kind of it's more. I think it speaks more about you. It makes the explanation easier for some people to get. For example, I wouldn't have known this what to do because I actually went to your link tree to check you out. I checked the first and second topic about you, and then I was going to check it out. Then I got busy again. But as you just come out like this and just let me ask the question and then you explain service rates, data, right? You let us know what you do. We are now going to help people. You let them know their capability, bring out people's potential, and that's very great thing to do. And it just exposes you more about what's easy. Personally, I will actually like to know you more. I'm kind of a busy person, but this kind of people that I like connecting with actually, and you are the line of people that I like connecting. I have a something to do with. I do something, but at the same time, some of us, many of us need connection, networking, and that's the kind of thing that people need in Web3 spaces. It's not only about what you can offer, the skill you can offer. We need networking to offer those skills, right? And that's the good thing. Keep it up. I'm just suggesting you have been doing great, and it's nice having you here again.
Thank you so much for your kind words. And to everyone out there, I certainly know that I cover a lot, especially in my initial pitch. And please understand, many of the spaces that I go in, I get I get cut off because they only allow for 1 minute or 2 minutes. I have my shield down 2 minutes 22 seconds approximately, and many spaces won't give you that much time, and they especially won't give you as much time as our leader here, Faxi, has given us as the host of this space. So just know that a lot of it has to do with just the different spaces I'm in, and I understand those hosts may have 600, 1,000, 1,500 people in their space, and they've got hundreds of people who are making requests. So I have to be fast, and really, a lot of times people tell me that they only get some of it, and I absolutely understand that, but I can't cover everything if I have such a limited amount of time. But yeah, that's what I do. I'm more than willing to help you. If anybody wants, just send me a DM and I'll send you my social media guide. It's absolutely free. And if you're hearing me, I want to emphasize this is all free. I'm never going to charge you anything. And the strategy that we use costs nothing. And it's going to ensure that you get more followers on different networks. And really, that's what it's about because, as we know, as I said, your network is your network. So if that's of interest to you, send me a DM. I'll send you a message. It's got all the 30 different social media platforms in there. It's got the links to the different app stores to get the Linktree app. And additionally, I'll send you a follow up message that if you're looking for a job either in Web3 or not in Web3, it's a general guide on how to create a resume. I will look over your resume. People pay a lot of money to have people look over their resume. I don't want your money. I want you to keep your money. In fact, I want to give you more money. And one thing that Salami said that I thought was really interesting, and I absolutely agree with this, the great amount of joy that you get when someone comes to you and they say, just in my case, Rabbi, I got a job. Rabbi, I made money. Rabbi, I made this connection, or I was welcomed into this community. And that wouldn't have happened if we hadn't connected. There's a great amount of joy that I get out of that. So a lot of times people are always asking me, what's the catch, Rabbi? Are you going to ask me at the end that that I have to split the profits with you? Absolutely not. No. All I want you to do is give me feedback when good things happen to you. And if good things don't happen to you and you run into challenges, come back to me. we will navigate them. I know that things aren't easy for you. I also know what your budgets are. It's $0. You don't have money to be paying for services or anything like that, and I recognize that. And a lot of people, which I don't like, they gatekeep this information. They basically say, join my club, join my class, and for X amount of money per month, I will review just a little bit with you. Absolutely not. Education should be free. I feel that in my heart. The term rabbi, I'm a rabbi, it means teacher in Hebrew. I'm a teacher at heart. I have the soul of a teacher. I want people to be more educated. A rising tide lifts all ships, and that's how I feel. When when one of us does better, we all do better, and then we share that information, and then we build a more successful world. So, thank you for letting me contribute that.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Rabbi, for that. I hope to, get connect with you. And honestly, I follow this account. I know that we use a different account to post bases. And on this page, I think I want to give it much attention. And I hope you be successful in what you do. I keep on doing what you do. And at the end of the day, we hope that so many people get to be successful on your path. Understand? So, yeah, thank you so much for tuning in, coming to the space today. I believe to see much of you, right? I think this is the second time you are speaking on this space while I'm active, and I hope to always have you around and come to speak on this space. Thank you for sharing. Like I said, so yeah, moving on. Emma has also always this thing. I don't know why. Emma has just been listening to this thing.
Yossi holds that ultimately, again, the foot, the wooden foot, is not considered to be hakshut. It's not considered to be an ornament. Ultimately, again, an accessory. So again, we'll see why that is, and therefore you can't go out with it on Shabbos. You can't go out with it on Shabbos. The engagement base people, but the shoe itself, you'll see it, the shoe has a base people. Now, the base people means that it has like a receptacle inside of it, the season, and it has the ability to contain rags. Once you can imagine again if there is a larger receptacle in the shoe itself, large enough to be able to hold rags in it, then coming. Ultimately again the shoe becomes part of the gashi. The niche focus is people season. Shem is skunk both the people season, shall the bugin rakin, the mukha lahaniach, rosh shoko aleph. So I guess these type of shoes get fashion differently. Sometimes again, there's just enough of an opening to be able to receive like the stump off the leg. Other times it is people the receptacle is larger, that you could stuff rags in there to serve as a little bit of a cushion for the leg. So if it has a base people, it has a receptacle in which you could put rags, then it is mechanical to them. So versus Islam is Shabbos, but of course look was to look at actually coming. Mechanical to the Slama, about an Indian base people, Rosh Shoko, the Indian Maniac season, land based people with them on. How will it sticky? So what's the very simple halachic postulate? We know that when it comes to wooden utensils are only mechanical to law if there's a base keyboard, if there's a receptacle. If there's no receptacle, then it's what's called shute creates, just single weight utensils which are not mechanical to law. Smuchos shalom. Now we did actually again. Smuchos shalom next is. Smuchos shalom which contains the state that love Maharik al Shokah al Rosa, Rosa Smuchos shalom Shokah. Those in this case only this is an individual who unfortunately again does not have the use of the legs. So such an individual normally pull himself, right? He would essentially kneel on his legs and he would pull himself in, he would pull himself by moving himself. So he would have like leather cushions over his legs. So his legs are getting stretched. Those are called smuchos. So the Gemara says, smuchos shalom tmei letters. The smuchos ultimately again could contract to us as the Shemo say now again. We're going to a lot of halachas with you. this individual who was wearing the sneakers was a sub. So he paid too much for it. And then he was too much like this, the type of killer that is just to the title, that took on a rest of the state. So the type of sub is not even putting the weight on the whole thing. That doesn't legs on it. And ultimately, again, it's just attacking the target. The old shit doesn't do damage. Then it doesn't have that damage because it's going to be infected. The infection coming by as well.
I've been working on a 3D render of my apartment. Oh yeah, that's even better. Let me tell you a story first. Remind me of the 3D render. I work at a coffee shop, right? And this one gentleman was hard of hearing. He was maybe not hard of hearing, maybe hard of communicating. Right? Hard of hearing is when somebody can't hear, or you can't hear somebody, but somebody had trouble hearing him. And unfortunately, at the syndicate where I work, name dropper. I know I fucked up by saying it, but it's fine, whatever. Unfortunately, there we have something called the BBBC. Okay, right? And so BBBC, right? Okay, not to be confused with BBC, which is BBC. Yes. It took me, I was like, is that 4 or 3B? That's like the Graves is like not flaring it too hard, but I was enough that I was like, I don't know how many B's it is. Unfortunately, we have a BBC, right? Which is not to be confused with BBC, right? British Broadcasting Channel, right? And other things, amongst other things, right? And I was dropping some food off at the counter, what I usually do at work, whenever I make food, I drop it off and I go, order for a kosh, you know what I mean? It's like, oh yeah. And then when I was on my way back, this one guy was trying to ask one of the white women there, I don't know how else to say, like younger woman that was very busy working, right? He was trying to ask her, what's in the BBC? And she couldn't hear him, so she said, I'm sorry, what was that? And he said, what's in the BBC? And he did it 3 times, and it's probably the funniest thing that happened this whole week. So he wasn't doing a bit, he was literally wanting to know what's in it. Yeah, white people, they don't do bits when it comes to wanting to know what's inside the pastries. Oh yeah, no, I definitely, I could see myself asking that, but I would be like, oh, I definitely want to know what's in the sandwich, but then I'd see the name, I'd be like, oh, I'm just I'll just fucking, I'm probably not gonna get that sandwich. Honestly, yeah, I probably wouldn't ever get a sandwich called that. Because I'd be like, what kind of sandwich did you get? And I'd be like, yeah, turkey. I would just look inside at like a turkey sandwich. Like, what's it called? If I go to the restaurant, just add. I was gonna say, what has turkey? You know what that reminds me of? That's something I want to comment on your intellect here. Which of the three B's stands for turkey? I don't know. The BBC could be anything. It's like your restaurant names sandwiches after human beings. They're not actually serving Fernando, are they? The sandwich. How about your intellect? But it's, I think it's banana, buttercream, and I don't know if it's a dessert. It's like a pastry. It's a pastry. Do not fucking. I didn't even think it's a pastry. Okay, what's in the pastry? You made a sandwich. I was like, whatever is in this. Just go with it. I changed like. That's hilarious. Yeah, I completely ignored the pastry part. But even then, I would think that the BBBC, I would have like, oh, it's got butter and bananas. Whatever. Dude, I'm on the whole white guy side, dude. Why the fuck is there something named that? It is weird. He's like innocent. He has 3 times what's inside of it without having any sort of like analogy of porn whatsoever. People laugh. No, it was just a moment between the 3 of us. Because it was quite loud in the shop. And she unfortunately couldn't hear. And I'm pretty sure on the 3rd one she was like, it's bananas, basically. 3 different kinds of bananas. And she took her novel bomb. What I was thinking, what it reminds me of, not when I never heard that, is, have you seen the video? We didn't even play it, but have you seen the video of Fabulous? Where he's too homophobic to blow out his kid and shit. He just goes like this. I didn't watch the video, I just laughed at the idea of not wanting to be good looking. I was like, okay, I get it. I already need to see that. The title was so good that I didn't need to see the video. Like, oh, it's even on the thing. I can pull this up here. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Once I go and get you the crowd first movie, describe it. A banana bread topped with brown sugar buttercream. Does Andrew Schultz work? We got a banana bread, brown sugar, buttercream, drizzle caramel, sprinkle sea salt. Wow, so banana bread topped with brown sugar, but that's not pretty good. Doesn't it say that on the thing? Like, why does the guy need to know what's in it? Does it just say BBBC? Or are you thinking of it like a Starbucks? Starbucks will tell you. Here's more of like, mom and pop shops are more like, see what happens. Just order the fucking Mother's Laundry. What's inside the Mother's Laundry? You gotta find it. That's kind of interesting that this is a thing that I'm interested in this place. It's a very very specific thing to get to have at a coffee shop. What are the other things? Scroll down, look, I'm looking for finance. Maybe scroll and then I'll have it on screen while you because I don't really care so much about the drink so much. I kind of relax. Right? I'm looking for carbs. Remember, I told you my doctor said I had cholesterol. I was going to go on a diet now. I'm going to make your bagel, boring, butter croissant, right? Chocolate croissant. All you want is BBC. Cheddar jalapeno scone. I mean, I see that all over the place. Okay. Pumpkin cranberry upside down cake. Disgusting. Fresno corn scallion biscuit. That is delicious. That sounds good. I have one of those every day at work. Okay. And do they make them there? Yeah. Wow. That's great. Okay, cool. I remember when I used to work at this place called El Gelato in Beverly Hills, and that's by this jerk off Italian dude who was very serious, and he knows everything, and I would see him do this. He'd go to the customer, do everything made in house, and then you go to the back and it's almost nothing. They microwave things. Ice cream comes in a container. Was it the potato pasta? Was it called gnocchi? Gnocchi is handmade. It's not no way. So I'm glad that you guys are actually did. And the best part about it being made in the house is that we run out of something you can't make it, which is awesome. I know that. I remember I used to work in a restaurant, drinking Americano. That's actually, so you're happy when you run out of stuff? Oh, hell yeah, dude. Wow. Now it's just so basically we have something called, they don't have the food items on the website, which is so weird to me, because that's the stuff I make. I don't make any of that. Yeah. But they have a bodega, which is we're always going to have that. But then we have the fucking, I call it the BDSM, but it's called, I think it's BTYM. But it's just BDSM. It's one of those biscuits. Oh, okay. With like egg and sausage. It's called BTYM. I call it BDSM. What is going on with this place with the weird abbreviations? Like, yeah, we get the BTK, the BBC, AIDS. What do you want? With AIDS? But I get HIV. We'll get an HIV. Okay. And I also would like a BBC. But you have to say pause after every word. That's just crazy. That's going on. I call it the BDSM. Nobody else calls it that. Just me. Everyone laughs every time I say that because it's right there. I don't know if anyone ever made the connection, but your boy got hired. You know what I mean? When you go to a place, there's gonna be sections, right? I mean, there's a BDSM team compared to the last place. They don't know. They hopefully this place has no clue about the school. Yeah. You see a squirrel out there, you're like, I've tried introducing the Sharpie thing, but they're not. I can't imagine anyone not finding that funny. That was one of the funniest things anyone's ever told me. I love that it's not at all. It's just like you were so mad that you shoved a Sharpie in your ass. That's so funny. How can anyone they weren't into it? All right, let's look at There's a Sharpie on the mini. I like this place. I wish I had my house. That was just a story about the woman that wanted to know what the cock was, but I'm making a 3D render of my work to maximize efficiency. That Discord by Storm, when you posted that in there, you got a lot of comments going, hey, I got into it a little bit. I was like, can you make the fridge smaller so it's more realistic? Because you had already told me that there was a small fridge. So I did some bits, and then a lot of people started coming on me. And I think you made one for me too. Oh yeah, but your teeth. Okay. And then a hospital. For all my doctor visits, which I'm not like. The shingles update, I think I'm good. I don't know. I guess I gotta go back to the doctor. Maybe I have to get a dermatologist. Because it's like pretty much gone. And I never felt it. A bunch of people are like saying it's very painful to have shingles. I never felt anything. Maybe it wasn't shingles. Maybe it was just taking the check this out. I think it looks nice here. Right? What's the biggest difference here, though? The biggest difference, what do you mean? This is my living space. Where my bed is currently. Okay, and then now my bed's over here. So you're thinking about moving your bed over to here? Not like actively. I'm trying to like cut out all the options. There is more room in this space than there is in the bedroom. Okay, and you have space for me to move it for the next one. Would you put the studio in there? Yeah, okay, I like that. Make it work. The only thing about that is that you gotta walk through that. Yeah, I guess your bed would be here next to your right. Your kitchen would almost be like making a one bedroom when it's not. I mean, I know a studio, making a studio in one room. And then I need the studio for my podcast. It's like, all right, now you're fully the podcast guy. Do you want to put some clutter in there for inspiration? So you can really, but I like this. Looks very crisp. This is aspirational. I like that. I spent way too much time. What did you make this on? Adobe Design. So it's basically I downloaded like 3D models on the Is the blue thing supposed to be the kitchen? Yeah, the blue thing is the kitchen. The walkway with the bathroom. And I measured everything, so it's all like accurate measurements. This is cool. I think this is I've never seen it. Are you thinking about putting chairs?
No, I'm not thinking about that.
I also want to be a little down here. Download Adobe Design and share with me. Maybe somebody texted me. I have been keeping up with some of the TikTok, but mainly just because I'm on Reddit. Like, continuously someone texted me. What dishes she doesn't cook, right? I guess maybe take out. Yeah. Or maybe start cooking. Michigan last like where he's like, I'm asking you to watch this because I also have to fucking start cooking. Michigan to learn how to cook, then yeah. You either know how or you don't. I mean, you can, I guess. So you gotta be real into it. You have to want to know. That's so funny because she didn't know how to podcast like about 3 months ago. She learned how to do that. She learned how to talk shit about a podcast instead of learning how to cook. That's kind of, it's like you're dating a girl. I wouldn't care. It's a plus if they're very good at cooking, just like it would be a plus for me. But it would be so funny you're dating someone who doesn't cook at all, and then she's like, I think I'm gonna start podcasting. That's honestly a terrible thing to learn about someone as a new thing in your relationship. It's one thing with us. We are podcasting before we met any of the women you were talking to. So it's like you knew, you signed up for this, right? But you're like dating somebody for a few years and they're like, I'm gonna start a podcast. No, please. Well, you know how many women have walked out of my apartment with this orange tiger thing which I have in my closet? Or they had, or they're giant red chickers. That's like, it's fucking golden chickers. Why do you think I'm on the flat? You're right, I probably should go on the flat. It's just like, I don't want to sleep. I don't want to put out there. I'm proud of it. Together they will know if they were we never passed the suggestion. I was just like, that's not funny. Those jackets are trash. They have stories. Those are jackets that you find in because online they were at least gold. like, dude, if it was just me too much, I would wear all right? It's like my sense of the world was clarified by me. Shot, such so like we watched this special, dude, and that was the one thing we walked away with. He was also the choices was fucking wild. It's so funny. We watched it. We kind of predicted what we at least talked about. This guy seems really good. And then fast forward to now. Cassie Walker. There's babies of reasons. I just thought, oh, another idiot was going up there. My wife is a bitch. People do in the 80s and 90s. I can't, I mean, what do we do? Women and men are so different. I mean, women are, fellas, right? Fellas. I just can't take it. I'm just like, shut up, you big food. And then she goes, my friend said that you were right. And I said, shut your stupid trap board. And that's essentially what the special was, which is what's embarrassing. I have that online. But yeah, go ahead. Would you, okay, so I forget how we propose this because I want to have an interesting question. I don't remember them. You know what I mean? Just kidding. Okay, so he talks about shit about his wife, and now his wife is talking about this shit about a lot of men, right? Would you prefer that, or him not saying a word about his wife on this question, and his wife's collecting the same opinion? Let's second. Because he doesn't talk about what she does. He does things, he talks about, I don't even remember, it wasn't very interesting, but it would have been a lot more interesting in the special. I still don't really this girl was popular pussy. What do you think I just said? Oh, okay, now I get it. We had sex or something. Yeah, I think probably like, she's on top. Exactly, yeah, she's popping pussy on me. What the fuck? But it's funny that it's popped. I know what it is now that you said it like that. That's hilarious that you knew how to make me understand. It's kind of weird, honestly. But, I don't pop it. It's not gonna pop. Oh, yeah. I mean, but I get it. It's like popping because it's like a thing. Alright, okay. Well, I don't know. Pop your pussy kind of could just be like she grinded on some white guy. But nobody pops it. Like a stripper would pop their pussy. That's probably what it means. It was like, I was grinding on some white guy. She was like, I was basically a stripper for white men in college, but they never paid me. Well, what did you get out of it? Oh, dude, she rolled in college, bro. This chick was crazy, bro. She was fucking strip on the squash team. Dude, she fucked all the squash players. Okay. She popped her pussy fucking Landon and Townsend. Clifton. I don't know his names. It's just horrifying me here. I would just, I'm not him, but I just, if I were to put myself in his shoes, his Air Force One, I would be horrified. I gotta be honest. It's so bad. It's just a terrible look. On top of that, like, she's liberal, and I only bring that up because, oh gosh, I think you're the Republican president. Yeah, you know what I mean? It's just such a weird convoluted series of 2024, 2025. She's really low. Well, Well, no, she's very anti-red pill guys. Oh yeah, that's why I said I believe she's more liberal. She's like very woman power, you know. And she, yeah, and the thing is, like, I've been watching the latest. Her whole thing is, what money he makes is our, what money I make is mine. That's what he wants. Okay, but that's just like a ditzy thing to say. I'm like, that's anti-red pill. Oh no, she's very anti-red pill. She made a recent TikTok talking like these fucking. I can show you it after the song. It's funny that she does that because neither of us are red pill. We're making fun. We're making some of the same disagreement. I mean, we're I mean, Sean said it as much. That's too big as you're talking about shit. We are agreeing with these, I guess, red pill guys to some extent. Right. Not all. I don't even know what they're saying, so I can't agree or disagree. It's like a Japanese person. All I'm saying is, I'm criticizing her somewhat. It's like, I don't care when someone says body count, I just assume they're like basement level intelligence, like lower almost my body count's pretty good. Besides you. But so I don't care what a woman does before they meet me, as long as it's not like funding terrorism or something like that. Or listening to Andrew Schultz, right? But it's another thing to do your past versus like during your present being like on a podcast insulting the person that you're with for what you're saying. That's right. Yes. And conscious that's true. She's allowed to say these things. It's not funny. Oh my God. It's funny. Roster of right roster of like like shop. Your wife said that. I rather my wife say it had a roster of guys. Yeah, that makes it a little bit because the break is why do you? And then like because he's whatever he is, there's some other race who also right. I would be a good roster. What? Yeah, really? I mean, yeah. I also get you thought I'd have some sort of that I'm speaking. It'd be interesting if it's like, say it's an Indian guy and his wife said that his wife said I had to work a roster of Pakistani men. I would take it. Because they have like a beef, they have like constant war over that place, or an Irish woman, she's like, and I had a roster of British guys. I was popping my pussy for Pakistanis everywhere. So, you're just like getting angrier and angrier. I had this, listen, like British soldiers, I would just let them, jay off my face. Like, the IRA guys are like, what? I married a fucking traitor. It's funny to me, like, this open city and like have blacks. Yeah, that is funny. I was thinking about something like that too. I forget what it was though, but that's perfect. Yeah, he acts one way and then he's a complete simp. Fellas, let me tell you something. Gosh, the fellas don't respect me. You can't say that word anymore. We're taking that back. Because the fellas talk. You need to do some work before you can say fellas. Okay?
school in school, they take something to school. When I go to school, I think we're trying to like, the students are actually competing for it. Make electric unit down here, my life. That was the very thing. That is nothing better than that. What I'm doing, looking at what he got. So they remember.
I show up dressed
So a lot of people don't
yeah, like I read that. And I'm like, ready to do the podcast? You know, you wouldn't be cool with that. At least now, some problem you think I would say. Where your wife beat over the fucking button up, okay. Having like a big ass belt, like 5 different big belts that we can like rotate, you know? And then you do Irish stuff. Yeah, you can dress like a kilt or something. Or like, I don't know what Irish dress. I had a roster like this. I just look at my pussy. I think it's funny if I dress like Alfred's always and try to act like him on the show. Where are you from, man? Come on stage. How do you from the There's a lot of videos of her avoiding a kiss from the cops. Oh man, I know, dude, it gets worse, dude. That's fucked up. It is crazy. Girls are always trying to do this. That's just there's some famous person that just wrote over this problem. Yeah, it's actually after a girl he was with for big hours and stuff like this is a big factor. And so like every and like this model be like dodging it like she's Jonathan Taylor for the fucking Colts. Yeah, man, that's a rough thing. That's why you gotta get somebody who's you can't shoot you high or whatever it is, you know, like you gotta fucking find someone that likes you. Tell me this offensive. I love she's like me, it makes it look like a sitcom. What's the possible flips? Right, and they don't even care. It's not clear that that's like some we're having more evidence that it happens.
also think upon showing self
Pull it up, man. I haven't watched it. That's just like it's kind of annoying. I'll pull up. I hate how TikTok plays something automatically. So let's see what I can pull up here.
She's going to the masculine
She's
psychology.
pretty just
The
honest.
ego, the human psyche, and the ocean and government have
Another
to
more
be
fucking
incredible.
audio. You make that.
And technically, sometimes we do it.
Not
There's
as
that wrong. How do we do that wrong? You get a person that has the glass of
I just want to
time,
ask.
your
I
mind
kind of.
is much more focused than loving and working on blood.
Regardless of how I feel about it, she's good.
The amount of shit I can bring you back to the fact that
So there's something
if
like
you
said
end
about
up black,
Brandon Chavez.
everyone's gonna get food, everyone.
Doubling
They're
down.
relevant.
Like not even acting like anyone's exist. Like you know what I mean? Like there's no good points being made. Everyone's wrong. So my problem with West, I see that. My problem with
Ultimately, again, the thumbs in the hands, the arms in the feet, somehow symboling the effect of the wall. You're not to do this kind of time because well, this is not a good tool for under the umbrella of history, right? And therefore, the one is history for our hands. When loving it, you know to go and so, it's just like the oil and salt. You sing down on the hands of my feet, the arms of my the shoulders, the shoulders, like the hands of my hands. So the effect of the life is good out of that.
Exhausting is when your enemy changes every 5 seconds. So I guess now these red pill guys like wanted to cancel us. Well, you can't cancel us when you don't respect. Also, like, talking about how beta of you to attack women. We're just like, no, I
we're not red pill. We survived the COVID. Yeah, look, I'm happy where I am. Okay. How beta am I? How about 7 times a week? I dare you to find somebody more beta than this guy. Yeah, right. Yeah. Fine.
girl, like on the same episode, we're talking about Gilmore Girls versus.
He talks about Gilmore Girls all the time. I did tell my fiance, I was like, I go, we finished watching. Oh, we watched Paradise, right? And you should definitely check out Paradise. Okay, definitely check it out. Don't spoil it. No spoilers. Even the plot of that show is spoiler. But anyways, so we finished watching it, and I'm like, do you want to start like Better Call Saul? Because we had just watched Breaking Bad, right? And she's like, Gilmore Girls, and I was like, I gotta be honest with you, I would rather just read.
We're out of black. The baby's bones were just
Like,
like
it's
they
fine.
do this concept from your sleep.
She's like, all
So
right.
that's improving the powerful figure to the bedroom. The concept of a young rock ball, and you can't be like a lot of the
It's not terrible, but it's not something I'm not ready to share, brother.
the baby's
You know what?
bones
I know exactly what
somehow
you're talking about.
coming out
I
of
watched
the
all
joint
of
out of
those.
glass. What they do is they rattle the baby.
Did I like it? Not a chance. Did I act like I liked it?
Wrap the blanket in a
Almost
cloth.
every day of my life.
Taking the
A year.
baby's body.
And that's why
I
you're a
love
beta
when I
back,
said
dude.
because this is also going to do on Saturday. Okay, so again, the idea is
Like arguing why it's bad.
look like
You think it was terrible?
why don't the baby
Here's the thing, dude. I can give you any of the answer because I have a bias.
well? That Papa,
Right, where I'm like,
Mexican bunny,
like,
that
you
big
know,
Mexican
when I
bunny,
watch them, I
that
look
Papa,
never.
that Papa ultimately again,
No, not a chance. But like,
the earlier back
I was like, you know, rationalizing, bargaining with myself, like, well, I don't know, it was pretty funny right there.
left out of the upper front, and also the
Well, I
straddling,
was
that
really
sit
fucking
in
hot.
the like,
Everyone's like, hey, dude, I thought you were gonna be like, I gotta be on, I do rationalize, like, well, at least I had a hot, and a hotter, at least I had a driver's hot and everything. I did rationalize myself all the time. Some episodes.
then you have to do something else. Also see it on the high, must be about our
fibers and we create micro tears because what happens, guys?
I'm gonna be my mother said,
What happens after the class? We ask him what he's doing. We go over his apartment. We have sex with him, so we don't have to have sex with our husband.
When your muscle fibers break down, they come back better and stronger because they repair, and then you get actually physically get stronger. So I'm like, oh, maybe going through all these cancellations and these hate comments or whatever, like it's actually making us stronger. And I know that in my life, like every time I've gone through any kind of suffering,
My dear professor from college is it's like bad, yeah. It's like the scene fucking sucks without the music. Yeah, I think there could be there's something to be said, but I also do like music. I love music. Yeah, and he said, right, true. She was making a blanket statement just to be like, do the scene without music instead of like doing it while thinking about music. Yeah, like let your performance stand on its own. Without music, I don't think I would have got this far. But that's a good, it's a good point. Yeah, good thing to notice. This is very boring. With that, you would almost think, can we just turn the Sabrina Carpenter up? Which is something you probably don't say often. But yeah, can you just turn her down and just play her the Sabrina Carpenter until it's over? I didn't even know it was Sabrina Carpenter. We might get this taken out of the YouTube.
like God has rewarded me with happiness and euphoria, and happiness and euphoria wouldn't be as amazing as it is if you didn't go through suffering to kind of like have perspective. Going through all this, you really realize who is by your side, and like me and Nail, like becoming more like sisters. Like my husband, who's always like been so supportive and amazing, and then just like all my best friends who are like, "You're that bitch." So I'm like so grateful for the circle I have. I'm so grateful for you.
Would you like it if I called you that bitch? No. And I don't. Do her friends really say that? I don't have any, evidence. Yeah, I'm take her at her word. No, she talks as if she's in that I Love LA show, where it's a very heightened version of women hanging out with each other in a mega. Yeah, it's not. That's probably not how people really talk. Bitch. Oh my God, you are her. Oh, he's him. But I don't. Maybe they talk like that, but does she talk like that? Maybe she's like so far down the rabbit hole of like this Brenda Chavism that she's like on the phone with someone that's calling her a bitch. She's like, right, I hate that bitch. She's like talking Billie Eilish style. Oh, she facts, man. Like, what the fuck? Like, they talking about me like I'm a okay, what? I'm empowered by my pussy, bitch. How far does this go? She should lean into it even more and start talking like some old pimp. Man, I got the old in my fucking. Look at these weeds I got for my man. I can't see, baby. They call me Iceberg Sing, baby. I'm Iceberg Sing. I'm out here. I ain't playing with these Reddit comments, right? I put it in good. My husband is making money. His money is my money. And my money make my bitch go good. I just make my cousin up like I can. I'm from the hood, baby. I'm that bitch. They call me the flavor hoe. I'm saying, my pussy ain't flagrant though. Got some in my back that made the cum go to the back. Feel like let's take this. Andrew Schultz is thing. That showed you texted and said, oh, you just I was watching Mark Gagnon stand up. Wow. That is trash, obviously. It's very bad, but it was making me laugh because immediately he asked the audience member if she was Latina. He's like, are you Latina? I was like, I'll do that. And I didn't know he did stand up. Did you know that? I maybe I hadn't known that he did stand up. I never seen it. Are you Latina too? To the man. No, dumbass. Let's see Iceberg City.
Guys, when you're a simple little boy, it just breaks their brain that a girl can like just be loved for simply existing. My husband loves me for simply existing. I don't have to completely to justify my worth. I'm not even gonna go through our whole life story because you're not deserving of it. Like honestly, like I truly like I feel bad for the people that follow content like this because it's just so like damaging and you're just doing such a disservice to young men and pretty sure like it's all 12-year-olds anyways and like also was it like
What? Middle schoolers are damn. If middle schoolers are going off on you, that's fucked up. I know, right? Something it's like a podcast with 12-year-olds going, she's a fucker. Doesn't cook or clean. Oh gosh, your wife is a whore. Oh gosh, son, that podcast with this guy Andrew Schultz. Andrew Schultz is a comedian and that Kosh is a simp. 12-year-olds. Andrew told me that a Latina dig the cum in the back and they get pregnant. You know, the Slayer. And they do that, and then they go, no, I can't scream. My mom said she'd take us to the new Wicked movie and to watch Wicked 2. And then I bet that she has a Alpha Pass and fucking creep pussy. Damn. I mean, I don't think we're doing a disservice to young men. I have no point said, maybe it's bad to be in such a Brennan shop, but I have no point said treating them. Cleaning, cooking, sure, you don't know how to cook. I said it before, you don't need to know how to cook. But cleaning is not something that's, I mean, you can hire somebody to clean, I guess, if you have a lot of money, but you can clean on your own. I can clean. I don't have jack shit. I clean in my apartment all the time. She's saying that a bunch of 12-year-olds are talking shit about her. So she's also making content for 12-year-olds, but she pops her pussy. Or no 12-year-olds are like, I think I have a shower in a costume. I really like Indian chicks. I'm she's such a roster boy. I would like to go to I would like to go meet the flavor guys. That's my last wish. So I'm trying to pop some pussy. Yeah, she's gonna have a 12-year-old boyfriend. Okay, that was super.
not demonetized on YouTube? Like, is this why you're still clinging to relevancy? Like, I think you should get a job. Like, I'm sure H&R Block should be
12-year-olds should get a job. Then you go into H&R Block and your advisor is a 12-year-old. Hi, so did you get a 1099 for your YouTube ratings? Who's not decent? Who's Wadsworth?
be hiring soon. Better than this. All the man's opinions are shared out.
A dog. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, I saw a lot of flaws in the logic there. I'm not gonna sugarcoat for you. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Yeah, I mean, she's not very likable. Yeah. But is she getting a lot of views? Does she have fans that turn into the podcast? Like female Andrew Schultz fans. Is that how it's going? Let's see, here's our Kosh. Hey, senora. She's kind of like which I'm only familiar with her. But she's got a song on every single post that'll be flagged. What's the? Oh, yeah, because she's trying to get. Yeah, I did some research before the show, so I went through all these. I took a little break, if you know what I'm saying, and then they're all songs that always have a point. Everyone, even the ones that find a way to go. So it's awesome. Shouts out to very wise person in his life. The other thing I was going to say is I know we didn't know what else about the last couple of years. We'll see what Subtime's doing because I worry about Jeff. Everybody has been kind of making fun of him. My Blue Shirts texted me a link to an article about how it's a failed comedian launches GoFundMe and gets ridiculed. And he goes, Shirts through, wait, is this real? Speaking of Twitter, have you heard about the Twitter apocalypse happening right now? What's going on? That there's the locations can be found
this, dude. This is a girl saying, "Men, be honest. Why am I still single?" It's nice, good. I like this very funny. I changed my VPN set to flappers, so if you look at my location, it says limit for me. But yeah, I was looking into a lot of that earlier, and so they're like, yeah, it's just crazy. They're doing things to expose random right-winger accounts that are in Pakistan and India and all that. And same with like left-wing accounts that are like just getting us. I don't know why India wants us to fight with each other so much. Maybe it's just for the money, engagement, some scam kind of cool. They're just smart. I mean, we do this because we hate Brandon Shaw. We really love him. Yeah, he's one of my favorite guy. That'd be funny if you could have like instead of location, be like how you really feel about something, and it's just like X knows, and it's like Brendan Cooney loves Brendan Shaw, Flapper. I hate coffee cake. Wait. Can you scroll back? That caption is like the last two I saw. Oh my god. Probably I should watch one. I think so. Jeff died. Most likely we'll find the most disgusting, cringe-worthy thing. It's also condescending. You treat everyone the exact same. I was so worried it was going to be like that. It's just missed the punchline. Oh, fuck. All right, go back. No, I know me too. I was worried it was going to be comic book. They're like special treatment. Like I treat women and race, any sexuality, everyone the same. I think that's the most respectful way to do it. You're not doing anyone a service by feeling sorry for them or treating them different. Yeah, it's funny that he's talking shit about Mark Barron treating him like shit. Mark Barron treats everyone like shit. Yeah, Mark Barron is living out these words that he's saying that he's offended by. He treats men and women the same. So you're from men. I feel for Jeff Dye in some ways because remember I sent you and Alan a tweet about him and he's like some comic, I don't know, I can't remember their name, but he tweeted Jeff Dye is like horrible, he's the worst comic ever, but then Jeff Dye shared screenshots where it's like, hey, I love you, Jeff, which is pretty savage. That's the guy's part. Immensely so somebody wrote, well, what about the toupee? And then Jeff Dye goes, that's real. Smiley face. I'm a bald man, okay? And I can't, it's not in me to make fun of another bald man. But I'm going to do it anyway, so that hat is just not so you can't see he's probably not wearing the toupee for that hat. Right? So yours is toupee. Yeah, you said here's the thing. Toupees, I find real. So I think, okay, good job, Jeff Dye. You got me. I'm not agree with it. But you're right. Toupees, they're serious. French restaurant. And then we hear French toupee. Toupee was a big deal. That's what I think is true. It's gonna get like, imagine how much you sweat, get hot, you get this hot thing on your head, and you take it off, it looks like a raccoon. It looks like something you pull out of my ear. My ear was you can see that. But I don't want to hate on him for that. I get it. I want to hear. But it worked for him. Why would you do that? Don't tell your owners that you have to. As the owner, I'm
what is it? Like, for what was that? Like, it's a different guy. Yeah, I mean, you take it off, it's real. I mean, the toupee is just, I wouldn't do that.
Judge them based on the way they look or who they have.
I think it's racist. Some of the motorized stuff is like,
Hello.
I mean, people get driver's license. Here's the thing, though. I used to believe in we should have an idea vote too, but then Jim doesn't that. I'm like, kind of like, oh, we should probably rethink this now. You know, maybe we do have
Not in the fight. Something white like
Sex with or what their genitals are. Most likely will find.
It's a great
I mean, another thing I was gonna say is how does the comedian know that Jeff Dye has a toupee?
Why is the blood
Why is that? What are you doing with that guy?
what they
Toupee was like, what kind of was not that great.
However,
If God doesn't make mistakes, our
Scripting out the whole right wing thing. He's gonna try and do that. Oh, dude, I had to do some research earlier. Did a lot of research actually. My fridge is actually all sized. Just kidding. Unconsciously kind of couple shows up. Oh yeah, December, the weekend of December. Here we go. It's expensive. Yeah, that's way too much for us. That's what I'm saying. But where is it? Irvine. They kind of far. Not that far. But I mean, what would the bit that we would do there? What bit? I'm not. Okay, first of all, what bits are we gonna do? If I go harass, I'm not gonna harass. I don't like it. I don't know if that's where you're trying to lead to. No, I know. I can't. I would literally just go and then bottle up all of my emotions and go on a podcast. I would just take it like that the whole time and just be quiet. You love the sign that just says like Jeff, Steve, George. It's the roster of my guys. I mean, I wouldn't do that. Yeah, I can't. I don't really want to make fun of his wife, but it's just so funny. I do. Yeah, I mean, I guess I always say it. I just want to. It's the funniest thing of all time. When I saw originally, I think it was the first thing I saw was Too Lazy to Try, and it said like Akash in a beef with Fresh and Fit. I go, I gotta go fuck what Fresh and Fit thinks is too good. And then, but I put it on because it's Too Lazy. I want you Too Lazy to Try. What am I fucking unique? So I go, be surprised. Yeah, he probably got a little. So I turn it on and it's like, Akash has wife is sipping and Rosso and I like that Jack Nicholson thing right there. I can't believe how funny this is. It made me like a person. So it was really very happy. Brought joy into my life. Very stressed out at the time. It was I probably can't talk to them. I've been so genius. They're trying to get our mind off the MC problem. And they didn't think that this would work, but this is fucking work. Yeah, if Trump really wants to get our mind off MC, he should be doing something that, like, manospheres, right? The manosphere podcast, because that's what we laugh at, right? No. He's just about to say that's the manosphere. Oh, okay, yeah. That part, I don't know what the whole thing is. It's not saying Trump is behind it, but he said Trump called that manager. Tell us not hitting the couch and start hitting his wife. I'm saying, Trump talking about it. He said, his wife's got to pretend that she's a good depression fit iron in the say that it's a war with a I'm not going to say I would don't want that, but I would also want that. See, Jeff Dye is a GoFundMe, okay? He's asking for 25%. He's drunk. He's a real comedian. He isn't too big. Hold on, Joe. I'm sorry. I'm laughing. Last cowboy. Yes, the cowboy died. Yes. Women hate him too. Okay? Make it happen, Joe. I love you. A couple scenes where I finally did it, dude, where I was like, every time an Epstein video would drop, like me and Carol was like, I'd watch it. But now it's like every time Jazz Lang Sing shows up in my YouTube algorithm, I make time to watch. Yeah, you got it, dude. You can't let that go. It's entertainment. You know, like Jim Burr. I don't know what he is. I don't know who you are. Is Big Andrew Schultz entertainment? He's an entertaining guy. Mark Maron, this guy is doing all this shit. He's fucking everything up. Joe Rogan made my life. Okay, Dane Cook is a bastard. Speaking of reverse, dude, let's catch up on a psycho guy. Serious Christ. Doesn't he go live? Is that what he does? 6 days ago. I can't stop. Should we see the live or the actual videos? You can't breathe. Mama joke's so funny. Let's see this. Okay, so we can go 5 minutes.
So what's the example of something that has no sight of it?
It's doing the standing video. This is like our show. Let's see if I we should check in on him every week. We should message him, hey, show, write a comment, say, hey, first 5 minutes of the audio.
Let's tell Big Tree. That's a little later. We live now. Like popular demand. To the point where he got recognized today in Naples, Florida. Somebody said, Peter, my father-in-law heard as he was here. And we'll get it going. So, just a quick update. This is how it comes. Just a quick update. A really good time. My in-laws are visiting.
He's in his own world right now. Yeah, it's like things he's deep in the British. It's a little too much British. Yeah, you can sometimes get a little too much British. Yeah, you wouldn't think it, but let's see. Do you want to hear any voicemails we got? Well, today on Jim Burr, we got Dell and then the Urbanator. My father-in-law and a fat guy named Urbanator. Yes, I do. Alrighty, let's see here. We've got two. Oh my god. Alright, I mean, I fucking hate 3-minute voicemails, dude. Tell me if you want to cut this off. then I also like the idea of the listeners forming a relationship. They really did hang out. Him, Successful Egg, and Formula One hung out. Yeah. Weird. I don't know. Maybe I'm just falling for some 12-year-old on the internet like fucking with me, but on Sora, they made a Sora of them each other hanging out. Because the last voicemail was a bike gang and now a scooter gang. See, I catch bike tails every once in a while. I pay attention. But yeah, shout out to you, Duck Over Deck. We are both largest. Let's see here. Oh, okay, yeah. He's leaving the same message. I think he accidentally thought that he didn't leave that message because his phone was still on. Right. Maybe at the end of the other one, there's two people on it. I think it's funny that we're like two voicemails and it's a guy leaving me. Okay, there is a limit to the voicemails. 2 minutes and 43 seconds is your limit. But I will stop. Oh, yeah. Jesus Christ. 2.5 minutes. My heart's aching. But shout out to you, Doug. Yeah, that's it. All right. See you next week. Welcome back, ladies. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the rest. This week on Patreon, we watched Luis J. Gomez's new stand-up special. You're making it work. And if you want to know what you think about that, you know what you gotta do. Yeah, join the Patreon. Sorry, dating. But anyways, and turn over to you, Drew. How are you? I'm doing good, dude. I just wanted to tell the people that watch the show. I wanted to tell them that we're making shorts now. I haven't slept much. Yeah, dude, because you're fucking hard working. You don't sleep. What is the... I mean, I heard the same thing. But if you could, just comment your favorite times in the show, and then I can find them, and I can make a short of it. Awesome. Genius, dude. Yeah, that's such a great idea. Thank you for saying that. I told him 5 times before. Every time he has the same reaction. I mean, I love it. I love it. Just go, everything's good. I don't know, yeah, just add it to the list of things I don't understand. Or maybe, did I listen half of it? I'm not sure. Even if I did, I'm not smart enough to know for sure if I did. So, Cody, how you doing? You went to the dentist? I did. We should start with that. I want to start with the dentist stuff. Well, there goes the whole episode. No, honestly, no, this is a short. I swear, I know I took 30 minutes to do. Well, you fucking cliffhung me the whole week. You told me, like, I gotta wait till the show. Yeah, I didn't, because I was at the dentist, right? And I was kind of like, oh, fuck, because I was texting you. And I realized that you had been making fun of me for going to the doctor all these times. And then when I text you, I'm going to another doctor. The dentist is a doctor. And I was like, whatever. And they reminded me that we had been saying for a while that I was, the next time I go, I was going to ask my doctor his professional opinion. He sees teeth every day, whether my teeth are small or not. Because many of you had said my teeth are small. I've done what I can to dissuade you from this. I've measured my teeth. And this guy over here giving me shit saying it's not a proper measurement. You're off a couple millimeters. Yeah, I don't know. Huge difference. You're full of shit. And so I measured my teeth normal size. I'm not full of shit. Take it back. All right, take it back. So I measured my teeth. I didn't quiet the hawks. Didn't quiet the hawks one bit. And I went into the dentist and I got my teeth. Everything's good. No cavities or anything like that to report. But I got them cleaned or whatever for my normal checkup. And I've told you before, just to set the stage, the dentist I go to is all Mexican, right? So people speaking Spanish, I'm the only whitey there. And then when they come to me, they start speaking in English. And so he's like, he's I don't remember if it's the beginning or the end, but I go, hey, can I ask you a funny question? And he goes, well, yeah, sure. And I go, I have this show. I do a show, and a lot of the people that watch say I have small teeth. Can you tell me your professional opinion? Do I have small teeth? I said this verbatim almost, right? And he looks at me kind of weird for a second, like he's thinking, and he turns back on the light of the X-ray machine and shines it down so he can see he goes, and shines it down so he can see my teeth. He thinks for a second, he looks at it, my teeth, and he goes, no. And I'm like, are you sure? You sure? These are not small. Like, they're not even a little small. He's like, no, normal size teeth. They're fine. No. He starts laughing at the end, but the beginning, he literally turned the X-ray machine light back on, shined it on my teeth so he could give an opinion. And then I turned over to the nurse, and she's laughing. She's like the person that lets people in. And I go, what about you? Your professional opinion? She's like, it's not small. I'm like, listen, don't worry about my feelings at all. Just tell me. She's like, no, I've seen small teeth. Those are normal. This is fucking bullshit. So I don't know what to tell you guys. Sorry, I guess. Suck it, haters. You fucking, Cody wins again. All right? You guys fucking lose. It's bullshit. You lose, but DZ loses. Balloon Fart loses. They're all people that haven't said anything to the team. Just names I can remember off fucking Ryan Hardy loses. Fucking, you all lose. Sorry, big team. Big dick. Sorry about that. Let's see. You're gonna tell me that it's not like this, dude? No, it's not like that. I wish I brought the double. He's gonna always bring that up. This is what the doctor saw. He would have said the truth. I told the nurse. I said, oh, it was kind of funny. She goes, I'm just curious what kind of show has a podcast. Oh my God. So you did exactly what I do. I should have told her the name, but I just figured it's the nurse at the dentist office. She's not going to care. I'm not going to watch. That was something hilarious if you said some of those guys. How was that? Oh, it's a Papa the Pixel show. Oh, yeah. I'm on Sabido Gigante. Let it go. My piece of brain is not functioning. Now, I should have said the name of it, but that in and of itself is kind of funny to explain to people who knows if they like comedy or not. Just like, Brennan Shaw goes, they're like, no, you're like, well, do you know stand-up comedy? Do you know about fucking squirrels? Those fuck squirrels. No, dude, you fumbled the bag. So, when they ask you what show is it, you should say, like, I swear I don't have small teeth. Like, it's a show based around your teeth. Yeah, so it's actually called Small Teeth, so what you said doesn't help at all. You're gonna have to change the name of the show. I mean, I never really thought I had small teeth because until we started the show, no one had ever said that to me once. And people have said almost every other kind of insult, right? Fat, tall, hairy, ugly, all of the above. Small teeth is new. Big gums is also new. This would be so shit. That's fucking, that's what I was going to say next time. No, exactly. It's actually perfect you didn't ask that. Right? Because then you come in next time and you say, like, the audience agrees with you, it's probably small teeth, but now they think it's big gums. That would would be the worst case scenario is that now that I've proved that the teeth are not small, now it's clear that they're big gums. I fucked myself. I truly fucked myself. I'm just realizing that now. Now the narrative is that I have big gums. It's almost undebatable. What would you rather have? I'd rather have big gums than small teeth. I think I'd rather have. I don't know. Man. I don't think my gums are big. Oh my god, they're huge. Really? I'm just kidding. I guess I should measure my gums to figure out. I should have done. I never even. The thought didn't cross my mind. I never once thought about measuring. What you should do is start a GoFundMe to get your teeth bigger. Uh-oh. I see what you're doing, Gerardo. You're trying to play games. Well, guess what? This is fucking Monopoly. We just passed go. Let's talk about the last cowboy. Jeffrey Daddy. Jeff Daddy. I saw someone make fun of him because he obviously Jeff Daddy has been in some trouble lately. He went on Joe Rogan and he talked about how he can't take being on Los Angeles and he has to leave. Texas. I watched it. I'm watching it. I can't wait to see it. However, he had some backlash from that, and he started a GoFundMe to move to Austin. He got even more backlash from that. And one of the things I saw was, I think it was Ron Funches said, I will not miss his cigar smoke on the patio of the Comedy Store. Damn, dude. That's what you hear. That's the last time you hear before someone tells you dating is hard in Los Angeles. You thought you were going to come at Jeff Dye, and then you hear that, you're fucked. Jeff Dye's going to fucking punch you up, man. Oh my god, I do. And it's weird, like, we especially me and you, the Tweeties crew, and sometimes Bart, the guy that produces for us. Yeah, Bart, sorry, he hates when I do that. But we get these moments where we cover these people, and it feels so good. You get like an ounce of what it feels like to be Red Party. Just like, oh yeah, ounce. That's a good way of putting it. Yeah, we get a little bit of Jules. Now you're under my control. I can do like all the fucking Jules in the house. What's up? This is gonna be a very tough episode. What about being Jewish makes it coincidental to you, Nick? Nick Barr. Do you mind if I start with anything I can bring up? What you want to bring up? I don't even know what I want to bring up. So it's weeks like these where we don't need any topics. We just talk about Jeff Dye the whole time. So, this comedian Steph Tolev shared something that I thought was so funny, dude. Shout out to Steph. Check this out. Great lady, never met her. I hate to brag here, but Jeff Dye has had me blocked since April 12th, 2017, and I will post receipts. What do you think about that? See, April 12th, that's kind of like almost, is it more than 2 weeks from the Gringo Pop? That's he blocked her anyway. Oh, you think you're blocked, Steph? Yeah. Jeff Dye control. Alright, let's go back to this. Sorry, control. It's so hard to get that noise on the go. And I mean, these open micers work with I don't know if that is. I mean, would you ever post this, dude? I posted some pretty ridiculous. Like, I posted shirtless pics when I was working out. Yeah, and like in bits. Because don't you remember when I did that? I mean, like you remember doing my shirtless pics. But because Alice Hamilton, another very controversial person in comedy, had posted a thing about some random show booker who like used a picture of her boobs instead of a picture she sent. And I jokingly posted a picture of me without my shirt on. And I said that fucking, I think I said Chad and JT did that to me. Like they posted that even though like I didn't. So it's like a bit. But I also wanted to post it. Yeah, you're a couple. I'm the last guy. Yeah. Let's see here. I started comedy 12 years. This is Chip Dice here. I started comedy 12 years ago. The thing in something thing. What is this? And one thing that has been a pattern in every life is people always tell me, you don't look like you.
page on purpose and tried to look sloppy because I thought it would make me appear the way a comic was supposed to look. The first time I met Jeff Ross, you waited for the book. Wait for the note. How can you write this? Yeah. Wait until he talks about Jeff Ross. Oh, yeah. So the first time I met Jeff Ross, he said to me, "You don't look like a comedian at all. You look like a model." I know he was being flattering, and I'm obsessed with Jeff. Obsessed with Jeff, and also it didn't hurt my feelings or anything. In fact, when people tell me I don't look like a comic, it never bothers me or offends me. And I feel like it's similar to the bullshit female comedians here all the time. Female comedians, huh? You say, I just stop talking about female. Yeah, don't you know that they don't want to be called that? Even I know females out. Women don't want, for whatever reason, whatever you think about it, they don't want to be called females, Jeff. Don't you know that? Come on. You said it twice in the sentence. Well, he does also address that later in very long captions. Similar to the bullshit female comedians here all the time. Female comedians always hear nonsense like, I don't usually like female comedians, but you were funny. He knows that from experience. He's probably the one who said it. Also, he did this incorrectly. He just put the period inside of the quotation. He's not the smartest cowboy. I don't think it's as offensive as it is annoying or ignorant. Comedy, like all art, doesn't have an age or a look or a face or a gender. Funny is just simply funny. And although, yes, I might not look the way a lot of comedians you might be used to seeing look, I am still a comedian, and from now on, I'll be proud of how I look. From now on, I'm going to be proud of that. I eat a healthy plant-based diet. And I do yoga daily. Cowboy shit, daddy. That's you play that while he does yoga. One of the hardest things about yoga is taking off your cowboy boots. So many cowboy boots in the yoga studios. The same way I think a large woman or a thin woman should be proud of who they are and their appearance, I too will be proud of how I look. Body positivity from Jeff Dye. This really sounds like a bit that I would do. You know, like a fake, like one of the many fake posts I have where people are using slogans. Yeah. But Jeff Dye is completely serious here. You know, it's also literally the bit that you thought that mine was that was redacted. My bit that I did where I said it doesn't offend me or bother me. But he's dead serious. He's being serious. Yeah. That, like, it's funny. He's writing. You know what? It doesn't make me mad. His stupid small brain. He's furious writing this. And Steph told us that, to be honest, I wouldn't fuck you, and I fucked with a lot of bootleggers. Explain yourself. What are you trying to get sympathy for? Being attractive, being on TV, and very confused. He's back in 2017. Steph told us she fucking, it's a hot move right there. Calling him out. And then she blocked her for that. Yeah. Such a long post. He loves to do that. He loves to make an absolute fool of himself. His version of sincere. Sincere shit. I love when people do long posts. I got into comedy a while ago. Peter used to say that I look like a lot. It used to bother me. But then I realized I should be proud of myself. I eat a plant-based diet. It's like, who is this for? Have you lost your mind? Don't you know that comedians are reading this are going to tear you apart? Do you, like, want to be made fun of? Look at that photo. I mean, he wants to be made fun of. Look at this. You don't put that hat on and think, well, getting out scot-free. That's why I'm wearing this. I want to comment on this. So you know what a popular saying is in entertainment, right? Like, all publicity is good publicity, right? Yes, there you go. You know he's thinking that, right? I guess so. I mean, once again, we may have stumbled onto one of these hidden geniuses that we think are stupid, but we're the stupid ones, right? Yeah. He's laughing his way to the bank, man. We're talking about him. He's not talking about us, although he does reply and do messages directly to people. But then those get reposted. Yeah. I saw I forget what the saying is. What in the vein of all publicity is good publicity. What do you think is the most recent video that was about? Don't look at the screen. I mean, I assume it's about Brendan Shaw. Oh no! I swear to God, no fucking way, really? This guy is a genius. All right, take it back. This guy don't think he can be busy, alright? He's not just gonna come at you one way, okay? Let's check this out. Let's see what he has to say about Brendan Shaw. I have a great Lakers hookup. We go to all the Lakers games. I invited Brendan Shaw when we first became friends. He said, "Come to Lakers game with me. You like it? We'll meet the owner. It'd be great." So that's all my only kind of flex, that can bring people to these kind of things. I don't have a lot to offer, but I can offer that too. He's like, "Yeah, I'll pick you up." Brendan Shaw comes to my house like a race car. I mean, this thing it's got the big spoiler on the thing. We're all big guys. I'm so stop. You didn't just say that. I swear to God. How the fuck? That's gotta be all of our chains. Oh. If you hear that, you're like, somebody at PF Chang's, you fucking pull the fire alarm. He just said they're both big guys and they're camping in a small car. It wasn't Chop, it was another cop. It was Jeff Dye. It was Jeff Dye. It's like PD. Shorty loves Rogan. Rogan loves Shorty Pie calling haphazard. He said the big guy's small car's Jeff Dye. Oh my God. You won't believe who it was. It was Jeff Dye. Andy Kaufman. Fuck, dude. Oh, man, trans Tim Kelly. Let's see. Alright, let's see. I wasn't expecting that. I just I literally saw him mention Brendan Shaw and I stopped watching because I had no clue he was bringing up small guys in big cars. That is crazy. I just stay watching and you fucking drop the coffee glass and shatters on the ground and the coffee glass says like big guys, small cars or something. Oh, he's a classic coffee glass. 6'4", I don't know how tall he is, but he's taller than me. And we're in this tiny thing in traffic on the 101 going to a Lakers game. And we can barely talk. We're both talkers, And so, halfway through the drive, even though we were like new friends at the time, like, what did you think of this car? And he goes, well, you're like a little kid. My son loves this car. That's hilarious. He pulled up, I was like, oh, this is awesome. But then I got in and I was like, bro, we're not built for this thing. It's tiny. Some of that story was kind of funny until he got to the little kid. Like, he lost me there. Because the idea of the two of them fitting into a small car was pretty common. That was my favorite part. Almost a good story. Yeah, this is almost a good story. Just went the wrong direction with it. Yeah. Like, look at us. We look like morons. Yeah, we do look stupid. Nah, us. Yeah. Oh, you're right. Like, he should have gone that road. Like, we looked stupid and, like, do a bit about it. But then he goes, he told me I was a kid. What? I don't understand that at all. I don't get the joke. Rogan dies laughing. He's like, I'm not a kid. I am like a kid. I like cars. I was trying to play that noise. I didn't prepare this. I just thought of that. It's so good. And I figured it. Reload it again. A little bit of fluffy there too. Yeah. Sound effects. I knew Jeff Dye was a triple threat. And I got into the car. Jeff Dye, Brendan Shaw threw his beer can out of the car. It's a beer can. He crushed it against the forehead. But let's see what else we got here. This is so he this is the car they drove. Oh wow, look at that. Yeah, that's a pretty cool car. The whole time. I don't know. I mean, if I had a lot of money, that wouldn't be the one I pick, but it seems fast. Yeah. Good job, Frankie. Now it was for me. I've become the cowboy. It looks fast. Let's see what other stuff he's trying to capitalize on this fame, newfound fame. Never heard of before fame. Whenever it has been famous. Let's see here. Ladies for dating. What's a bigger red flag? Has action figures or pet snake? I mean, don't answer here. Yeah, it's not for a lady. I'm not a lady. It's just weird. Everything he talks about is basically about females. Women,
Yeah, he's one of those guys. I saw someone tweet about that too. I forget who they were like. Imagine being, heartbroken and wanting to move to Austin over, like, just all you talk about is dating is hard in LA. It's like being a comedian in Los Angeles, talking about how dating apps and how people are fake or whatever. It's just like so hard for you that you have to move to Texas.
Yeah, and it has to do so much with politics.
Yeah, libs don't want to date Jeff Dye. You can't find the right conservative woman for him.
Let's see what this one is. You want to read that?
Jeff Dye, and this is a Khalil Gibran quote. Who I've never read Khalil Gibran. I know who he is.
No,
but it's like this book that it's like a very popular, like, it's not 50 Laws of Power, but people that read 50 Laws of Power may have read Khalil Gibran. It's a narrative. I have learned silence from the talkative, toleration from the intolerant, and kindness from the unkind. Yet, strange, I am ungrateful to those teachers. Jeff Dye, very well read. He reads the pop books.
the best part, dude.
57.
57 likes. Keep it in context, though. He was just on the biggest podcast. Just on.
Oh, yeah, so not very much. Yeah, dude, for being in the biggest one.
The State of the Broken Bump and his career.
Couldn't help it with this random, New York Times bestseller quote.
Yeah.
That's too bad. Because you think if people that read books would be really into Jeff Dye.
My favorite thing I've read in weeks about the Mariners is Michael Dodgers. Yeah, he's just posting some great new shit.
He's getting destroyed on threads. Mariah says he's going to try threads. Yeah. People are going in on Jeff Dye.
He's literally a trending topic on Threads.
That's hilarious.
We can look up this. I mean, if you just scroll, I'm sure you'll find the trending. I don't know how to work Threads yet. You're new to it too. Oh, this is literally Steph Toll's.
Yeah, I think we're just on Steph Toll's page.
This is how to go into Threads.
Wow, Threads is just Steph Toll. What's the first thing that comes up?
Oh yeah, Gianmarco. This is
two sides of the same coin, whatever the saying is.
This is in regards to his GoFundMe post. I thought it'd be funny and rich guys would make big donations and we'd all be like, haha, Gavin Newsom sucks, welcome to Texas. I was wrong. Instead, a bunch of loonies online went apeshit and lost their mind. Since it seemed overwhelmingly negative, I took the L and removed the GoFundMe. Refunded everyone. For the record, this may be more conservative after seeing the quote works in Tracker.
The problem with Jeff Dye is when he writes, it's so much funnier than anything I could think of to say. It's so great. I love that he put more in all caps. More conservative. People are mean to me, and now I believe what I believed before. I knew before I did. Like, dude, what are you, 10? And then you're getting destroyed by everyone, including Gianmarco Saragossa, or whatever his name is.
Look at this. This is what I'm talking about, that yellow trending Jeff Dye. Is he the first thing that ever trended on Threads? They don't even know how to make a trending thing.
Highlighted need.
Let's see. At the top, the AI says Jeff Dye faces ridicule and criticism for making drone program.
Well put. Threads.
This is ASW here.
Hell yeah, another hawk.
Years ago, I walked in a green room post-argument between Jeff Dye and a group of lady comics, and he looked at me for some support for whatever bullshit he was saying. And I just shook my head slowly in response, hearing everything coming out about him now. I wish I had done more. I could have just made a fun of me for him.
Yeah, I remember, Alan told me this story years ago. We had a Dodgers. We all went to the Dodgers together. And we were laughing about, I forget. I think it was around the time where, Dye was posting, which he still does. He'll post pictures of himself and, stupid quotes. So used to send it to each other, like the Dice Man Strikes Again, like the Death Man, Uncontrollable. And then he told us all about this time where that happened. He was in some green room. The guy was like, bitches in my right.
Mr. Jordan,
He said, no moron. He fucking, I don't know, I didn't even know. He's like, I was telling you before we started the show, things I can't really say. My next let's just say it's
with this anti-Semitic culture right now, she voted against resolution condemning.
Is a healthy senior who loves to troll. Wait a minute, they attack this guy's house. Your dog is fucking ugly. Let's see here.
Transparent presidency. He's three weeks
Let's talk about everything. I don't care. Come at me then. Come at me. Your wife is funnier than you. Okay? And your dog is sick. She fucking don't have kids. Your dog and a stroller. I will snap your neck off. I'm not mad. I'm not angry with you, Tom Clark, at all. I'll kill you though. Say it to my face. Come to the comedy store. See me on the patio. I'll kick your sick dog. Just in and threats has been Jeff Dye, thank you for being trending on threats. Yeah, Jeff Dye, you guys know me fully with the threats on Twitter. I just back in the same reaction. That's why you're on Twitter.
Shame on you. Any decency you will be signed right now for this game of the kids.
I have these things locked away in the producing vault. Let's see here. This is from Cat Alvarado Comedy. I like how he's going on just because he's conservative. Just because he treated enough people college and the poor. We're around and now the more people want are male coaches. To take them on the road. He thinks the hate is for his politics, but it's how he treated. I don't have beef with him, but I've read so many stories where he starts being a racist. It's like, I'll pull up what you sent me right now. I'm trying to look for very liked tweets here, like this one here. Do you want to read this one? So this is the Kelsey K. He says, I wish nothing but the worst for Jeff Dye, but please stop saying he's from Seattle. Yes, he's from the area, but he grew up in Kent. It's a large suburb that has a unique reputation, a certain joie de vivre. If you know, you know, and Seattle locals know. Oh, Kent catching strays. I don't know if we can blame all of Kent. I don't know about that. I feel bad for Ken. Jeff Dye definitely sucks. Rest in peace, Ken. This is, I mean, like, when you see this, oh, dude, all of this, this is what we used to send each other, these memes. What do you think? Do you think, like, oh, man, this guy's cool? I love his memes. They're always so bad. Remember when he found, and he's also, like, hilarious. He's always, it feels like he's doing these things on purpose because he always goes head into something where he gets destroyed online. Remember when he said, he shared the thing of Stevie Wonder, the fake Stevie Wonder thing where he said, when I was around, he wasn't doing any of that about P. Diddy. or I didn't see him doing any of that. It was clearly a joke about Stevie Wonder being blind. Like that funny of a joke. And then Chip Dye was like, "Oops, I fell for this one." I mean, bro. And then, of course, I've messed with Jeff Dye before because he did the thing where he goes, "Guys, look at this. It's an all-women's comedy show. What the hell is that? They won't even let men on." And I wrote like an all-Cooney or a no-Cooney show, or like Cooney sucks or whatever. But he was roundly made fun of for that, too. He never has any good comebacks except for that one time with Neighbor when he said, "Relax, you're not the tree, or you're not a tree." That's actually kind of cool. I'm helping Jeff Dye's one, too. What do you think about this right here? It's a comedic genius. I know I have a lot of young followers, so I'm going to do it. 6'7". That's me. I don't like that. But I'm not surprised. You could probably make something funny out of 6'7", but that wasn't it. Julie Roll probably saw that. Like, hey, girl, come here and watch your damn dad. Watch the Jeff Dye thing. Let's watch one video. I love this so much. Heidi will understand Halloween. 1 year she goes as E.T. 1 year she goes as Shrek's wife. 1 year she goes as an old lady. This year she went as Medusa, like a gross, ugly, green Medusa with moving snakes. I love this. Halloween is supposed to be fun and spooky. What is women's concept of Halloween? They always go as like something sexy. Women, you're attractive every day. Every single day, women are beautiful. Halloween is I'm not even curating any of this. Everything's about women. Yeah, he has a problem with women. Something happened. Yeah. I don't know what it was. He's mad at women. Also, I don't understand the important use of because of the. Yeah. When he thinks about women, this is the piece. It's a high dude. I said, put on jelly roll. Every time I go with a woman, she asks me, "Look at red last he's like, he's mad at women. I also, just to go back for a second to the thing we said about the way he looks. Like, that didn't cross my mind ever. But I wasn't ever like, "Oh, Jeff Dye's so fucking hot." Like, it makes me mad that he just stand up. I absolutely have had that thought. Other people. Like, just another fucking, look at that guy, he's fucking attractive, he's killing it. The guy's fucking sexy again. Yeah, I would never have thought that about Jeff Dye. I just thought he was a bad looking guy, you know? But I wouldn't hate somebody for being good looking. I just said it. I would try to be their friend. You know, I want to be with the cool kids. And since when was Halloween about being funny? It's about spooky. Yes. And some people find spooky sexy. I mean, he's not, well, Heidi Klum is crazy with her fucking stuff. She's always doing crazy stuff. He's not on there. He's pretty dedicated. Yes, good job, Brendan. I didn't listen to a word he said. I was lost there, so I just said something. Well, it's never about being funny. It's about getting scared people. That's true. Yeah, she does. I think she does that, right? That's what she does. The only funny thing is like little kids dressing like Donald Trump. That's right there. But aside from that, be a ghost or a fucking serial killer or something like that. I was an astronaut. That's terrifying. I think I had the same costume that Rogan had in the clip, to be honest with you. Oh, yeah. I just realized that I did it on purpose. Let's see what else he has to say here. It's supposed to be gross. I don't understand all these chicks that are like always going, it's like, I'm a witch with my boobs out. You're like, that's just a hot chick wearing a pointy hat. Your boyfriend's got an eyeball hanging out and blood gushing everywhere. He understands Halloween. What is women's concept of Halloween? Yeah, what's wrong with a woman looking good last night? I'm not following now. This is what the women like to call mansplaining. He's telling women how to do this. Again, Jeff? Jeff's version of mansplaining. Even dumber. Yeah, Jeff's waiting. You think mansplaining's bad, ladies? Wait till you get Jeff's plate. Okay.
just say, oh, I thought you were doing that. No, I literally just said, I mean, it can be spooky. It's up to you. I quit comedy. Whether you want to be spooky or hot is fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with either one. I disagree with whatever Jeff Dyson said.
I need to dress hot on Halloween.
No, I love this. Okay, so that's it. What are you doing? You love Heidi Klum's costumes. Whatever. Alrighty, let's get to the most recent updates that you had filled me in on. You sent it to me, right? What do you mean? Go ahead and tell people what you did. Look at the camera, though. Don't look at the screen. What I did? What am I supposed to do? I mean, I just. Oh, fuck. Are you like. Alright, yeah, this is actually important. Sorry, I'm sort of here, I'm sort of there. Anyways, like, Jeff Dye started a GoFundMe, and because of, should I just read off what I wrote? Alright, because of what happened, well, Jeff Dye had to take down his GoFundMe, because woke libtards and the radical left, Antifa, comedians, Steph Tolev, all of them, they made fun of him. It hurt his feelings. He had to take it out, and he took it down. He refunded everybody, and you know what? That just didn't sit right with me. This is America, dude. I don't care. I don't care if it's Los Angeles, all right? I don't care if you're at Brentwood. I don't care if you're at the Comedy Store. I don't care where you are. This is fucking the United States of America, right? And if somebody wants to start a GoFundMe to help them move to Austin, especially when it's someone who's the only thing standing between the woke me and the wall, so basically what happened was I made a GoFundMe. Okay, there we go. I made a GoFundMe for Jeff Dye. I put his face into ChatGPT and I said, make it look like Jeff Dye, but sort of like him, just to be more insulting. So it's not even Jeff Dye in the picture. But I don't think people will be able to tell. And then, you know what's funny? The caption helped Jeff Dye get to Austin. That was one of the suggested from GoFundMe. So there you go. And then you want to, I can read what I wrote if you want. Go for it. I said, hi, my name is Barb Clapperton, but I'm unimportant. What is important is raising money for one of the most important anti-woke voices in all of stand-up comedy, the last line of defense before the woke meets the wall. This titan of laughter, Jeffrey Dye, was raising money in here and moved to the mecca of comedy in Austin, Texas. But woke libtards with purple hair and nose rings bullied him to the point of taking down this GoFundMe, or his GoFundMe. The tears stopped flowing today, Jeff. Yeah, it's libtards. I mean, you want to tell Picasso that he should paint with a different brush? Get in line. A lot of people have comments. I don't read it. Today we fight back. Give Jeff the money he needs to get out of this godforsaken double master Vex hellhole all the way to the mothership. Please donate ASAP. Jeff can't take another day of dating LA or waiting in line behind people wearing double half-cab venti fraps for another millisecond. I covered it all. But is he aware of the Erewhon crisis happening? Oh, he doesn't even know. That's going to be a harsh awakening for him when he gets there in Austin. But yeah, this is my GoFundMe. It doesn't look like anyone has donated we got to get out there. We need this money for Jeff to get to Austin. He needs to be at the mothership where he belongs. Welcome there. It's definitely a place where he belongs for sure. Nice. Well, hell yeah, dude. That was, I mean, what a week, huh? So many other things I want to talk about, really, but no, not really. I mean, just go back to memes and diary dummies. Oh, sure, memes. Yeah, you guys on the memes. Oh, those are actual memes. They're not memes. They are memes, but they're oh, no. It's raining hard up there, huh? Yeah, man, it's the fucking rain. It makes it so hard in Los Angeles. It's fucking dreary. So, everyone is so serious about guns. I like to have a good time. So you click on, what about his Twitter? Are there any memes on there? They're all hidden videos. These are all yes. They're also favorite. I didn't even know about that. If we want, we could watch some of his stand-up. Let's see here. I think we're going to be on the wrong side of history on this. What was the camera? Let's see here.
I think we're gonna be on the wrong side of history on this whole Karen thing. The internet's so hard on them. It'll be like a video of just like a Karen complaining about something. Read the comments, like, kill the fucking bitch. Like, all right, why are we so hard on the Karens? It makes no sense, because my favorite thing about young people, as much as I shit on them, my favorite thing about them is how good they are about, like, trying to defend a thing. They're very good about being like, well, have you ever thought about this? And technically this, and like, they're so sweet. You see, like, a video of, like, some teenagers robbing a Lululemon, right? And you're like, well, surely this is bad. Nope. You read the comments, all the comments are like, well, the bigger question is systematically, like, well, they're probably going to eat those yoga shorts, and really, right, they come up with all these things to defend it, which is nice, and then there'll be like a Karen recording them, like, they shouldn't do that, they should have to pay for all that, and then all the comments like, shut the fuck up, Karen! You should fucking die, Karen, you fucking bitch, don't record them! I want her hairless and homeless and fired from JCPenney's. Put her address on here. We got a fun Karen.
Is it a Lululemon or a JCPenney? It's a JCPenney. Yeah, well, he said Lululemon at first, but now they're going to fire a JCPenney employee. I guess she was at the Lululemon, but she works at JCPenney. He's done research. He knows that females, he knows a lot about women, first of all. And he knows that women that work at JCPenney typically shop at more than other. And guess what, dude? JCPenney's the front worker. Yeah, that's probably it. It's more that JCPenney sounds funny. You're right. You're a creepy. I just watched the Eddie Murphy documentary. Oh, dude, I want to see that. Yeah. So, I think that's funny, the idea that someone is off their shift at JCPenney. It's like, never fucking, like, it never stop. No days off. Yeah, look, even though I'm at JCPenney, Lululemon, I'm gonna help out and do what's right. They film something like Lululemon thief. I got him.
Why are we being so hard on Karens? Also, women will all eventually become a Karen, so just take it easy. Do you know that that's what a Karen is? My mom's a Karen. Most of your moms are probably Karens. They're nice ladies who were once, the whole world was at their feet. Everywhere they went, people were trying to fuck them and buy them stuff and letting them cut lines and asking them to dance and flying them places, right? And then after, 60 years, all of Earth just treats them like they're invisible now. And poor Karen's going, nobody's trying to fuck me anymore. Maybe I'll take this out on a fast food employee later. I'm not saying Karens are right. I'm just saying take it easy on them. Maybe let's hear them out. Maybe they should open another register. Maybe these fabric prices are outrageous. Right, I've never seen these boys in this neighborhood either. Good lookout, Karen. I think we're gonna be.
He hates old women too.
Yeah, it's just like
Not just young women. He loves penis. He certainly doesn't like women. Yeah. He hates vagina. All dick for me. He's at the restaurant order. What age of woman does he like? Can I get a human? No vagina. This is disgusting. Just dick. Extra dick, please. What kind of human is what? What age woman is he? Is like Jeff Dye, like not. Oh, come on. You know, that's Epstein stuff happening. That's the right question. Yeah, I shouldn't ask that yet. I'm pretty sure it's young. What do you think about? Well, like the question you just asked. I think it was. I don't know. I think I had nothing to say, so I just threw out the thing that was on my mind. Well, I think he's into chicks like Steph Tola. Maybe. And then because of that, he's really. Steph Tola was the heel turn. Yeah. He was mad. He was like a secret crush on Steph Tola, and she just randomly was like, I fucked trash. I wouldn't fuck you, loser. He's like, every day from then on, he just thinks about how women suck. That would hurt, honestly, a little bit. If you just posted something, and then Steph Tola saw it and wrote it on your wall. Listen, I fucked some open, I'm talking like trash, like gutter, like no job. Fuck, meanwhile, Jeff Dye's like infatuated with her and thinks she's a virgin. She's like fucking random. Yeah, you go, oh man. I
I thought Seth was like for him, not a fan. She just told me out of nowhere she would fuck me. And then I'm like, included her in the understand. Now I hate women, I guess. All the young people. Doesn't matter. All of them are gone now. I forget what I was thinking during that clip of the fucking Karen shit. It's very dumb. Like all the stand up. He was saying that we need to be nicer to the Karens because of young people stealing. All this stuff is like Fox News or regular zeitgeist topics that he has no real opinion on. And he's doing the fucking Callan thing. What if I do like this? And then me, I'm a man. And I'm like, you gotta dance. Maybe Callan, his energy is some sort of ghost demon that haunts people. It floats around from comedian to comedian. You're doing normal stand-up, and it's like, I stand up on my pants. Yeah. Men and women are equal. That sounds right. You're like, okay. I'll be honest, man. Men and women aren't equal. I'm sorry if that hurts your little stupid ears. We're not equal. Because equal means the word same. We're not the same. In fact, that's my favorite thing about a woman. Is that she's not a dude. Quit pretending we're the same. And walk around, I can have a baby if they let me. I can't. I'm trying to make it up. We're equal. We're equal. I'm laughing because I'm thinking of Tim Dye. He realized that not like a long time ago, like recently. He was like, I can't have a baby. He got mad about it. He's so dumb. He's like, I can't have a baby. Women and men are different. He just found this out. Damn, dude. Makes me so fucking mad. Well, yeah, there's a whole different America of people way dumber than this kills me. Yeah, I really hope SNL has you as a host in near future, Jeff. 24 likes, too. Because he's saying that men and women are different. This is so old, dude. This is the beginning of stand-up. You didn't see the what's it called? The username that's joined. How to just Jelly Roll. He probably doesn't have a computer. Even though he's rich, I don't imagine him like on the MacBook. Can you imagine if you saw Jelly Roll like doing this editing? Like, I'm doing me like some video and sunglasses and headphones. And he's like, we could do a cross. Cross for base. And it was always where to go to transition. And he's ready to watch the Jelly Roll editing this. Jelly Roll, like, I gotta watch my instruction videos here. Welcome to YouTube. I'm going to tell you how to make a 30-second clip. Remember to like and subscribe. I picture him when he's writing a comment on his phone. He doesn't have it. You think he's definitely doing addiction into the series. His series called Mama. What can I do for you today, son? Has a southern accent. Mama, type in here a YouTube video 30 seconds long that has teach me how to edit. Type in a comment on Jeff Dye's video about how women and men are different and about how I want to know who's getting it. You got it? And it's like, the mama thing gets it. No, I'm working. I want Jeff Dye to die. I want Jeff Dye to get it. Actually, scratch that key. Kidding me with DoorDash. He thinks DoorDash is a thing you call. Hello, DoorDash, this is Jelly Roll calling again. I need a Pizza Hut delivery to my house. Give me that. Baby girl, what do you want on the pizza shop? She just takes his order and goes and gets it, and he thinks that's good. His wife gets him all the food. My girl DoorDash gets a pizza today. DoorDash is a euphemism. She went in and got me the food. DoorDash girl. That make her come do that. I tell her, I show her the door is and she did. My favorite comedian, you bitch. You did great. I like the guy that owns your pub with Papa John's. You make me hungry when I see your face. Oh my god. I love watching you guys. Dude, there's gonna be a video of Jelly Roll all mad on TikTok going like, everybody coming after you, man. What do you want to find if people away? I don't know why we use the way to come to me. And you get big for Jim Dad. Abuse problem. He might go back alcohol. But he come at me, I'm mad. I ain't been trouble for 19 years. Jeff Dye is gonna. I can't wait till Brennan Chop defends Jeff Dye. Oh, you're right. One of them's gonna kill us. Maybe just me. I'm okay if it's just me. I want you to go on and live. I'm fine. I'll fight them both. Shit. I have violence in my DNA and shingles. So if you want to come at me, welcome to shingles. And I was vaccinated, so probably caused the shingles.
Well, Jeff, or what's his name? Jelly Roll's the one that actually included you in the video.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. Jelly Roll put up my tweet. I'll kick Jelly Roll's ass. I'll beat the shit out of Jelly Roll.
Are you positive?
Yeah.
There was something. Let's look up Jelly Roll. Somebody sent something saying that he probably needs to get a facelift because he lost so much weight.
Well, good. I mean, I'm happy for him. But listen, I like that he lost weight. It's a good thing.
Yeah.
But all I'm saying is he can't beat me in a fight.
Right. I mean, that's such a good picture of him, dude. I love pictures like this. I wish that was me with the grill.
Imagine your mama rolling up. You see that?
Yeah.
Where's my pizza roll? What does it say on his head? Something man.
Pizza certified man, probably or something. Let's see what this article is about. Jelly Roll shaves off his beard for the first time in a decade. Picture of it.
It's like ballers. Doing us all here now.
Let's see if I can go to Jelly Roll's Instagram really quick.
Keep going on Jelly Roll Strike Flex. I'm sweating. I've been posting back. My daughter thinks that my girl DoorDash for me on my Instagram.
I got his Instagram pulled up.
Still made him Jelly Roll. Oh, it's a guy doing the bed.
Oh, your lab is not that far off.
This could be me if I keep eating coffee.
Yeah. Who's the real Jelly Roll? You can barely catch his laugh. Jelly Roll's laugh. It's close to what you're doing.
Oh, that's like that guy. That's an Australian fighter. Oh, shit. No fucking way.
I don't see the infatuation. Listen, I like drinking. I don't drink anymore.
Yeah.
I would never drink.
That's where your feet go.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to drink out of a shoe, but we're not black belts, like we're not stars like Jelly Roll. We don't know what it's like with black belt right there. Maybe once we reach the heights, we'll know. It's like, that's the last thing you do. It's like when you're drinking out of a shoe. Yeah. That means you fucking kill all the haters. Fuck off.
Yeah, what's not there that you see that orange juice.
comfortable with him being around their children. All three of them are age, which is great.
Plus the water weight.
But still affiliated with outside entities.
I hope I helped. I'm glad. He's doing well. Wow. Let's see. Most recent post.
First time in reading this radio wagyu, the champ cooked it for me himself.
I'm laughing at this song, but I'm also laughing at it calling food sexy. Now you see my ears so big. Yeah, I could see myself doing that. If it's like a really good coffee cake. Yeah, if I'm making a coffee cake, you're not gonna see sexy. Probably not, but I mean in a fucking down bad way for a coffee cake. Is that Volkanovski? Yeah. Okay. He's busted in the back too. Hi, Jelly Roll, Mr. Jelly Roll. I don't follow you, but my friend did. My friend's name is McKenna, and unfortunately, she lost her battle to addiction. McKenna absolutely loved you and your music. She got clean several times and went to a few of your concerts. She even owned a tattoo gun and tattooed a lost cause on her face the day before she died. Oh, God. Jesus Christ. She's leaving behind a little girl named Maybe. It gets worse. Amazing. McKenna, it was tragic. Can I be honest with you? I wrote this. I wish I could play the piano. Do you think you read that or no? Maybe. I bet sure he has a lot of the. Not a chance of this one. You put the wagon with the right spot. You see Alex Volkanovski has like this cast on his hand, and then what happened? We'll talk about it. He's like, just can I see the actual big bike where it is? Just don't pull meat around, cook meat around. Hey, mama, let's see if we have any voicemails today, dude. Jeff Ty, we're with you, dude. I started GoFundMe. I hope it appears that no one has donated or looked in it. But listen, only time will tell. We might be able to I might have to be able to help you get to most of this. If I can help you a little bit, I'll be worth it. Yeah, dude, Jeff Ty, I hope you move out of California because you want to, not because of the forces. I don't know what the streets are going to be like with one less force around. I never one last cowboy, dude. I never know whether it's going to be funny. I tagged the hashtag GOP Labs. I think that's kind of funny. Oh, for the hashtag Women Scare Me. Yeah, for the GoFundMe. Yeah, for the GoFundMe. I was trying to get some things in. But yeah, let me know. Right in the comments is the Jeff Dye GoFundMe funny. Let us know. Blockbuster. He was the worst idea I've ever had. Yeah, that too. Well, we do have two voicemails. One looks like it's from a landscaping company. But maybe they don't want us to know that. But it did pop up on my thing. Okay. Let's see here real quick. If you want to leave a voicemail, you can call us at our phone number. Call 775-557-8667. That's 775-557-TMOS. And keep in mind that leaving those voicemails keeps Cooney alive for one more day. So shout out to the people that do leave them. Oh, so she was sounds like it's game of game. I have shingles on my brain, dude. It's all good to be redacted. I don't go there. God, you might not remember me from go ahead and meningitis and encephalitis and shingles. No, I remember you. I'm sure I would forget that. No, as soon as you said that, I remembered. But, great guy, never met him. I will say the guy that's been leaving his voicemails 3 weeks in a row did not leave one today. So we'll be looking for you to see this one. Hopefully it's not redacted. Well, thank you. Thank you for the voicemail. Yeah, I haven't seen it, but I'm sure we will watch it on live, right? I'm sure we'll watch some clips. Because honestly, I watched the whole thing with Bud Easy. What's her name? Janae. Janae was there. Mean Jean is her name. That's why I said she's gonna probably clip this. I was being disrespectful again. Who else was there? I forget. There was like 5 or 6 of us watching it live. And it was honestly so fucking boring. Yeah, I remember you telling me that. But the clips maybe make it better because it's shortened versions of it. There's a couple clips on Chang's that I saw already that are pretty good. Yeah, nice. Good. I can only imagine. I've not seen a single episode of Story Wars that I'm going to like. Yeah, but it seems like a cool show. It's just the Brennan Schaub. Oh my god, it was just like a black energy of like he doesn't want to talk about anything type shit. Oh, that's so lame, but also kind of funny. He would do that. Nah, it's cool, bro. He was just promoting his podcast, and everyone else is like, catch me on tour, and then he went to Brennan Schaub. He's like, fire the kid, bitch up, sure shot, back envelope. And the Story Wars, don't they do a thing you have to guess who it is or something? Yeah. So he goes, his thing is like, he found a great thing that makes it so that you can drink it when you're drunk and it makes you not drunk. Sure shot. Or he just guesses things he's plugging. It's sort of that's quite funny. Yeah, no, like this story is like, this guy got broken up with in senior year of high school, so he came in the girl's house and like broke in or whatever, and then Chuck holds up rain. They're like, what? And he's like, dude, I'm a marketer, magic man. How am I selling, bro? And they're like, yeah, that's. But you've already done that joke. This is the third time. I mean, it's insufferable. His story. Guess what his story was? What? That he got kicked out of the fucking baseball game. Well, no, yeah, I think I saw it. Like, obviously, it's a man, dude. It wasn't too hard anyways. Kicked out of the baseball. Yeah. All right, well, that's it. Have a great week.
And I said, Romeo, take me somewhere we can be alone. I ain't waiting. All I have to do is know you be the prince. And I'll be a princess. Since the last time, baby, just say yes.
Raccoon Tweeties. Oh man, thanks for coming back. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. This week on Patreon, we watched The N-Word, and if you want to know what we think about her, she's a stand-up comedian. Somebody described her as on our Patreon as a friendly, tipsy flight attendant doing stand-up or whatever, but that's what they think. So if you want to know what we think, join the Patreon.
If you want to join the conversation, join the Patreon.
Yeah. Otherwise, we don't care.
We're very lowbrow publicly, but behind the scenes, we're very, very highbrow.
That's very true.
Especially this last episode.
Yeah. We really, historically, we go into it. But I sound like hell just then. How are you doing?
And if you really want to know how I'm doing, I gotta do a spoiler-free, or what is it called? I'd say spoiler alert.
Oh, fuck, what is it?
Yeah, I'm fucking boner. Just kidding. No. I saw Begonia.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
What'd you think?
I thought it was epic, dude. You know,
Nice, okay.
it's not the best movie to know the ending to. You know, like they watch the movie and it's like, oh, it's the best. You know, because it's kind of like
Really, you knew right away. Wow, okay, that's pretty good. That's kind of like you saw it.
yeah. But it's also concerning to people that you go to the movies with, because you're just whispering like, and then they're over here like, I'm thinking it's a funny joke, but honestly, the ending was not a surprise.
Did you like that she was an alien?
Yeah, it's the truth.
It's a documentary too. Everything in it was so real.
Let's just say you're lucky I don't have a neurodivergent cousin. You know what I mean?
Right. Oh, okay. Yeah. Just see what it down. I mean, we don't want to do too many spoilers. I wait for the biggest spoiler. You already, yeah. So that, yeah, if you had a neurodivergent cousin, you would obviously sterilize them as well. This is what you're saying. For sure.
You don't think I'm not chemically castrated, Daddy?
You're like, I'm just so tired. It's like all I think about is chicks. So I can't be castrated. Just well, you're actually. You were put on your ass. Yeah, that was brutal. That scene actually was pretty horrific. Yeah, have you seen any of that guy's other movies?
No, what makes you?
The Favorite, The Secret, like the killing of the sacred deer, dog tooth. A lot of his movies have to do, well, they're similar, but dog tooth is very similar to Begonia in a way. Because, I won't give you spoilers, but there's like a sort of kidnapped in a way thing going on. Definitely check out Dog Tooth. That one's a something. Oh, yes. You're gonna fuck it. I like to hear her talk. Yeah, I will.
So just a cat. The dogs are doing crap me on site for it.
They're bad dogs. I think the dogs are fine. You gotta let the dogs
And don't be one of these 1-star, 10-star freaks, all right?
I guess. I don't know.
I'll give it 10 stars.
You got walk right into that. I don't think it's a 10.
No, me neither. I think it's like a
7? Yeah, I mean, it's really, I think it's enjoyable. That dude is really good at like making you want to watch a movie.
Mama Roll is here going to the movie. John Terry, what's his name? Terry.
John, yeah, they go down to Georgia, playing the most. He's got the fattest green cookies.
Go on down to Beatrice.
I don't think it's the I think it is. But yeah, everybody in it is good. I love that guy, Jesse Plemons. He fucking kills it every time.
Yeah, he's great. I think it's pretty nuts, dude. Pretty good movie. I give it 7 stars.
Do you think that there's any kind of possibility that they're aliens controlling stuff here?
Nah, dude, I'm more of the we're alone type, dude.
Okay.
You know, these freaks online say we're not alone.
Sure.
We're alone.
You know, it's a lonely planet, right? Just as a lonely galaxy, dude. A lonely universe. All right, you're stuck on the planet, dude. You know, there's nothing out there, dude. Nothing that wants to mess around with us. Because we're more unique that way, dude. We are the aliens at that point. You know? That's fun. Yeah, I never really thought about us being aliens to someone else. Because we're stuck here. We don't really go. We go to the moon. We're thinking about going to Mars. And the other planets in our solar system are beyond. Do not wake up at 4:30. I want an alien at each job. How long does it take Sean to mention his son's baseball team? Not long. Not long at all. How long does it take him to try and sell like rain to an alien? Right? Yeah.
Look who the fuck it is. Everybody stop what the fuck you're doing. Zoot's in the house. How you living, pimp? You met James McCann.
Yeah, no, I'm not lying this time. I actually did.
Is he cool as fuck?
He was like kind of drunk.
All right, so how much does he like me? Is he my biggest fan?
I didn't get to speak to him like properly because he was about to go on.
What did you say to him? I'll suck your dick right now.
No, he actually like he's like, "Are you a comic?" And I'm just like, "Yeah, I am." And then he was just like, then he said, "What are you doing standing around? You should have talked to me earlier. I would have let you on stage." He said, are you Amos Gill's cousin?" And I was like, "Yeah, that's like, that's my step cousin. My step said my his dad fucks my auntie," and he just started laughing. And he just spoke up the drink, and then yeah, he said like, yeah, that's my interaction with James McCann.
Dude, you did it.
He kind of didn't want to be there.
Okay, baby, and you would have never known who this motherfucker was, but for this pimp. You know that, right? No, you wouldn't have. You wouldn't have known who he was. I'm the one who said, "Hey, do you like James McCann?" And you're like, "Who the fuck is that?" And I'm like, "He's been on Joe Rogan and killed Tony." You're like, "Who the fuck is that?" I'm like, "He's Australian." You're like, "From where is he?" And I'm like, "Adelaide." And you're like, "I've never heard of him." And then you're like, "Oh, well, what? I met him back in the day. He did fucking blah, blah, blah." I'm like, "Dude, you didn't fucking meet him. You didn't even know who the fuck he was. And now you really have met him."
Now I'm 3 handshakes away from Epstein.
All right. I mean,
do you hear what I said?
Yeah, I don't know if that's how I would view my life, but okay.
I'm 2 handshakes away from Trump and 3 handshakes away from Epstein.
Okay. So, did he do well?
Yeah, but I have to live on it.
Dude, you fucking met him?
Yeah, briefly.
I know, but he knows who you are now.
He was very like he did not want to do it either. He was not prepared at all, and then he still manages to like put on a good show.
Dude, I can't believe you met him. You wouldn't have known who this motherfucker is, but for me, and I introduced you to him basically.
He's very talented in the sense that like he was just doing so much like crowd work and improv. Like his set was just like it's someone else.
All right, so
it was like he wasn't like watching him live is like not like no, it was like this person just has Like he was very awkward off stage, like off the stage. He was very awkward.
He was very awkward. Okay.
Like he was probably just nervous, but he felt like this was his second show of the night, so he kind of just didn't. It felt like he didn't want to be there.
Right? You've said that like 8 times. I get that. I get he did not want to be there. That's cool though. So Zoot, you met him. You met your fucking hero.
He knows who I am now.
Yeah, he does. Get him in the Discord call. Get him in the Discord call, dog. Zoot, are you are you just fucking jazzed? Dude, that's a dog. He's the biggest comedian in the history of your country.
He might be the biggest comedian in Australia.
Oh, for sure, dog.
You're not like definitely.
No, dog. This motherfucker is giant. Zoot, are you happy?
Yeah.
Have you ever been happy in your entire fucking life?
Yeah.
Dog, that's big time, dog. Dude, you're giant. You're like becoming a real fucking comic. When I met you, you weren't any of that shit. You weren't even a fucking anything. And now you're like becoming a real fucking comic.
I'm 2 handshakes away from Joe Rogan.
Aren't you 1 handshake away from Joe Rogan?
Oh yeah.
Dog, you're 1 handshake away from Joe Rogan.
How many handshakes away from Joe Rogan here?
I think 1.
Who did you shake hands with that's been on Joe Rogan?
He hasn't been on Joe Rogan, but he's a big time media personality. He's Mr. ESPN, Stephen A. Smith. Not only did I shake hands with him, I had lunch with him.
Is it on camera that they shook hands?
Is it on camera that they shook hands? No, not to my knowledge. I mean,
Yeah.
maybe. I'll look it up. They might.
I get both these days but
Do you think so?
I think he's living here. Do you think he will stay in Adelaide, or do you think he'll move?
He'll definitely move. There's nothing to fucking do in Adelaide.
Are you sure?
I mean, it's not even the 3rd biggest fucking city in Australia, which there's nothing to do in Australia. If he wants to just be an Australian comic, then that's fine. But he doesn't. He's already shown that he can be very popular to a global audience. So I think he'll be Mr. Australia comedy. And what he'll do is he will tour the United States, tour perhaps Oceania, Asia, Europe, maybe South Africa or something. And then he might make his home base Adelaide, because that's home. But do I think he'll just stay in Adelaide? No. You have like 2 comedy clubs. Like he needs something big.
There's more than two.
Okay, even if you don't have 10. You just got it back? Okay, so you're a married man, right?
Yes, I had to do a hangover in Hawaii.
Why do you call it a hangover?
Because
You're a pilot. You should know
I
it.
don't
It's a
I
layover.
know. Lily, I understand. I am not in the right state of mind. I just woke up. My brain is not working correctly.
All right, well, let me just say, I don't want you fucking flying any of my planes if I know more about planes than you do.
Fuck, I'll probably turn on the APU midair. I'll fucking die.
All right, so what's it like to be married?
It's alright.
All right, are you doing anything for your honeymoon?
We're planning on. We're not gonna go far from home because I've already spent a shit ton of money, like going to Japan, and I had to book another flight from Hawaii to San Francisco, and then I had to drive to Sacramento.
Okay.
So my power went out at my house. There's a power outage.
All right, well, shit happens. That's why you said you need that $100,000 generator.
Yeah, and I'm planning on buying it soon when I move into the property.
All right, when is that?
My wife said we're gonna move in like maybe a month.
Okay.
We're gonna finish packing when we get back from our honeymoon. We're just gonna live in this. We're just gonna chill in this apartment for now. But we're planning on either going to Disneyland or we're planning on going to Europe. I don't know if money is gonna be like that much.
Yeah, dog, I feel you. All right, well.
But how I have so much money is my wife's the fucking surgeon. So.
Dog, I don't understand any of your fucking stories.
I was going to be a surgeon. I was going to be a lot of things. I was going to be a mechanic. I was going to be a surgeon. And I just gave up. I need to stop giving up.
Doug, you don't even have a college degree.
I was going to go to college. I was going to go to college for being a mechanic. And then someday I was like, you know what, fuck it, I'm done.
Yeah, how old you what? How old you what?
Dude, you asked.
She's in training, my bad.
You're lying. Then how does she have money? How does she have money? She'd be in debt. Your story makes no sense.
She didn't tell me anything. Why is my keyboard
Rabbi.
I hear you, dude. Okay, so let's get something straight, Levi. You can't say that you're a pilot if you're not a pilot. You can't say you work for American Airlines if you don't work for American Airlines.
Oh, there we go.
You can't say that your wife is a surgeon if she's doesn't even have a college degree. I mean, you just look foolish, and it makes you look like a huge liar.
It makes him look like a child. Rabbi, how do you know this guy's actually 19?
He came in and had like he had a good explanation, and I understand. I don't fucking check IDs at the door. It says if you're 18, you can be here.
No, I don't really buy it.
How do I know you're 18, Zoot?
Have we had an intellectual conversation with a child, like someone under the age of 18 did not have?
I think most of our conversations are of that type.
I
Bro,
just
some of your conversations are kind of, alright.
How many venues have I told you I've been to that are 18 plus?
Dog, he says he flies a plane. Come on, man. Like that. I think you have to be how I don't think 16 to.
It's 16 to be a private pilot. Private pilot. But you can be 14 to start your training on ground. Like learn your ground information, and then I'm pretty sure you have to be 15 for your instrument license.
How many hours? How many hours do you? How many hours
You
do you?
have to have.
How many hours?
I have around maybe. I'm pretty sure I have 40,000 or at least 30. Because you have to have a certain amount of hours as a training student, whatever you want to call it, flying an itty bitty Cessna to even get your fucking private license. I don't remember the amount of flight hours. I would have to do my research again. And then you have to have a certain amount of flight hours to get into an airline. Some airlines are different than others.
Yeah, why did you say you work for American Airlines though?
Because I'm stupid sometimes. I don't think straight. That day I wasn't thinking straight. I'm applying for American Airlines. And now I don't work for them. I'm applying.
Wait, how many hours did you say that you had?
I have around 40,000. I don't think I have enough to even apply yet.
You do realize that 40,000 hours is nearly 5 years as doing this secure for.
It is 40,000 fucking hours.
That means you would have been spending every single hour, waking hour. Wait. You would be spending every single waking hour to get there. Pretty much every single waking hour the last 5 years to get there.
Doug, Levi, you're full of shit. Like former U.S. Air Force pilots from World War II don't have that many.
Okay, so private pilot's license, PPL, requires 40 to 70,000 hours of flight time, which typically takes 3 to 6 months. Commercial is CPL, requires 250 hours of flight time.
Stop. You're not making sense. 40,000 hours is far more than 3 to 6 months. Dude, you would know this if you're a pilot.
Well, the FAA is the FAA.
What's your date of birth? Go. Okay. I mean, we've got a lot of questions when like there are only 100 living pilots that have 40,000 hours.
So then this was just a line.
No, not this website. You would know. You would know from your own experience. Dog, I've been living in a plane for the last 6 years. And you wouldn't call it a hangover. You would call it a layover. You recognize that you sound like you don't know what you're talking about.
Rabbi, did you know that of the 260,000 hours?
How many of those in a plane?
Only about 12 hours on a plane. Maybe 12 days.
All right, there you go, big dog.
No. I'll probably spend 24 hours on the plane.
Okay, so back to Levi. Levi, you've got to understand, if you're going to say that you're a pilot and you don't know anything about being a pilot except websites, then we're not going to take you seriously. If you say your wife's a surgeon and she hasn't even graduated from undergraduate yet, we're just gonna think you're full of shit. You get that, right? All right, so I'm gonna give you another chance. Okay, you're gonna be honest with us. If you're not a pilot, that's fine. If you want to be a pilot, that's fine. If your wife wants to be a surgeon, that's absolutely fine. Is she in school? Is your wife in school?
My wife is in school, and let me be completely fucking honest, I'm a lying sack of shit. I work at fucking McDonald's.
All right. Did you really get married yesterday?
Yes.
Okay, so you work at McDonald's. So why are you talking about being a pilot?
It's just a big dream of mine. My fucking grandpa was a pilot, my stepdad was a pilot, and it's just like in my fucking family. Most of my fucking family love aviation geeks. It's just I don't have the knowledge. I have sort of kind of knowledge to be a pilot, but honestly, in my mind, it's just too late. Yeah, I should just give up. It's too late. It's gonna put me $90,000 US in debt to even go to fucking ground school, or whatever you call it.
You said yesterday that you had money.
Okay, they're not
What did you say, Levi?
I was just asking you not to fucking interact with me because I'm overstimulated myself.
My man, you gotta be honest. I gotta be honest with you. You have to be nice to the people in here, and you just told too many lies. Okay? I just can't believe anything that you're saying. So for those reasons, you gotta go. Okay?
Really?
Yep. Take care. There you go, Zoo. Zoo, you're so funny. You're like 40,000 hours. That would be that you spent the last 5 years of your life in a plane.
That's a long time to spend in the plane.
I'm in agreement with you. And man, I don't think that we just a moment. You raised a really good point. Just a moment, I'm banning him. It's a really long time to be up, but yeah, there were a lot of questions. I mean, he just joined like 20, I don't know, less than 48 hours ago. But he came in and he was like, "I'm having to fly to Japan tomorrow." Like, okay, that's fine. But like, if you're flying to Japan, he's like, "I'm gonna arrive at the I'm gonna arrive at the airport like 1 hour before my flight." Like, dog, that's like for an international flight, they recommend like 3 to 4 hours. And he's like, "Yeah, maybe I'll get there like 5 hours early." It's like, how'd you go from 1 hour to 5 hours? Okay, fine. I don't know, but you raised excellent points, Suit. 5 years in the air. Your wife's a surgeon. She's 19. Way to sniff him out.
Sonic the Hedgehog 4 is coming out.
Are you excited for it?
Yeah, I haven't even seen the last Sonic the Hedgehog.
Okay.
I tried to give James McCann the Sonic the Hedgehog tapping up puzzles. He didn't want it.
Okay, I wouldn't either. I would be like, don't give me that shit. I don't want it. Why did you try to give it to him?
So,
Why did you try to give it to him?
so I fucking want it.
All right, that's cool. So did he know your cousin?
Yeah.
That's baller. Are you glad
Have a
that
podcast together.
Are you glad that he did not invite you to do stand up?
Those band him.
Yeah, so are you glad that he didn't invite you to do stand up?
Yeah.
Dude, now that you say that person, I don't know. There's another thing they said which like stood out in my head, which was all right, so he said he was from like Sacramento and somebody else was in here. I forget who. But we were talking
So
about
I did.
go ahead, Zoot.
I'm not along the line tonight. The amount of times I lied about meeting James McCann and I actually did.
Oh, I know you did, big dog. I'm proud of you.
There's a good chance many years ago that we might have been in the same together.
Dude, that's fine. I'm not stupid. I know you didn't meet him, and that's cool. You met him now, and that's super cool. But this person, whatever fucking Levi, came in and was like, somebody else is in here, and I was asking him about the Super Bowl, and, and Levi was like,
Rabbi, I couldn't tell you about. I didn't get to tell him about you because like he was like going to perform, but like the interaction was very like very awkward.
Zoot, that's absolutely fine. You didn't have to. But the next time you see him, you should be like, we're from the same place, but I didn't know who you were until my friend who live streams his life on YouTube told me about you. And then you'll be like, yeah, so he's a big fan of yours. He's seen you on Joe Rogan. He's seen you on Kill Tony multiple times. He's seen you on Joe Rogan multiple times, and he's watches your stand up. And he made me aware of you, and I can't believe I didn't know who you were. But I'm really glad that he made me aware of you because I'm a big fan now. And you lived with my cousin, which it shows it's a small world.
He's very very awkward person.
All right. I mean, he was doing a lot too. You're pretty awkward in person too. You know that, Zoo, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
This was like some nice fucking interactions I haven't had with anyone, but it was weird.
You tried to give him a Sonic the Hedgehog puzzle. I mean, he's gonna think you're weird. I would think you're weird. If I met you in real life, I don't think we would be friends. Not because I don't like you, but you would say something that made me feel awkward, and I would just leave you. And uh, I think most people would do that. But the fact that I've gotten to know you, I mean, probably shows that I should give people more options or opportunities. And I think that we've become good friends. But you would just, if you gave me a Sonic the Hedgehog puzzle, I would say exactly what James McCann said. I don't want that. I'm about to go on stage, so I understand that he felt it was awkward.
No, he's very awkward. He's like, oh shit, like he knew who I was. It's weird.
How did he know who you were?
He was doing a short, and James McCann offered me a short, and I'm like, no.
Okay. Are you ready to lose?
Henry Wilson is one of the. Henry Wilson might be like the most well-known person in that.
No, it's James McCann. Zoot, you have an invitation.
I don't know like how, but he follows like everyone I'm following on Instagram. It's like, what the fuck?
Dude, I can't believe you met James McCann. And you didn't know who... Zoot, why... Oh, you hit. Good job.
I met James McCann.
I'm proud of you, man. That's great. Oh, that's the move I was going to... Oh, I didn't meet James McCann.
You will one day.
Dude, James McCann is going to suck my dick if I want him to. And I don't want him to, but he's going to be like, I'm going to make that motherfucker's career giant. I talk about him a lot on this stream. Oh, what a shot, Zoot. Zoot, that was fucking brilliant. Zoot, that was... The biggest people are Margot Robbie.
Comedians.
Oh, comedians? No, there's not. There's that guy. Who do you name? He's like part of... He became an American citizen. Who's that guy? No. Oh, are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? Look at this shot. Are you fucking serious? Wow. What is that guy's name? Who's the biggest comedian in Australia? Jim Jeffries, yeah. That guy? I think James McCann's bigger than Jim Jeffries. How many times has Jim Jeffries been on the biggest podcast in the world? That's the biggest podcast in the world, dog.
Isn't Kill Tony?
No, Kill Tony's the largest live podcast in the world.
How many subscribers does Joe Rogan have?
Something like 20 million, something like that. Well, on YouTube, on Spotify, I don't know.
You think everyone in the world knows who Joe Rogan is?
No.
Who do you think the most famous person in the world is living?
Maybe Donald Trump.
You think Trump?
Yeah.
Not Ronaldo or Messi?
No. Americans don't know who that person is. Or who those people are. Like, most Americans don't know who Lionel Messi is. Most Americans don't know who Cristiano Ronaldo is. You would be really shocked to just see like how few Americans know anything about international soccer. Now, oh, what a shot! What a shot! Oh, now, like, do I think what?
Who's the most Google person?
I don't know, but Donald Trump is up there with most famous person alive right now. Especially because he's really well known in, like, his caricature is really well known in Asia and in Europe and in Latin America, like, and then he's really well known in the United States and has been for 30 years. And
you think those Asian countries care about him being on the FC finals?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that they don't think it's a good thing.
think that I don't know.
I mean, most of them don't know about it.
That's because in that culture is different. It's not as like I care about stuff, but it's like not as like big of a deal over in a lot of those countries.
Zoot,
I feel like changes one.
Zoot, I am so proud of you for meeting James McCann. Like, I really am. I give you more shit than anyone in your life. And I tell you this somewhat often, but again, I make fun of you a lot, but I do it in good heartedly, and I don't try to ever make fun of you to the point where I want to hurt you. I just like, because you laugh at yourself too sometimes. And, it's just, sometimes I'll be like, wait, why did you do that? And you're like, I don't even know. I don't even know why I did it. Like, okay. And you do some funny stuff. And I have told you on some things that you've done, I've been really proud of you. You fought for yourself with that job with the solar company. And even though it didn't turn out the way you wanted, I'm proud that you didn't just back down. And I'm proud that you stood up to that guy. That was all really cool. And I'm proud of you for certainly just becoming a stand-up comic. Like, I'm proud of you for all the weight loss you went through and getting in really good shape and everything. And the fact that you said that you wanted to be a stand-up comedian, and you weren't that funny when you first started, and you didn't have any material, and you've developed it, and you've made friends, and you got up there and you did it, and then you got okay at it to the point where you were able to get on stage and entertain people, and you dealt with hecklers, and I'm proud of you for that. And you didn't give up when you bombed, and then you did well enough that you were able to do what you said. For 6 months you said, I want to do raw comedy, there's a chance to be on TV for it and everything. And I'm like, okay, let's see if you do it. And then you actually got up and did it, and you were successful to the point where you won as a wild card to be in the finals for your state. And now, on top of that, you met the biggest Australian comedian in the world.
That they're saying allegedly killed Ian Watkins, one of the most disgusting pedophiles.
Dude, what the fuck are you doing?
That he was found completely and totally dead in a
Dude!
in Wales a couple of months. Claiming that it's this dude. Dude just completely and totally refuses to go to any court dates. He just says, fuck it.
Dude, what are you doing?
Could have done that would have made me like him more
Dude!
than I already do. Anybody trying to put money on someone's books in prison in Wales? What do y'all think?
What in the fuck are you doing? Dog, I don't want to hear those kinds of fucking things. I was telling you all the reasons why I'm proud of you, and you're watching some creepy ass video. Okay. So anyway, Zoot. And now you've met the biggest comedian in all of Australia. That's baller as fuck, dog. He is the biggest.
It's not bad, She had a lot of energy on stage.
Dog, I can't believe you met him.
He was pretty normal on stage.
Did he have a mullet?
Kind of. But he looks like he does in the videos.
Yeah, he does. Did he have glasses? He didn't have glasses on?
Yeah, he did.
And he knows who you are.
He's not. He's pretty medium build as well. Like he's not like. He's not as light fat as he looks on camera.
Did he talk about Shane Gillis?
He talked about how like he just talked about like how many massage parlors there are on that place.
Is that true?
There's 15 massage parlors on Harley Street. They just keep popping up. Like Harley Street's like my nightclub strip, and all these massage parlors just keep popping up, and no one goes in there. No one goes in there. Like, no one knows if they're meeting him or not. If you saw a massage parlor that's like Swedish Chinese massage, what would you think was going on there?
Happy endings?
You think so?
Yeah, dog. If it has the word Chinese in it, at least in LA, that means happy ending. Yeah. Some of them are offer more than others. Some of them will just jerk you off. Other ones you can straight up have sex with the chicks.
Have you been to one?
Allegedly, I'm the king of those motherfuckers.
Have you been to one?
Allegedly, I'm the king of those motherfuckers.
What are they like?
They all kind of differ. There are some that are like, I mean, like, I don't want to describe it. Like, some of them advertise online, like, what they offer. Like, you can basically go and they have like reviews online for what they offer and how hot the chicks are. And dude, you've never scored on this hole. And like depending on the place, there's like what's called like a, what do they call that lady? Mom, like the Asian lady who, what do they call her? Like a some, it's like an older Asian woman who like runs the place. And then they usually have like women from China or just the Far East who will give you a massage. Usually all the massages are basically like the same price anywhere in LA. They're like, usually it's like $30 for a half hour, like $60 for an hour. and then the legitimate ones, they mamasa or something like that. Mama san. That's what they call her, mama san. And the legitimate ones will usually use the word like family. I've been to legitimate ones, and um, they'll have like the word family or something like that. And then illegitimate ones allegedly will have like um, just you would go up to those, go in, and they ask you, how have you been there before? And even if you haven't, you just say yes. Are you gonna fucking go? Um, and then they say, okay, like gen- generally, they'll be like, all right, how long do you want to go? And you'd be like, either 30 minutes or an hour. Uh, and then they uh, ask, then like the shadier ones are kind of like whisper, like they're like, okay, come on in, and they will have like table and like towels and stuff, and they're like, okay, get ready, and then you then they go and like go and get the like oils and shit or whatever, and then you usually robe. They'll have like a robe, or they don't have a robe, but they'll have like towels and stuff. And then like the more um shadier ones. I don't want to say shady, but like the ones that like offer full service is what it's called. They'll like whisper in your ear what you want, and you basically like if you know the deal, they'll be like you could be like full service, and that'll be like all right, $200, and then like all right, and um half service is usually like $150 or $100, which is just a jerk off usually. But then for the full service, they come in with they'll give you the massage still, and then you can like play with them, and um, then if you want, allegedly you just fuck them, and then usually it doesn't last the whole hour, but then you there's no there's no like kissing or anything like that. It's literally just sticking your dick in the chick, and then that's basically the deal. And uh, you don't have to tip extra after that. So the whole deal usually costs like $250, $260, something like that. Sometimes you can tip afterward, but um, and then they have like illegal, obviously, and so a lot of times there'll be stings on these places where like they'll have police like parked outside, and um, like when that happens, like nobody goes to it, but they are everywhere in LA. I mean, it's a way that a lot of women from the Far East and Latin America and Eastern Europe come to the United States and are able to make lots of money very quickly. Um, I've heard of some of them that they they offer full service, but they'll just lock the whole place once you go in, and you go and just have sex with the chick, and then you know, and that's the end of that. I've heard of um, I mean, they're just like basically um that I described this once. I mean, it wasn't in stand up, but it was like I remember describing it at uh to a friend. Like basically, if you go into some areas of LA, like the Valley or some places in Orange County, not even really Orange County that much, but more the Valley of Los Angeles. A lot of the places have they all like every street looks the same. It's like a 7-Eleven, a eyebrow threading place, a perhaps a gas station, um, perhaps like a convenience store, and then a massage parlor. Like they're on in some areas of LA, they're like on every corner. They're not on corners usually. They're usually like kind of not on a busy part of the street. And a lot of ladies are able to provide for themselves that way in a foreign country. Yeah, go ahead, Zoo.
You can't speak to Jay McCann on Monday night, right? But who would you like to speak to on Monday night at Love Live?
Chelsea.
It's possible, isn't it?
Yeah, dog.
Me and Chelsea don't talk.
All right. But you can say, hey, my friend is a big fan of your comedy. He's seen you on podcasts and he wants to talk with you.
Ultimately, which mine is mine, and I want to keep it to myself. Even though, again, you having it has no negative impact on me. I just don't want
What's about
sounds complicated, but it's actually not complicated. Remember again, this is my guy. We've got problem A, cuts in the middle, utilizes cuts for A.
what's name name someone else.
Who's that blonde? Yeah, that chick.
That's probably more possible.
All right, but I want to talk with Chelsea. And I'm going to tell her, dude, we talk about you all the time. You're a celebrity on my fucking stream. I always, dude, no, she'd understand. She'd be down. I'd be like, I ask Zoot every fucking day if he's munched your box. Zoot, I wouldn't do it.
I'm not even into this.
I know, I wouldn't. I know, Zoot. I just do that to bust your balls, dog. I've met Riser's family, and I was very nice with them, and I was very professional with them. I wouldn't do anything to embarrass you.
There's more girls than just that.
I know she's the one I want to talk to, though. I've seen most of her. I've seen her comedy. I've seen like everything she does on Instagram and stuff, and I've seen her on podcasts. And the reason why she comes up in my mind is because that one time. This is really why. That one time, I was like, you were like, I'm like, did you go to stand up? And you're like, yeah. And I'm like, were there any girls there? And you're like, yeah. And I'm like, were there any hot girls there? And you're like, there's some like okay looking chicks. And I'm like, is there anyone there who's talented or something like that? It was something like that. And you're like, maybe. I'm like, is there anyone there who you would fuck? And you're like, maybe. And I'm like, all right, who? And you're like, I don't really want to say their name. I'm like, all right, well, tell me the letter of the alphabet that their name starts with. And you're like, C. And I go, Chelsea. And you're like, how the fuck did you know that? And I'm like, bingo. Ever since that moment, Chelsea's been the one.
Chelsea. Love girls. I love girls. There's so many other girls there as well.
All right.
So Chelsea, I actually like. There's a girl story. It's like she's married, right? That I went to school with. That like she was at the event. Like she's like, oh, I know who. Like she said to Chelsea, like, do you know who that that is, like, yeah, they get to school together. But Chelsea worked with a girl that I went to school with.
Okay.
So she asked me, like, that was the first interaction I had with Chelsea. She sent me from yeah, everyone sent me from Everyone sent me from Everyone sent me. Everybody was bumped in front of Chelsea.
Okay.
I did have a really awkward set. She was like, there was like 20 people in the room, and all I could see was, like, she was sitting, like, close to the front, so all I could see when I looked up was her face, and I was just like, that was a hard set to do.
Okay. What's your favorite female singer? Who's your favorite female singer ever? Would you munch Sabrina Carpenter's box? Doug, shut the fuck up. You're so full of shit.
Yeah, of course.
All right. Who was... You don't think she looks at all fucked up? You don't think it's weird that she has fucking black eyebrows and blonde hair?
So does my girlfriend.
Do you know that Sabrina Carpenter's aunt is the voice of Bart Simpson? What'd you say?
That's cut, right?
Yeah, dog. Wow, you know that you're shit.
You know that.
What, Zoo? What happened, big dog?
Did you know that Netflix is increasing their subscription by 24% a year?
That's pretty steep. So how much is it now?
$21.
The lowest tier is $21? Doug, I remember when fucking Netflix was $5 fucking dollars. And it wasn't that long ago. I remember when Netflix was by mail. That's tight, Zoo. So, Zoo, let me ask you this. If you had the opportunity to fuck Sabrina Carpenter or Sydney Sweeney, which one would you fucking watch?
Sydney Sweeney.
All right. What if it were Sabrina Carpenter and Dua Lipa against Sydney Sweeney?
No, it's Sydney Sweeney.
Is there any chick who you would fuck over Sydney Sweeney?
Celebrity or real life?
Anybody.
Yeah, this guy was real life.
Is Chelsea one of them? All right. If Chelsea said, Zoot, I want to suck your dick, would you let her? I'm asking you a very honest question.
Oh my god.
What is wrong about asking a heterosexual male whether a bisexual woman would suck his dick?
You're very awkward.
That's not awkward. That's completely a normal question. Would you let Chelsea suck your dick? Yes or no?
My standards aren't that high anymore, so probably. She's a lady adult, so that's pretty much my standards, man.
Yeah, dog. Did you ever see her stand up about Tinder?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a weird thing that you guys have going on in Australia. Like, what's the age of consent in Adelaide? Is it like 16 or 17?
17.
17. But it's not that way in all of Australia, right?
It's 16 everywhere else that's Australia.
There you go. And is there a reason for that?
What?
Is like South Australia like more conservative or something?
Why is it 17? It's more of protective in high school.
Yeah, but I mean,
about high school relationships.
well, anyway, so Chelsea tells that story where she's like, I was on Tinder before I was 18, and I put in my profile that I was 17, and all these people, but not just men and women, like swiped right on me or whatever. And that made me realize that not just men are creeps, but women are creeps as well. But here's the thing, which is I find to be interesting. Swiping, like a lot of people don't pay attention when they're swiping right. They just fucking, I've used automatic swipers that just swipe right on everybody. So I like didn't necessarily think like those people were creepy. They could have just either not read it or weren't paying attention. They were to assume, and I think rightfully so, that if she was on that app, she's 18 years old.
Yeah. I don't know why it's 16, 17 everywhere. Like 17. And 16 everywhere.
All right. Are you proud? Are you proud that you met James McGann?
Yeah.
Are you gonna hang out with him soon?
Yeah.
Are you gonna hang out?
Yeah.
Are you gonna hang out with him next hour?
No. But Rabbi,
What up, baby?
it should be 18. It should be 18 with Romeo and Juliet in a perfect world.
You're saying it should be 18 with Romeo and Juliet laws in a perfect world.
Yeah.
Okay. I am someone who thinks that should be expanded a little bit. I could see. I mean, I don't know what the exact law should be, but I think it should be legal for a 16-year-old to date a 14-year-old, a 17-year-old to date a 15-year-old, an 18-year-old to date a 16-year-old, but it shouldn't go lower than that. I'm saying like 2 years. If you're within 2 years, because here's what happens. If you have someone who just turned 18 one day before their significant other or whatever turns 17, like basically like, so I think a 19-year-old person should be able to date a 17-year-old person, but I don't think a 30-year-old person should be able to date a 17-year-old person. Basically, up until 19. Then once you hit 20, then you're dating at 18, and that's fine. Because that happens a lot in high school. I mean, that's like pretty common in high school that you have a I don't know, a 15-year-old dating a 13-year-old. Like that's, or a 16-year-old dating a 14-year-old. I think that's pretty common. Um, or a 17-year-old dating a 15-year-old. And I'm not saying I endorse it. That's what I think is the best. I want people to date people generally at that age of the same age. But if I had to expand the law, I would say I don't want the thing that I want to avoid is the 18-year-old boy who just turned 18 who gets a statutory rape charge because he had been dating his 17-year-old girlfriend for 4 years. I think that's stupid. I don't know what the exact law. I don't know what the exact perfect law is there, but I think 2 years is okay. More than that, there really runs into issues too, where you have seniors in high school who date freshmen in high school, and that's really common. And if the school allows that, like here's what I don't understand: the school allows it, and then the 18-year-old has to break. I mean, I don't know. Maybe the school shouldn't allow it, but if they're not going to legislate that, I don't feel like the people should have to break up just because. So does that? And I'm just talking it out here. So does that mean it should be expanded to 4 years? I mean, that kind of seems a little creepy, but like you basically have. I don't know. If the school allows kids to date in high school and allows a senior to date a freshman in high school, then I don't feel that they should have to break up once the senior hits 18. But I guess because of the law, they force that. I don't know. I feel like the school really shouldn't let the person that much older date the person that much younger. I guess would be probably ideal. But since they're not going to do anything about it, you're going to have a situation where you have maybe you have like a 17-year-old senior in high school who dates a 14-year-old.
Is an icing still a drug? Like, if you're still possibly still a drug, like, that's icing. Like, that's a weird one.
It is a weird one. And I don't know. I don't know the exact right law or whatever, or right number, but there's something. So I feel like the school shouldn't either, or the school should prevent it, or it should be allowed. And I mean, there's just this weird time between when you're aged, like between ages, I don't know, 13 and 19, where there's these different relationships that occur. And I mean, I can remember I was either 18 or 19. I think it was 18 or 19. And I knew a girl who was dating a guy who was 26. And that was bothersome to me. And I thought it was somewhat creepy. However, I think she was 18 or 19, and she wasn't groomed. It wasn't anything like that. But then that guy became my friend, and um, he he wasn't a creepy guy at all. He was a really good guy. Uh, it so happened that this girl liked him, and they hit it off or whatever, and that's just how it happened. But I thought that seemed so old to me back then. It just was like but you know, this guy was well established. He had a house, he had a car, he had a good job, he had a good degree, and she found that to be attractive, and she started dating him, and they dated for at least a couple years, and but I felt like, hey, I mean, much like that joke that is all over Instagram, like it's really hard for 12-year-olds these days or 13-year-olds these days because they've got all these CEOs and tech moguls who are going after their girls. When I turned 18, I was like, or when I like 18, 19, and there were these older guys dating the girls my age, I felt that was like unfair because it's like, hey, these guys are established, they have jobs, they have cars, they have houses, and I just graduated from high school. I don't have any of that stuff. How am I supposed to compete?
The problem with Chelsea and Jericho is it doesn't work anywhere else in South Australia.
It would work anywhere in Australia, wouldn't it? No, it would work anywhere in Australia. You could be on the dating apps at age 16 in the other states or province or territories of Australia, and it would be legal.
I got the one. There you go. Yeah, she could just say 17.
She could say 16, and people would still swipe right on her, and it's legal.
Yeah, that's basically 30-year-old or 16.
Right, but I don't necessarily, or woman, say that person's creepy because you just might look at the person, not view their profile and just swipe right. Especially if you're on those apps all day, it's like whatever. I'm not paying attention to this stuff. I'm just waiting for someone to message me.
But if you are in a position of authority, it becomes 18 times. So that means like hatred, what's the parent? Son doesn't die, then it becomes 18.
What up, baby? When are you going to go on Twitter Spaces again? What up, baby?
Have you ever used the term blame?
Oh yeah, I used it the other day on camera on an Instagram reel. I was saying that a lot of Israel is goyim, and I want to change that.
How do you want to change that?
It's a really sad situation that the country has. About 40% of its population that is Jewish, according to the state, is not Jewish according to Jewish law. And I think that's a terrible, terrible situation. And so I want all of Israel that is recognized by the state to be Jewish to be recognized by Jewish law. Someone like Ghislaine Maxwell, not Jewish. Everybody says, but her father was Robert Maxwell, and he's Israeli, and his citizenship passes to her. That's a cool story. Her mother was not Jewish. She's a goy. And it's a situation where it's a sad situation where about 40% of people who are recognized as Jewish by the state of Israel cannot marry in the state of Israel. It's a really sad situation. They're goyim, and I don't want that. I want them to be able to marry. So what does that mean? It means that they need a conversion, an Orthodox conversion, so that they can marry halakhically Jewish people. So if you're asking why did I use that term, I was using it directly at Israel. And this is not a this is not a it's not allowed within Jewish law. And Jewish law trumps Israeli law from a halakhic standpoint, from a Jewish law standpoint. That's not how it works. Jewish law does not bend a knee to Israeli law. Jewish law has been going for thousands of years. Israel is a 77-year-old country. So that would mean just that it just would mean that about half of Israel needs a conversion. And really the whole country in many ways might need a conversion. Just to make things easier. So what does that mean? It means people would need to keep kosher. They need to keep shomer negia, which is essentially family law, family purity laws. And there's some flexibility in terms of that. But then and they'd have to be shomer Shabbos. Go ahead.
You think Palestine is part of Israel?
I think Israel is the whole world.
Do you think Israel is the whole world?
Yeah, I think Israel is the whole world.
That's what it means in the Torah.
Arguably in the Torah, the boundaries are basically the Nile River, Hindu Kush, the Euphrates, and the mountains to the north. I mean, that's approximately where it is. But there's an argument to be made that we have a diaspora. We have a huge amount of Jews for 2,000 years that were in exile. So we've made our home everywhere in the world, including from the largest cities in the world, like New York and London and Sydney and Melbourne and Cape Town, to small little shtetls in Eastern Europe. We were basically a people who were spread over the world. And thus Israel has had its, at least the Israeli diaspora, the Jewish diaspora, has had its borders moved to every corner of the world. And thus I see the entire globe as being Israel. And if you want to be Israeli, I don't really care about that. If you want to be Jewish, then convert to Judaism and you can be Jewish as well.
We're gonna go.
All right, so well, I'm proud of you for meeting James McCann. That's amazing. And I hope really good things happen to you today. And I look forward to hanging out with you tonight, okay? All right, big dog. That's tight. I hope you have fun.
There's no saying that that's internet racist.
On stream?
Who's someone you've saying like, could you live without
Yeah, who's someone I've seen who's famous?
Therefore, also could be resident of the same spot. So once they finish the Gemara, then Rabbi Shukari come full circle. So the Gemara says, "Amari lo lejika shoto, three of the people Rabbi. Amar Rabba,
Yo,
Amar
baby.
Kuya, Amar Rav, Halacha Rabbi Shimon." So the after that, we'll see one has left by the way, and Halacha follows Rabbi Shimon. So we'll say, so remember again, what is Rabbi Shimon? Shin. This is in Shin Samu. Shin Samu. Shin Ayin Tes. Shin Ayin Tes. Here it is. Shalosh Katzeros Psukos Psuzu. Psukos Psuzu. Remember again, we just said Alam calls Rabbi Shimon. What don't we know? What don't we know? Which version of Rabbi Shimon? Remember again, there are two different versions of Rabbi Shimon. So now the Gemara says, Shalosh Katzeros Psukos Psuzu. Psukos Psuzu. Listen to this. If you have three Katzeros that are open one to the other, or of one to the other, with super strapping, and they're also open to the stuff. Okay, this is our case. A, B, and C, arranged in a line, all open to each other, also all open to the strapping. What's the halacha? The Arab called Achas, Yachisonos, and Sonis, Yachisonos for every Yachas. We'll see what happens. A and C, both made an area with C. Like Eva from the F and the first line says, Yachisonos for every Yachas. So we'll say, so again, A and B, both A and C made an era with B, but A and C did not make an era with Shana. So what's the halacha? Achisonos Masulo Sonis Express Info Achos Mehem Express Open up again. So A and C are both committed to B. B is committed to both A and C. However, again, A and C may not carry with each other. Depends on when it's so. Kishanasta and Sonis Udiva Bezu, the Udiva Bezu. Ocean Nasla and Sonis Udiva the Empress Batin, Aval and Muslims, they have Sonis Udiva the Dutch by Shachos, Wash from the Guardian. Okay, he's actually secondary. So I love the myself. Says we know we pass on very shit, which means that if you have a street of A, B, and C, and A and C made a real good team, but they make it with each other, we pass in that A and C could carry into B, and B could carry into A and C, but A and C cannot carry into each other. Okay, now watch this. What this does is, when it's double A and C can carry each other, that's only when it made two different illusions of B, and the positive that we will be two different entities.
Yo, baby.
Interestingly enough, A and C, because it is their able into the same home being, but all three are there on the it's an instant already. So there was like three concepts of sitting and there's like Misha Babada, we'll say fascinating Haba. Misha Babada, the Tosh Haba, somebody's traveling, and traffic is about to start. So what happens? Bahayam Matthew, one together, but Omar Street, Sabu Hakbab, so what happens? He knows the landmark, he knows the tree, or there's a fence within 2,000 Amish on his current location. So remember again, you don't see the easy question of the is, person is more than 2,000 Amish on his location. Shabbos is about to start. So what I want to do is I want to make my Makam Shisa somewhere that's within 2,000 Amish on my current location, but also 2,000 Amish on my home. So I'm going to do is I want to say my Makam Shisa should be that tree, that fence, that is less than 2,000 Amish. So make that my Makam Shisa. says you're allowed to give home on Shabbos. So Misha Baba down to Hashkolo, somebody's traveling on the road and it gets stuck on Shabbos, on the Erev Shabbos. The Hayel will actually do that on Gadet. And I know a landmark, whatever it is, sure there's a fence. Ramesh Shisa, she's happy, and when they get the Ramesh Shisa should be underneath the tree, should be underneath the fence. Well, I'm not sure. Ultimately, you're going to the king. My wife, in order for him to go into the Ramesh Shisa, he has to be more specific about the area of the Ramesh. Just say underneath the tree or by a fence, that is not enough. However, Shisa should be part of, but if he says, I'm not going to speak to you in front of the tree, then the higher you go from that level, the all about face up, I know. Nimsa, the higher you check on shape up, bars and losses. Look at what I love from the main shot. However, a person says, you know what, my mother teaches me to be in front of the tree. Or my mother teaches me, by the right side of the fence. So he specifies an area. If he wants to know, yeah, tell us. Another given information. If you could establish the local stuff at some point within 2,000 panels of your current location. And what that does is that allows your Shabbos to be calculated from that location. So it turns out that if there's Shabbos, you're actually able to travel 4 times. They made a macchio in Shane of Okinawa. On the local campus, doesn't know a discernible landmark. Or he just doesn't know that landmark. Rabbi, she says to me, where I am right now. So again, let's say a person doesn't know about this landmark ahead, or he just doesn't know the halacha, and he's like, this is my mom teaches us right here. What's the halacha? $2,000. Now what's the condition that's the halacha? How do you measure the $2,000? Rabbi Hanina says it's a circle. It's a circle. You have 2,000 of essentially, and you have a circle of a diameter of 4,000. So we'll say effectively means what? And halacha l'maisa, you have now when you say 4,000 you have 2,000 amos in any direction you want. But we do it as a circle. And you have a thing is no. The rubos they have them the rubas. And the any of the thing is and I'm saying no. We don't look at this as a circle, I look at a square. Why we look at a square? But they say niska uzabiya. What's the measure from a square, not like a circle, you get more space, right? You get more earth, you get the corner. You get the corner, Rosh Amru, and this is that which he said, Honey Maharu Birakma. Honey Rabosai has the ability to establish a Makar Shisa with his feet. Or if he doesn't have to use food to establish a Makar Shisa, he can establish a Makar Shisa with his person, with his feet. Already there, Anu Eimanu Ala Ani. And that's why there is only a country who can establish a Makar Shisa with his feet. Like everyone else who use food already. Either over Echat Ani to Echat Ashi. So that's not the only one who can establish a Makar Shisa with their person. Like just by physically present. So only the task and the hakil al-ashir. So we see the are that in fact, obviously anyone can establish the Makar Shisa with their person. It said that the rabbis gave a kula, they gave a leniency, and they said that from the night start, you can go ahead and establish the Makar Shisa with you. So let's the God who should be food, that you can send the Sharia, the time that you're here, and everything. Now, from the night start, he says, anyone has the ability to establish food with their physical presence. There's just an additional kula, that you can go ahead and establish food with food, and you can send that food with the Sharia. Someone else can establish the Makar Shisa on your account. As we did there. Stop over here for today. Let's just do that for tomorrow during the break. What my dad is. All right, so we'll say good for you. Beautiful. That's the test. 129. You have to get up on school. Test day 123. Please, and we have to get up with Amar Abiga, Amar Shua. This section runs up to the bottom of the bottom of the day on Sunday this morning. And the morning starts with Stephen Everything, getting all this room, this memory of
Bora Pastor, Pastor became Torah and Moshe. Torah and Moshe was popular this morning in memory of Moshe's mother, Eva Bas Shaul Ali, one of the Rachel, who was the American character in the Torah, in Shammua and Maria and it was with that, let us speak. So we said to you know, fascinating halachas concerning a Yoledes on Shabbos. Says the Gemara, Omlet from Shmuel, Chaya Kozman Shakara Pasra. So we'll say Chaya. So the Chaya means, we'll see actually Chaya can mean even if woman is an active believer or a woman who has just conceived.
Yo, baby.
So Chaya Kozman Shakara Pasra. So the woman is giving birth or is with the womb is open. Being Amatri, Ani being the Amatri, and we call it as a Shabbos. So we'll say the womb is open, whether she says 15th or 15th, we are Makalo Shabbos. This is remember again. What this even means is as follows. Pretty much if you're going to see someone who is active labor is considered to be a Polish Yishma. Someone who is ill, who is imminent danger. That's the Russian of Hebrew Sisua. And the womb is open. The womb opens means active labor. So I'll say in that situation, whether she says, I need something to tell me something, if he says that she needs it, Allah knows when the Kal Shams. This Talakada, or once the womb is closed, again, we'll discuss the timeline of this. Main Amra, half of the podcast. Main Amra, no Amra, in the Kal Allah knows when the womb is closed. Whether she says, I need something on Shabbos, she doesn't say anything on Shabbos, we're not going to Kal Shabbos. So again, people just mention it. This is that Yehuda, we have the focus of the Shmuel, is that Yehuda's version of Shmuel has it. And Allah will make something the womb is open with Shabbos or whether because she needs it or not. Once the womb is closed, we are not the Kal Shabbos. So whether she says she needs it or not, but Ashi must be helpful. But Ash, so this was for the Ash. Now, Zutra must be helpful. Putra had a different version of the statement of the Shmuel. Amra Yehuda Amra Shmuel. Chaya called Manshan Shabbat Hasua. So Chaya, woman in labor, if the womb is open, they Amra Amra. So whether she says I need it or I don't need it, Allah so we are Masalo Shabbos. This stuff has happened. However, once the womb is closed, Amra Tzvi Amra Challah Shabbos. What we do is this is my ritual. In my ritual version, you can answer the womb is closed. If she says I am in dire need of something, then enough to have going to Challah Shabbos. However, no Amra Tzvi in the Challah Shabbos, she does not say that I need something. Allah so that's the part of the most learn about this with Ashi and Rav. Remember again, so the quote is what Shmuel said. So according to Rashi, everyone agrees on the first part of the situation, right? So remember, when a woman, when the womb is open, everyone agrees that the Lord of myself, when you call Shabbos, so when she mentioned it to them. In the closest case is once the womb is closed. In the Rashi's version, in the Rashi's version, Allah Machal Shabbos at all. In my Ritva's version, if she says I need something that requires full Shabbos, we will do it for her. But if she doesn't say anything, we won't do it for her. So the Rashi Amira did the Mama Ritra Mashi Kula. The Rashi Mashi interprets something like what to do. The English is known as the Wuzui Follow. Wuzui Follow. So our Ritra is, so remember, the Rashi, sorry, our Ritra is Neko, but the Rashi is Mashi, right? Remember again. Because he says, even if the womb is closed, if she says, I need something, we'll call Shabbos for her. The Rashi knows, no, once the womb is closed, we have to call Shabbos for her. So we leave asking, like, Amalei, Halacha Kimashi. But the Halacha follows with the line, Safek in the Fashas Kimashi. Whatever we're doing with the doubt, whatever we're doing with the possibility of stretching to light, that not possible, Halacha Kimashi, so always yet the one who is passing light, Zutra, and yet even once the womb is full, the womb is full like we need something, and something that requires full Shabbos, we will do that. Whereas like the innocence,
hemen Amra naive started to alabaster that and then she sits on the birthing stool. Like they have like a birthing stool, right? So when she sits down on the birthing stool, that a lot of nice of that means the woman really the slump to start like that shows his stool where she was like from the heart that was begin to trickle out. Trying to test the people out of her that beginning of activity. That ultimately again is the ability of Allah, starts to have like no sort of sabbath and other stations, dependent on friends for them, dependent on women. Not walk alone, they can't walk alone or unassisted. A lot of women is that when the ever ran for doing I've not said this before. I don't think how long that will answer this. How long after this will you see that you really can see that I is so strong, that I is free. God will always say that God Shiva. God will say that God 7 days. Ramila, Ocean, obviously, 30 days. I mean, I like so once you start remember again. See, so first of all, these are important a lot of the Gabe responsible, for example, this discussion about what kind of financial rules we still need to be put in. Has got us to just read that now. At what point in time does the woman become legal in the first classes? So again, that's wrapped up in this not hopeless. How long do you see ultimately the end of the car? That's again, seven is the rule. It's also something that will be difficult to learn. So you learn that. I mean, I go. Saya, I wouldn't be there. Timo is dying in love. Because there are simply in a most part of it. Reading that we are going to look at the about from birth until the first 3 days, being of the three until being of the seven, and ultimately again being of the seven to being of the so on. So we were Timo the first 3 days after based on the three cotton based on the low three and the in the first 3 days after
Justice for the food commuters are living numbers. We see more evidence of crimes. With all new creating a joint task force.
second line from the top. I use Timo Yomi design very much. This toolbar the Philip Columbus Local Shadows. Lane design and astrology. Design the Timo and astrology. Those who are going to see and now are going to break up the street to the countries. It's treated so I for the first 3 days after she's given birth from birth until day 3, being on the teeth, and being on the low teeth, whether she says, I need help, she said, I need help, or I still need help. The color as a touch, in the color shadows for her, if we see that there is something that she designed. Also, what about from day number 3 up until day number 7? What happened to her? And whereas, Army, the color as a shadows, on the low teeth, Army, in the color as a shadows, which are ultimately again from 3 to 7. So remember again, from birth to 3, we do that we have to do for her, reading close shadows, whether she says that we read her, she says, or I don't read it. From 3 to 7, then if she says something from close shadows for her, but if she doesn't say anything, we're not put color shadows for her. Love it. We'll say what happens to 7 to 30 and on. You will almost see kind of in color as my classes. A lot of them, so even if he says, I need something, she's not thinking to be in an active state, so that's that kind of conscious, and therefore we're not in color classes. Avo, also argute Arabo. So we'll see what can you do. So what can you do? You can ask the judge. You can ask the judge how to go ahead and perform the law on behalf of this case. Once it's situated, therefore again, these things are up until 3, up to start from birth for 3 days. You do whatever you need to do. So come to college after yes, doesn't guys. 3 to 7, if she asks you to college after, because that's after college. 7 to 30, not Mahalo Shabbos at all. But
even in 730 we come across something law, actively and straight out ask a non-Jew to help perform any halacha or ritual. Kibra Ula Israelita, the Amar, or Thursday Ula, Naasa al Dibre Aramaisha. We'll say, as the Ula Bar Fraser Lloyd said, when it comes to Holocaust, the person is still do anything that you've done for this person, you may do through a Gentile. This is like a Muna, so you might say. It looks like that's actually a very important piece of halacha Raisa, is to state and ask in God for assistance when it comes to matters of a whole lot of Shabbos. Obviously, that's where I'm not going to say it's much closer for Sahara, because if the older is in a state of Sahara, then it goes out to the what if the Jew could himself in a non-Saharatic state, they ask the guy to go and help out with a whole lot of Shabbos. Which is a Hamila. Dama Hamila, Davis Shimbo Sahara, if the base is the situation for a culture almost, but no Sahara. Omer the Nafri goes. I'm ready to go small. The Kaya Lamed Yom Malaika. Some people say when we say that a woman postpartum, halacha lamaisa, has a certain status of being a kola for the first 30 days. What are the ramifications of that statement? I mean, guys, not in this what's the ramifications of that statement are for immersion purposes. What is that? Nancy says, Ad Lamed Yom Tikvo Mifnei Hatzila. Because ultimately they're going to teach you this product. So for the first 30 days, the woman should be careful with immersion because of the cold. The cold can be harmful to her. And so remember again, they're the clothes and not like under the clothes. I just say, yeah, the nice people. So remember again, in the clothes, we're back now to bodies of water. It's often very cold. So a woman, the human thing is, a woman who's postpartum is especially sensitive to the cold. And therefore, a lot of my stuff, and there are a lot of shots who's very vigilant. One of the matters is that different from the Gemara says, Amr Rabalo, Amr Elishin Bailah, about Bailah Imam and Hamlet. And this only since the husband not with her. If the husband is with her, then even if she's chilled from going to Mikvah, her husband will warm her up to that physical warmth, that body warmth will maintain her health. Health, the guy who's especially most of the women and stuff, Havla is most lucky of the Bible. She writes in the class of the birth. Something that goes in 30 years after giving birth to Havla, comes in the book called it's stunning. And she was very cold, and goes and get chilled. To the point that ultimately, again, she got sick. The Antila Arsa of Sayyidina the point that was that they transported her from her bed to her husband, Rabbi Yisrael, to keep him warm. I'm ready to go to work. Osin the door of the Kaya I'm ready to go ahead and make a fire for a Kaya for a minute before that again. Interestingly enough, a woman's postpartum is going to be immediately postpartum. It's or again during labor, it's going to be an active sign, you know. And some of the women may be chilled because she's chilled. Therefore, I'm not going to go ahead and make for a fire on Shabbos. Savarmina, so we refer to the statement. Lakaya in Lakola law. Sounds like it's only for a woman who's giving birth. And that's for some cola. Furthermore, again, I would have thought that when he was the fire, we won't like a shame. We won't like Kamala. You can only make the fire when it's during winter. And not during summer, because during summer already it's not enough. When you're doing it, you want to below. And if you do this as well. Most of the time, below the cola. First of all, the license to make the fire on Shabbos for any person who is known, whether it's someone who's giving birth or just stand up for it. Furthermore, again, such an emotional, most like Shanim, and furthermore, again, in terms of specific winter and summer is also such a woman or all of that matter, if he's chilled, so that sickness, that he's chilled, a lot of less is going to occur even if it's very well known. Therefore, the ability to make a fire for a cola, so it's there. Whether the cola is someone sick, a woman who's giving birth, whether it's in the summer, whether it's during the winter. Usually works in the cloud. So I'm gonna see what I'm saying. This is done in its time. Okay, those are another thing about this. Let's say a person did blood letting. Right? A person gave blood, like did blood letting, they did carry it, and the result of the carried shows. Also know the two that even if you test carries. They make them a bonfire, even if it's the middle of the sun. Because it's 6 years that his life is to make a fire. You want someone who is still and chill, not cast and not only by a yoga desk, by a higher, but also visible to any woman, to any person who is born. So also the Gemara, once you start pronouncing blood letting over the Gemara says, Shmuel, so ulay haka b'shaga, which is Shmuel, you could actually so ulay haka b'shaga, but once you get to kind of like anything like Hazak, Ksiva u'tzikum kisei shafutha, so who is on is apparently, Shmuel once gave blood, not once did blood letting, and as a result of blood letting, he became sure. To the point that there was an element of sacrifice. So what did he do? They burnt a chair made of shanga. So it's a shanga apparently is a very expensive type of wood. So under normal circumstances, you would not burn. Right? You would not use a shanga chair. It was fire by which to warm yourself if you were ill. But apparently there was no other available firewood. And the need for a fire, the need for warmth, and the aftermath of blood letting itself of it, that they even burnt this expensive chair. Rabbi Yehuda, Salvulei Suda Yom. Let's say that Suda, they burnt for him after his blood letting, they burnt him with Suda Yom, which is actually food, Min Eres, which is type of food. He wants to determine over here, that these are all very expensive types of wood. So, in normal circumstances, you would not make a fire out of these types of wood, but because it's chill and active, or as we also say, it's sacrifice the bunch of them. These Greek Rabbanim would burn whatever they had available to them to eat the fire to create warmth for themselves. So the Gemara says, the Rabba, so for this Shashifa, Rabba would go ahead and burn in Shashifa, a bench, which means also a finished utensil. So it's the same idea, because after blood letting, it is so necessary to have a fire to warm oneself. These Greek Rabbanim would burn even items that were legitimate human. Only a fire the Rabba, so by Rabba, all of these Rabbanim would read this. I, Bahak, other man, is soon about Ashtis. So what's this? So again, a fire is especially by that. A Rabba, you can see the first thing, and you're going ahead and, or a bench, and you're going ahead and you're destroying it with the fire. So isn't that all Ashtis? Because of the biblical approach about Ashtis, which is the approach of hating and wanting destruction. So how are you going to go ahead and burn the utensil, burn the bench, for the sake of warming yourself? You can't not stop Ashtis. You know, you can travel in front of you. Outside, it would fight ugly. You know, this is about my value is even more important. Whereas I don't take care of myself, trust me, shalom, I will get no. That's also about Ashtis. So my physical, my own body type is not about Ashtis. It's more important ultimately again than about Ashtis of the bench. Olam, which we tell Yimka Atum Torah Keso, Vikach Mana Alwa. Better for a person to sell the shoes of his own in order to purchase shoes. So the Gemara telling us that shoes are probably the most important garment actually the Vikach Mana Alwa. In the fact, these ways when I'm a Halik, there is nothing more embarrassing than the one that just walks there. It's incredible. This obligation to go ahead and sell off the fruits of your own purchase shoes isn't enough. It's not because you're going to hurt yourself if you walk without shoes. Again, just because you walk without shoes, it is such a concern. Right? It's so embarrassing. You walk around without shoes, which is what you should do technology needs to maintain a healthy sense of self. When a person looks at themselves, they have to be like that themselves. Maybe it's a little bit that every good is a banana, every good is money, every good is royalty. And yes, it's not the person don't walk around barefoot, but simply says, it's better to sell off the things of your home to purchase shoes. Heck, you've done the Imam Ayyot. What happens if you did blood letting you have nothing? Give from the knowledge. Yaspik man, better to sell your shoes in order to go ahead and get food that you can
Breastfeeding is a high art. Shoes are the most important. Like Allah Ta'ala said, sell up the shoes of your home in order for you to have shoes. Yet, not says the Gemara. What's more important than shoes? Eating something after blood. Don't eat something after blood. Allah Ta'ala person to be in a great state of infection. My son is working when some of his team the surface is that Amar Basra. That's a unique and
That's
after blood letting. One of the says wine. Cooking wine after blood letting. Whereas that Amar Basra Nasa, Amar Nasa, is that said he needs wine. Just like the meat the vitality of the meat. So let the nefesh, let the soul, the vitality of the meat, revive my soul, revive my nefesh. Something at the front that is full of it says, Ya Yusuka Holosuka. Let the redness of the wine increase the redness of the blood. Okay. So they have different emphasis. The one that is post blood letting. But Hamakulamayis here that again are as important as the shoes are. So once you go ahead and use some of the shoes in order to go ahead and purchase start a shoe. Remember that your shmuel goes up. No stop up to the cashier and coffee. So the shmuel would do about that. And that's when they were preparing a cooked dish of steam. You cook up the steam and that's what you're doing to that. It's like a good posted 12 months. So that's also says Tacos Sukkah, Tacos Sukkah. There's also like a redness of the redness or the richness of the liver. Go ahead and use the vitality of the Yochanan. Shasi Atinafik because this Yochanan would drink until the aroma of wine literally came out of his ears. See, there's so much wine until the fragrance of wine. Nachman Shasi Atinafik. Nachman would drink wine until his skin was flowing. So again, the idea like it is that they would go ahead and drink in order apparently to offset the harmful effects of the blood cells. So Yosef Shashi had been nothing when he does it to silver. And Yosef would drink until literally again blood would wine would come out of the puncture from the blood cells. Rabba Mahadra Hamda back blood apparently God would only drink. Now literally what it means is you drink wine from a 3-piece fountain. It's really fun. Now, what is this? Rashi says over here, Rashi says over here, start was a party, then Gimel Shani. Rashi says actually over here that Rashi over here that Rabbi Nachman, I'm sorry, that Rabba would only drink wine that was sweet for 3 years. So apparently again, each wine has a significant benefit on the individual for blood letting purposes. Then regular wine, and if I'm not going to stuff, God will only drink wine out of the 3 years. Allah not going to check it out. I'm not going to check it out on this stuff. يوم دع كذا أمر لا سايس نحن بقول لك هذا so that's why it's checking the schedule coming to that money like this. So you know the concern is that first they go ahead and do blood letting and may not have sufficient food afterward to offset the harmful effects of the blood. Not going to be able to not going to be able to after you do blood letting or advanced blood letting, tell your wife that nothing is being overforgiven. And if your wife shows that the nothing is being overforgiven, what's going to happen? First thing happens is prepare a wholesome feast. This way you will ensure that you have enough to go ahead and eat in the aftermath of blood letting. Apparently, just the way it works. Otherwise, I guess God doesn't have to concern how he takes his life. Blood letting, we prepare an extra fish, you would say, if you're blood letting, you prepare this meal, so prepare your dinner. Let's do this and like that. Therefore, go ahead and tell them that nothing is coming to dinner, you know, but that's something. You might as well do food, and you can say, I see then all the time. So, haram means engage in kind of like a bit of trickery is usher
with the exception of these cases over here, those are the cases of blood that is supposedly active of national health students to go ahead and your wife. The nice thing when it comes to building the country's financial budget, there's some level of aroma in terms of what you're saying right now. There's usually more than budgets. There's man the up myself, well, after I was going to the answer, and then you do the blood. Then you take the blood. The doctor you do the blood that is blood going. Or this is the one coming up. You can see also you want to see more. That's okay, let's say the person doesn't have enough money. The person is wrong. Is asking us, blood banning. What to do? You still you got nothing. Go ahead and take a word out. Listen, this is actually say what the deal. Actually say what the deal. This person is not good to y'all. Also, you know, see about that. It's always something annoying to say. It's about something wicked, it's someone, but it's not really in circulation. So also, in this case over here, it will do blood level. Right? So the nice, again, he needs one. What's the problem? He doesn't have the money for it. All he has is a worn out resource that essentially he has a circulation. What should he do? Watch this. So he went to laser Lashem and he saw then one is that he's going at the point here in the outside. Go this is seven because I was saying I'm going to some of the wine before you go ahead and cook. So watch this. What does the guy do? He goes into the store, he takes some of the wine, he just ounces that. And what does he do? He got the worn out corn. And because the person requires to go to the station, sorry, your money's no good here, right? That's not money. So sorry, that's all I had. He goes to the next store, repeats the process. Next store repeats the process. Still, after a number of stores, he has now had a real supply. Because he's had a real supply, therefore, you have the negative effects. Negative effects ultimately again are negative effects of all that I figured. Remember, in this case also, even though he's going to think of a substance, right? Remember again, technically speaking, the point that he's using is still the point. Meaning it still has some level of value. In fact, the price is so low. It's not go ahead and negate the fact that it has some level of value. Therefore, again, obviously, you do not find someone who is something that is considered because certainly it smells of the but the nice depends on the elements and the questions involved speaking low, if you don't really have a worn out using representation process, very quick at how many months are 7 black dates, dark dates, relationship miscommunicated, rub oil in your temples, their nickname is Shimsha, and ultimately sleep in the sun. First of all, so if you can't get wine, 7 black dates, rub oil on your temples and sleep in the sun. Avlate has to go to what we're going to be Shimsha, so Avlate comes, sleeping in the sun, so how do you have done like that? Didn't have enough money to purchase price, so he was sleeping in the sun. Avlate found him sleeping in the sun, Amalek. He was the guy who shot Navikaba, rising up his shoes, something that is bad to his head, because it wasn't generally too much sunlight, right? Too much harmful. So how could it be that that which is only harmful now becomes beneficial to you after blood, right? Amalek Yoma Dahakaja. Those which small said, anticipate what I blood study. Therefore, again, I need to go ahead and speak to the sun to warm myself up. Which will I would be able to marry, but she doesn't finish herself. So ultimately, again, for the fact that wasn't the case, rather, it had to do with there's one day out of the year, so Allah meant to speak up the sun right away. When it can, the Gemara says, Yom Adonai Chabad Shkubat the day in which the summer solstice, right? The day in which the Shkubat comes third, you know there's a plenty. The heat would actually come. Sabar, Loy, whatever the reason, Shmuel do not want to return the situation ultimately to us. Okay? That was what it was about. So that was more both to the time. So the make of the Shiva Sakaza, sorry, so the make of the Shiva Sakaza, not feeling the also in the Shemai. What's
you ever does not take proper attention, does not properly after going ahead and using blood letting, so the spark kicks in and you don't. The spark kicks in but only who are higher brothers. And the office, a lot of himself because he doesn't care about his health. I think this guy doesn't care about his health. Enough to go ahead and properly after blood letting. I care more about his health than he cares about his health. Of course, Rabbi Shlomo Shabbai. I man to other Muslim. Well, they take up the part of the Sukkah. Then we'll shut the book of the Rabbi Shlomo both ways. First, the big blood letting. And then, six in the lady study. Six in the little wife. Yom HaShabbat, you know, we both can look at the Yom. And then look at the blood letting. Let out the blood. If I have to walk in the book of the Sukkah, of blood and love. But us, we do, so if the wind will come, and the wind will remove your remaining blood. So us, we do the second one. This is the idea of people who say that's the blood that is because a person هو حضرتك تبع بالنسبة شاب مبني بعد هو only two blood lines in a home that has walls that is 7.5 which is very thick wall. And it's a hot and it's no heat, like no wind, whatever. لما حدا عبر تعالي كده only two walls in blood lines. And what? Don't log up the cluster, we want to check them all to the home, and we start the cluster, I got we said like one layer or one layer of bricks. Let's just remember again, even though there was still layers of bricks that were there, above all my stuff, this layer was enough for that smoke to the detrimental effect of the blood that was what I was about. I'm on that in the condition the other day. You go again, joints. Ultimately, again, the person will die. He's hard on the day. He's hard on the double actor. He's do that into a double actor and a double actor. It's not good. That's a double actor. According to Larry Sewell, the halakha with the stars, halakha with the stars, halakha with the stars is a negative effect or using counter and blood level. That was the way that I meant to other people. This report to the puzzle wasn't very right. I think it's I like to this idea of this which is actually go ahead and relax the blood that. Don't collect quickly. Others make this kind of getting up. So this is what I do a little bit and then get up. That now. Sorry, no one is the 5 things that we're going to put a person also to rest and like the injury or legal things. Oka Ba'amad, a person eats in the Yisra. Shasa Ba'amad, a person drinking in the Yisra. Yashin Ba'amad, a person slapped in the Yisra. Hik is done at Ba'amad, a person did blood that in the Yisra. Shimish Mikasa Ba'amad, a person doing evacuation in the Yisra. All of these things require a little bit of like a pause, a little bit of a waiting, a little bit of a resting before one goes ahead and gets up. Gemara says, Amar Shmuel posted the Dama called Masiyom. The Shmuel says, Allah for the Mesa. Fine. For blood letting is once every 30 years. Or you want to do blood letting once a month. Like blood letting once a month. Healthy, they're not suffering. Nice. And what the third day of suffering after should be blood letting every 30 days, rather what? Rather again, ultimately again, every 60 days. Okay, now talking after the and then when you're about 60, you should do it even less often, once every 30 days. Once it's currently before 40, once every 30 days, between 40 and 60, once every 60 days, above 60, once every 60. What's the Dava? Our ball is Mahalisha. Shmuel says the right time for blood letting is Sunday, Wednesdays, Fridays. Sundays are the difference on which days for blood letting. What days for blood letting? Speaking about Shini Bakani Shiva, but you stress is blood letting on other things going on. Now remember, we Swiss was Swiss Abbas. Yaki Khan the Shini Bakani. Only one who has Swiss Abbas. Right? Only one ultimately again is goes ahead and has merit for his ancestors. Should be blood letting on Monday. Why? Shebeitu Shamala B'Shama B'Shabbat. What this is. On Mondays and Thursdays, when our bucket in is sitting session, the celestial Beitu is sitting session of right. I will say, at a time when the Beitu Shamala is in session, you don't want to do anything that places you into the peaceful side. Sometimes we simply do it works as follows. There are lots of myself. If a person doesn't put themselves in a state of sacrifice, then Allah is probably willing to go and let certain things go. Happening is if I put myself in a state of sacrifice, very often the basic Shema will say, listen, the individual already in sacrifice, let's just exact retribution for his misdeeds. Therefore, says the Gemara, very, very important to avoid putting yourself in sacrifice on Mondays and Thursdays. Why? It's just like the Beit Din down here is in session, the Beit Din Shalmala is in session as well. The Gemara says, in plus of the Shabbos night and so, why can't you go ahead and do blood letting on Tuesday? What's wrong with Tuesdays? The Gemara says, you show the Kaima Madin is ultimately again on Tuesdays, apparently the influence of Mars is felt in air. The Kaima Madin is what it actually says. He said, Shemazel Madin, Shamish of the Shah. Apparently, again, the Mazel, the influence of Mars, apparently exerts negative influence, is felt during even hours of the day. Mazel Madin, the Muna ala Khayat, ala Kevin, ala Quranics. Ultimately, again, the Mazel of Mars, as I say, unfortunately, is the function for war, for pestilence, and all types of negative things. So the Gemara says, Mazel Shabbos Anami Khanim is on second. On Erev Shabbos, the influence of Mars is also felt during hours, which in West Cleveland, the Dutch made out in front of San Hashem. So also some that's very interesting. So apparently, people is very determined to go ahead and give blood on Erev Shabbos, or I should say, with the blood letting Erev Shabbos, it's called Dashu Be'ad. What does Dashu Be'ad mean? In general, the halacha is you are not permitted to do something to put yourself in sacrifice. That is the general halacha. There's an exception to this rule with you. If the activity that we're talking about is something that is general, something that is there's a concept called Shortison. It's about watching over the simple people. So let's say, so I think so for example, you say the halacha is the point is not to put themselves to muscle sacrifice. I said, how can you drive? I don't have to drive. Driving is just really quick sacrifice. There's a concept of Shortison. Anything that becomes normative, even if it has some element of risk in it, is since the public have trodden through it, I mean, like given the Dutch Arab, since people do it, there's a certain level of divine shmira over normative daily activity. So therefore, again, the divine shmira, the influence of Mars, is felt in even hours of Friday as well. Allah remains in this determined for people to do blood letting. On Erev Shabbos, therefore halacha l'meisa is permitted. There's words Amishmor, Dalit, a Wednesday that is also the 14th of the month, or Dalit lovers, or a Wednesday that is also the 14th of the month, or Dalit do Esin Ba'adim, or a Wednesday that is the 24th of the month, or Dalit Leka Arba Basvei, or a Wednesday that does not have the 4th day of the month.
right afterwards, or doesn't have 4 days of lunch afterwards, Sakanta. Totally Sakana, ultimately against the blood. Rosh Chodesh Rishim, full shots. What's like, okay, so Rashi points out that here, these are, I think, it's the more esoteric discussion. But the idea being that apparently there are certain times that certain constellations, astrological sources felt through the world. So the idea that Chazal is saying is better to avoid bloodletting during these times as you propose a heightened level of sacrifice. Remember that. Remember, Chodesh is no bullshit. First thing you blood on Chodesh, and the day after Rosh Chodesh, that's 20 weeks. Shlishi, those are third day of Rosh Chodesh. Sakana, Ma'ali Yom HaTava, Chusha. Those say the person goes ahead and gives, it says, bloodletting Erev Yom, different culture says, weakness, Ma'ali Yom HaTava, Sakana. If you give blood on Erev Shavuos, it's not much sacrifice. That's the one that Kulu Ma'ali Yom HaTava, you shouldn't be able to cover that. And that's like Chazal says, you really shouldn't do any bloodletting on Erev Yom Tov in general. But that dinner on Erev Yom Tov was a safeguard for Erev Shavuos. Do not think they gave up to Shnei Tabuach, because in Erev Shavuos, some of the evil winds, that wind is called Tabuach. The evil Kiblu Yisrael Torah, Hayat Tabach Luhu Luhu Damar. What's the terrible about that wind? Because had we not accepted the Torah, that wind would have been the source of our people. All called pizza the hate Yisrael. The first is you are strange, you hate you, and then you did bloodletting. So Hikis Allah also pizza. The only effect that the bloodletting has is on that week that he just consumed. In other words, but apparently bloodletting after consuming wheat doesn't have a economic medicinal effect of bloodletting. The only thing it does is it gets the wheat out of the system. The honey meat is a rule. Therefore, also what it's saying is that if you did bloodletting after eating wheat, it doesn't really have an abortive effect. About la cooling makeup, but if you look to lightning yourself, what does it look like? If halal reminds the person feels heavy, so to speak, after you hear with bloodletting, letting to make him feel a little bit better. Okay, and make his done, she allows that. We'll say the person does bloodletting, really to drink immediately. Achila ad katsini. But eating ultimately, I guess, also you have to see what this means. But it sounds like what it's saying is, the halal reminds for Achila, you should wait up until the amount of time that it takes to walk half a mile, which is 9 minutes. Final, she allows the Mali about Bada Achila. Doesn't mean they're drinking. After bloodletting is only beneficial to do it immediately. But if you drink later on about Basra Shikashi, that it actually gets in the more help, or Gumalo Kashi, in the mouth. And maybe you're supposed to drink immediately. If you don't drink immediately, then what you drink doesn't have an effect on you one way or the other. Which yours is taken. After you that Kashi and Akshay. If I know, Achila Katinio, when we see that you have to eat, up until the amount of time that takes off half a meal. We were to do Kamali Habasa, the Time Africa. So is it that you have to wait 9 minutes after bloodletting to eat? But if you eat before that or after that, it's problematic. Or if you know that you have the maximum effect of food after bloodletting, you should wait the amount of time it takes to off a half a meal. But if you end up eating earlier or later, it doesn't really have any effect. First, the emergency connection. Machnis Rav, Mea Karibuza, Mea Reshabu, this is the so that says, if you find that you're selling 100 gourds for a good buy it. 100 animals for a head, 100 animal head for a good buy it. Mea Sefari Beloso. And if you're selling 100 animal lips for a good, don't touch it. Right? Well, don't touch it. It doesn't mean it's apparently again the lips of the animal. Alright, going on beneficial part of it. Apparently, again, there's no medical benefit to going ahead and eating the lips of the animal. This is the actual cheese. So you have to be healthy, get food. It's very worth having. Which is the rest of the time. Apparently, the lips are meaningless, and therefore, halal for the night, you get 100 persons, don't die. What do you do this? Amra Yosef, Yaviru and Beirasina. So ultimately, you're going to run to the Yoma did the Saki de Rabbanon on a day, this is the site, that ultimately, again, the Amigas are coming, we're lazy, right? And we're not coming to the day site. So this is the day when the Amigas come and we're a bit lazy because it's dark, and not coming to the day site. What would they call that?
Omria Ibn Yoma Disapam. There is a lift there. The load is dynamite. And ultimately, the rest I never knew what they were talking about until this week. So what is a lift debut? A lift debut is like a lost day. Just like the lift ultimately again. Those who actually know value. Therefore, even if you can't don't go ahead and do it. The Pharisees were the very constructive they would call it a lift day. The word is like to tell you, often everything is incredible mystery. Apparently, lift incredible use code. Of course, it's cheap. I trust it's cheap. Although you get a lot of cost, they're very good with the money. Ultimately, the things that are done for a baby are done. For example, Umar says, Shene'emar, Umar Hayek Yom Chovedes Osaf, Lo Kari Sayed. When you were born, on the day that you were born, your umbilical cord was not cut. Ubemayim, Lo Rachatz, right? And ultimately, again, you weren't washed before the Mishiva Melech Lo Lachta, you were not salted. Again, we'll turn over this. Vahasel Lo Chasalta. Again, we'll see all the things. So we'll say, there's a little about it. How you feel about this? Right? On the day that you were born, your umbilical cord is cut. Or I should say, on the day that you were born, you can't Shem Yalda Tavla B'Shabbos. You see, it's how the woman give birth on Shabbos. No Kara say, your umbilical cord was not cut. You can't Shechot Nativa. So say, remember, you might think of your anything in the puzzle that said was not done, you see that these are the things that are normally done in the course of birth. And if these things can be on Shabbos. Amerikanische Volksrepublik of America Continental Court ormai norata, you are not washed in water, the machine Amerikanische of sin have lot of defense. So from here you see that under normal circumstances, you can go ahead and wash a baby on Shabbos. Not the Hamelech one in Machlo, and you are not salted. You can shemokin have lot of Shabbos. So that's just reason that apparently they used to apply salt to the skin of the baby when the baby was born. The Manchester will be different. Manchester applied some type of like baby powder, and one of the ingredients in baby powder was salt, but not that accuracy. You can't shemokin have lot of Shabbos. The Hasel lo Haselta, you can shemokin have lot of Shabbos. And here you see that you swaddle the baby on Shabbos. What's the number against swaddling? Goes back to something we saw before, which is that halosh l'maisa, the baby, when the baby was born, he lives and kind of disjointed a little bit, so they would go ahead and swaddle the baby very tight in order to push the limbs back into place. So you want to just, after this process, and the rebuke in this process, and all the things that were not done for the baby in this process, you see what is normally done for a blood, or for a mother, or for a birth. Hadron Allah is coming, which is Shreya, Nazikov, and the miracle tomorrow begin at All right, listen, good morning. Let's begin. Today's Saturday school test 109. 109. We are picking up on. We are picking up on 109. After touching scenario, still discussion of that. Were valid, and they became hustle coaches with Rashi Tabashi and Zap. Oil will be changed. Although no year, Scabo is coming. They can pay up all that almost to every level. So you see my nose. And oil for a cargo, he's subject to the laws of stupid things. Which would be fish to be economics. Also, however, what I'm saying, you have the covenant, which is possible to be that certain advice, even of the hustle, in only low years. It's a certain gap that what? You do not take the gap. Such a term like that is subject to the law of other layers, ultimately again is subject to the laws of future. That's what it means that the person to try to do the solution. But it's still a condition that's a kind of around it and had the contamination which they you can see the there, which you open that short on the outside of the first one, which you type. They give up a person, open up these colors, and it does type. One is type. That's the Mishnah. I'm not like the guys who have two love, and have to move it on which or then one love will get to the next. Which one say that's true? So, I love the rest of it. Sacrificial matter, call it matter, right?
Yo, dog, what up? This is the biggest pip of all time. Wah, wah, wah.
Use this, I get money from it. It'd be funny to see. I wonder what kind of. Okay, I mean, if it's me talking about what kind of oh my god, he asked about coffee. He asked about bacon. That fucking idiot. Because I got a test results on that interesting. I get my yearly test. It's not yearly, but it is yearly. Oh, dude, I do one checkup. And it's not yearly for Graves. Graves is like 3 months or something, but that's doctor work. This narrative you're spinning. I don't know where to begin. But I don't even doctor checks. I get where the pit stops. I do not like going to the doctor. Okay, all I get is bad news. I would fuck if it were up to me. I would never go. But you're supposed to do a yearly checkup, and you get a blood panel done, whatever it's called. My cholesterol is not good, but it's not terrible. Every time I go there, I'm like, I got when they first start and they put the thing on, I'm like, fuck, it's gonna say I have high blood pressure. It's gonna say it is. And then I go, I try to breathe really, and I start thinking about think of the beach, even though I don't really like the beach. For some reason, I think that's supposed to calm me down. Because one time I went there and it was like, well, there's been a couple of times where I've gone there, it's been too hot, right? And they're like, we can't there's one time they're like, we can't stop until it goes low. You take some deep breaths. Let's go. Most of the time I have it's only when I'm stressed. But anyways, I got the cholesterol is not too good, but that's not the big deal. Graves, pretty good. Graves medicine, testing good, dude. Doctor said, I wish I remember exactly what he said. I think he said, okay. So if the Graves is firing on all cylinders, no excuse for my behavior. I did. Oh, there's so many health updates. No, I know. That's right. So the one that's really bad, you already know. Oh my god. I think that should be last. Oh, okay. Well, here's what I did do. Okay. Now you know that I forget stuff, right? You pointed this out to me. You pointed out that sometimes, right, you remember that? Yeah. Sometimes during TiVos you say stuff I didn't hear. I clearly wasn't listening, right? And even on this show, you'd be like, dude, I understand that makes you angry. What if I were to tell you that my fiance feels exactly the same? No surprise here, right? And I actually already told you that. I told you about leaving keys on the door and all that. So I finally did. I called Kaiser to get the ADD test because I like to be medicated and vaccinated. So after the test, you're like, is there any way a vaccine will fix this? Dude, I'm so close to doing that. I actually got the COVID vaccine again. I forgot about that. Somebody I want to keep exploring over like multi-episodes. Not only that, but everything else. Like you already have those Monday through Sunday fucking pill that you bastard. It's normal to get the vaccine, you fucking conservative lunatic. And anyways, so I was there. I don't remember even. This kind of makes it seem like I go to the doctors a lot. I don't remember which one was where I got the vaccine. They were like, we got the vaccine, do you want it? I was like, no, I want it. And then right in that arm, Danny, we voting for Kamala up in this bitch. Like, voting for Kamala on Abu Dhabi. Squirt it in there. Squirt, pause. Anyway, well, I got the COVID vaccine, and it was funny, the doctor, when she was like, do you want my doctor, my primary care doctor, she said, do you want the vaccine? I said, fuck that, you bitch. I said, yeah, of course. And then she goes, I got the vaccine, so it's not too bad. And she goes, like, obviously I'm here, right? And I'm like, so, she's a little bit making me paranoid. They did the bit that I think you were talking about this time around. I haven't had to do this before. They were like, okay, you want the COVID vaccine? Here you go. And I had to fill out this whole sheet. It's like, it's basically like Joe Rogan wrote it. You got myocarditis or whatever. I don't care about that. That count. Sign that shit, they put it in my arm. But here's what I'm very, this is a little late. So, I was going to ask, you keep going on, but you said primary care physician, right? Primary care doctor, yes. Okay. You also have a secondary and tertiary? That's okay. There's no way you're seeing one every time. Well, I have my general practitioner or whatever, the person that you go to, right? But because I have Graves, I need a specialist, I need an endo. We can never get this word right. You know what it is? Endocrinologist. It's endocrinologist. Anyways, he's endoing me. And when you're done, I completely forgot. Oh, okay. Don't forget. So I have two doctors, but I'm working through there. Because here's the thing. My fiance said, you should talk to your doctor about this. You keep forgetting things and all this. So I said, fine, I will. So in my checkup, I said, I can't remember stuff, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, what do you think? You have ADHD or something? And I go, I don't know, do you? And she's like, I can get you a psychoval if you want. So I said, for sure. And so the nurse comes in, right? And she fucks me. The nurse comes in and she goes, do you want me to make the appointment for you? Now, I got caught. And I'm used to being like calling and like kind of make the appointment. And they go, it's like, you gotta get referred and all that stuff. Sure. And I go, you're gonna make the call for me? Absolutely. Let's go. So she takes the phone on the wall and dials in. And she goes, whatever, psychiatry, something or other. So I guess you gotta go to psychiatry. So I'm waiting, and then they sort of picks up, and they're like, hello, and she's like, tell them what you want. They're like, this is the patient is here. He needs this. Like, oh, this is the wrong number. We gotta transfer you. Mind you, this is the nurse of guys. It's called the wrong number. And I'm like, what? The nurse is finding out she is Graves. Yeah, she's got Graves in the air. like the fucking COVID thing where you sneeze, it's gone into her brain.
In the slow mo is you saying, I need another doctor, and then fucking Graves to
Oh, doctor. So the Graves is highly in her brain. She's like, after she gets transferred, she's like, I gotta go, but they're probably answering. I'm like, okay. She leaves the room, somebody answers, and they go, hello? This person clearly has no idea. Right? So I go, do you know why I'm calling? And they're like, what's your name? And I go, Brendan Cody. Big sorry about that. And they're like, oh, and I tell them, and they're like, what do you need? And I go, I think a psych evaluation, like a psych, I don't know. I want to get tested for ADHD, And they're like, oh, that's the wrong number. I got to transfer you. So they transfer me again, and it's the same thing. It's like over and over again. Somebody answers, and they go, who are you? Like Kaiser has a fucking bit that they're doing, like a running joke. Refrigerating. I feel like I was going crazy. The nurse comes back in, and she's like, and I go, they just keep transferring me. I don't know what to tell you. And she's like, oh my god. And she calls, and then I get this last person who's telling me that I gotta see a therapist first. And I go, that's fine. I don't know what any of this means. I just need to, what do I do? And she's like, I can give you the phone number. And, if they don't call or whatever. And I get really angry with her. I'm like, listen, if they don't call, what's your name? And I say, I do the fucking speak to your, well, I don't say speak to your manager. I'm like, I'm gonna fucking complain. I'm gonna name you my name. And so, and then I'm a platinum member of Kaiser. I fucking come here every day. I was so fucking, they transferred me 8 times in the doctor's office. I feel like I was an idiot. And it's this loud phone. The doctor with the doors open, and I'm telling people I need a psychiatric evaluation. I look like I do. And so I storm out, and then it ends up being that I do have to meet with a therapist, right? So I did a Zoom meeting with a therapist, and she's like, she goes on the call, and I'm rushing to get to work, and I got the phone in my hand, so I'm off to the side here, and I look over, and I'm like, oh man, she's already there. So they're usually late, and so I'm looking at it, and I go, hey, what's up? What do you need? And she goes through all these questions, have you've never had a evaluation?
if I have, they've done a really good job of not letting me know. But did she open with what are you thinking right now? She's like, what are Brendan Chapman's feelings?
She would have been a meeting. We need the meds.
I'll give you 5 more pills to take.
She was asking me, all sorts of things. Have you ever been hit? Did your parents beat you? Are you addicted to drugs?
Never had one of these.
Drink alcohol? Have you ever been hit recently? Do you live with someone? Do they hit you? Everything is have you been hit? Has there been a trauma? Have you had an accident? I'm like, no, none of these things. I have ADD, I think. I can't. Then finally they got to the ADD questions. Hilarious. Because every question, I thought I'm fine, I've lived this long. I've not had any kind of real issues. I think people getting mad at me for forgetting things from 5 seconds ago. Yeah. But so I go, she asked me all these questions, and I'm like, I probably didn't. I have three answers. One was no, right? She's like, do you have trouble paying attention to this? Yes. Do you forget things? And I go, yes. Do you get anxiety when you do? Yes. Just yes. There's no question. What if you get yes? And I go, I was honest with you. I gotta be honest with you. I'm having trouble paying attention right now. I really said that too, because I was. I literally, she's in this Zoom thing. She got flowers behind her, and I got so much going on at work and shit. And then we do this, so I'm thinking about work stuff. And then I was like, what is that? Is there a notification chain? Yeah. Do I have to respond to both these right now on Discord?
So what's funny? What you're painting out right now sounds like someone that just wants Adderall for recreational use. Yeah, but it's 100% true.
Yeah, I don't want that.
No, I know you can't. But I'm so it's just yeah.
I think there was maybe one no, because there was a few questions that were things that I guess people with ADD maybe have, but I don't. And it's not the real evaluation, because now I go to a psych version. At the end of the thing, the therapist on the Zoom she says, so I think we should refer you, but here's the thing, you got a choice. All right, you got 2 choices. Are you listening? I said, no. And she goes, you can either, go to the psychiatrist if you're interested in medication, or you and I can do like 5 more sessions and I can just tell you. But if you want to go to a psych, you got to like be willing to take drugs. I thought about it for a second. I was like, well, I don't really want to. Because like I don't Adderall, Vyvanse, whatever it is, I don't really want to take. I'm already taking Graves medication, but I was like, but don't kill me. I might need it because I can't pay attention to things. So I said, yes, sign me up for the psych. I don't want 5 more therapy sessions. I don't need that, especially on Zoom. You're right. Look at that spider right there. Oh my God! She jumped on me. Oh, you sat on it. It's right there. Kill it. Oh no, the couch has spiders. Oh, that's your ass. Yeah, go for it. Please don't forget your part of the story. I feel like she asked you, you have 2 options, and then after she says both options, you go, what's the first option again? That's a big spider, what the hell? That spider was fucking huge. That's a scary thing. The spider could kill you, spider. Yeah. But anyway, so I picked the psyche. I'm gonna go. It's so funny that today. This isn't even the biggest thing. This is crazy. I hope people like my medical stuff because if not, this is a boring ass episode. So I get a referral, right? And I don't understand what to do, of course. So I call the wrong number again, and they're like, this woman, after I've transferred the standard 4 times, the only question wants to talk to you. She goes, you have the paper, just call that number. I didn't hear anything. So I looked at the paper, and I called the paper. And it's like this weird, it sounds like a cult. They refer me to some like new beginnings or something like that. And I just had to leave a voicemail. Just go to my psychiatry. So I'm going to see if I need drugs at some point. But they haven't called me back. So, but here's what, do you have any questions about that before I go to the big news? No. Oh my God, go ahead. All right, so here's the big thing that I've been working about. All right.
Yeah, what up, Nathan?
As I said earlier, I went to get my blood work done, right? So on like a day before I had to get my blood work done, I woke up and boner alert, I had to sleep with my shirt on. Okay. So I woke up, I didn't have my shirt on, and my fiance goes, "What's that?" And I look at my chest, and there's this red bump here. Now that is not a good thing to tell me. Okay. So I'm like, red bump. I'm a little sick. Yeah. I'm like, that's it. So and it feels weird. Yeah. It doesn't feel like a normal, like, pimple or anything like that. It's like a rash, right? So I'm thinking, I thought it was nothing because it didn't really hurt or anything. It just felt strange. And then the next day it was a little worse. And I was going to get my blood work done anyway, so I figured, why did I go to my favorite place? Guys, waiting this ridiculous line to get. I was already going to go today. Why not just read my book while I wait? So I go in there, take my shirt off with the doctor, and the doctor looks at it. She goes, oh. And I'm like, oh, what? She goes, that's shingles. That looks like shingles. I'm like, what the fuck is shingles? Dude, what is that? Why do I have shingles? Shingles is for like 80-year-olds. In my mind. I'm like, I see the vaccine. The vaccine's like, don't take this until you're 60. Take your shingles vaccine. And I go, what the hell is shingles? Shingles is a rash or something that's like dormant in your body. It's from the chickenpox family, and you can get it from stress, I guess. Oh wow! So, but it's also herpes. So she goes, yeah. I go, what? Like, what's the treatment for this? And she's like, well, we got this medicine. It's called something or other, Valtreum, blah blah blah. And she's like, you have to take that 6 times a day. Oh my God! And I go, I didn't say anything to her when she said that. And she goes, yeah, it's kind of hard because it's hard for people because it's taking 6 times a day. And then she looks at me and she sees that my eyes are like, she's like, there's also Valtrex, which is like the herpes medicine. And she goes, there's Valtrex at 3 times a day. I think we're just going to do that. I think she looks at me and she's like, yeah, we're just going to do that. Because she can sense that I wouldn't, if there's something I have to take 6 times a day, it's just not gonna happen because then you got the Graves and the ADHD meds, and then at this rate you're gonna get 4 more pills a day. There's nothing I do 6 times. You're not gonna have to eat anymore. I'll just have the 6 times a day. That's the only thing. I was like 6 times a day, 7 times a week. And I go, what it causes? And she says, it could be stress, it's contagious, so don't touch. Well, you can't because I got my shirt on. Oh, fuck, goddamn it. But it's contagious to touch until it crusts. Ew. It's like when it crusts over, that's when everyone is safe. And then she goes, I can give you a cream and this Valtrex or whatever. It's like, oh, god damn it. And I gotta tell him. I called my fiance and I was like, you gave me fucking, she goes, you over. No, I go, I got shingles. And she's like, okay. And I go, really want to wash the sheets and I'll wear a shirt. And she's like, yeah, and I touched it. I figured. And, that's her mistake. And so, but she's probably fine. But it's like, it's the last thing. I didn't expect to wake up and get shingles. Why do I have shingles? And I go, isn't that for people in their 60s? And she said, she's like, well, not really, no. Like, I got it when I was 18. I was like, oh, okay. So that made me feel better. This is not the first doctor that told me they had a disease I've had. I think maybe it's just that, like, doctors say that I have. If I was a doctor and I told somebody that there's a disease, unless it was like a murderous disease, I'd be like, listen, I got it. It's not a big deal. I would just lie. It makes me feel better. Well, we are now 24 minutes in, and we are updated on Cookie's medical history. I feel better. Yeah, I did. I had no question. It's not good. I saw it when I was driving.
What's up, you fucking homeless cats working at PF Chase? It's the Dick Slinger Pimp here.
When you're driving, you just write the word. You're like, that's something. It's more painful today than it was before, but it's not really painful. It just feels strange. What's the one disease that Black Morgan wants? That's just sickle cell. So I thought it's shingles with sickle cell. You thought I had sickle cell? Only because I was driving. Listen, I'm a good driver. So I was very preoccupied on the road. It was very early in the morning. I was driving out to Glendale, so it's quite a drive from Seattle.
What up, babes?
But something you said reminded me of an encounter I had this week, right? And have you ever? When did all these doctor visits start? Was it anything in particular that made you a hypochondriac? I don't think I'm a hypochondriac. I just think I'm responding to diseases that I.
My phone has a pregnant battery, and I want to bite it like a spicy pillow.
It seems like most of the time now it is something. I used to be like, I'm gonna go there to make sure this is nothing. But now when I go there, they're like, that's syphilis. Hopefully not that. But so, anyways, I was guessing, or I was hoping for a time frame. Like, was there any singular event? You'd be guessing a question. Was there any one singular event that made you want to go to the doctor? I don't know. I'll admit to another thing. I remember one time I got some stuff here, right? And I'm like, oh god, I have herpes, and that's like that. Yeah. So I had no health care. I had Medi-Cal, which that feels great. Okay, dude. So I started by saying he was going to put a cookie outside. I ignored that. Shabish. So I think this was like 2016, maybe. I went to Planned Parenthood, and I was like, I don't know what this is. Can you tell me what it is? And they go, oh, that's good. What the fuck? I don't know, some skin disease, but it wasn't an STD. And it just cleared up. Okay. And it's not, it's gone. So, to answer my question, was it like, okay, I'm just going to avoid asking the question and get into what I was going to say. 2016. Okay. I don't know. So when the Cubs won the World Series, you were like, I got to go check out for myself. After getting molluscum, yes. Maybe, I don't know. It's the So, molluscum, Graves, and shingles. Yes, that's MSG kind of, what's it called? Anyways, I went to go get my palm read this morning. Right? Oh, yeah. And it was not my idea. I tried to resist, and I even said no. But then on the day, I was like, we're going to go watch Pneumonia. So I was like, all right, I'll go get my fucking palm read, And I walk in, I get the vibe the lady doesn't want to do this. The lady's like, kind of just out of it. I'm not really getting like a Jordan game 6, If anything, it's the blue game, and she's going to pull she starts off hot by saying that I'm fat and retarded, basically. Yeah. With more words. Wow. But she spent a lot of time on that. 13 minutes to be exact. You know, on how I eat a lot of junk food, and that I don't get a lot of sleep, and that growing up I had learning disabilities. This is how she started, right? And then she starts going into like, she's like, yeah, and you're a nice person, you're really nice, so, whatever. And I forgot why I was bringing this up. It kind of threw me off. Okay. So what did she look like? I mean, yes, I would. You know, no, she wasn't hot, but I would. You know what I mean? MILF? Yes, kind of. Yeah, okay. But she's a witch, and even entering this place, like I made her laugh really hard once, and she had an impressionable laugh where I was like, "Where's the fucking pot at with the hot water type shit?" You know? Right. And then she started going into, I really forgot why I was bringing this up, but I'll just talk about it now. Yeah. She started going into like, she was like, "Yeah, you're gonna." She's like, "You're gonna have a lot of health problems kind of real soon." Here's what I thought. This is why I brought it up. In my head, I was looking into her eyes like this, like, you know, like, I was like, "Do your best cootie right now. Do your best cootie." You know? But even in that moment where she's like confronting me with all this stuff, in my head, I'm going, "Dude, does he want to live? I don't give a fuck, dude. Like, let's die today. I really do not care. Whenever I die. You know what I mean?" And so, like, but I could tell she was trying to pull at some sort of string to get me to feel something, and I was just like, the whole time just looking at her and not responding. I don't know if you're supposed to respond to these things, which I told her at the end. At the end, I was like, "I'm sorry for not talking a lot. I just don't never done it before." Right. I mean, which was saying, "I think you're a witch." This is Penny, and I don't like it. You know? Yeah. She's like, "Oh, you're fine. You're supposed to talk at all." Right? Whatever she sounded like. Yeah. And then she started saying that I was gonna have a lot of health complications. That I'm gonna be in a stasis with my endeavors until my 50s. That's when I'm gonna start killing it. I got a long lifeline. I'm gonna live till I'm 90. And then she's like, "But wait, how are you gonna live till you're 90 if you're fucking fat and ugly and stupid?" And then she keeps going on. And she's like, she's contradicting herself. And then she says that I'm a good teacher. You know what I mean? And then she asked me what I do for work. Right? And I was like, she's grasping that straw. She don't know me at all. My poker face is killing me today, you know? I'm winning the whole pot, you know? Yeah. And I was like, producer. I didn't say comedian, you know? Yeah, she was talking about how my words are powerful, which you're welcome. So, yeah, that's what I mean. A lot of negative comments about bots. Don't speak the English language. And she's like, "Your words are powerful, and you should start using them powerful. You're saving lives." I'm out here like, I'm just in the kitchen. You know what I mean? I'm just in the kitchen cooking some orange chicken and shit, right? And but I guess that saves lives because everyone needs food sometimes, you know? Right. And so yeah, and then I walked out and I was like,
These guys are like that fucking
stupid, the dumbest shit I've ever done.
those guys in fucking Muppets. What are their names? Waldorf and the other guy, Waldorf and Waldorf and Waldorf and I just fucking had it. Waldorf and Stadler. Really? Yeah.
Like a girlfriend in essence, where I said something to the effect of, she said, along the lines like, when you speak, people should listen. Okay? And then I said, so when I tell her to be, shut the fuck up, she should listen too. Right? Yeah, and she started, that's what she did her fucking witch laugh. Oh, okay, so you got her, that's good. Here's the thing, the whole time I was in there, I was fighting the fighter in the kid there, you know? Every single time she had asked me if I had a question, I wanted to be like, so, you just tell me who's here now? And the whole time. I just wanted to know if I was here. But I never asked that question. I waited and I sat in the pocket and then I hit her with the, someone told her, shut the fuck up, she should listen. Damn, it would be funny to just say 8 inches to use a question and then Bruja. Is it Bruja? I think those are derogatory terms for that. Oh, okay. Brujeria is witchcraft, right? Bruja is witch. Let me ask you this. Do you know, is there a similarity between them and like tarot reading? Because I've been a tarot thing. Yeah. Let's just say that she sat down and she was like, "What do you want to do?" And I was like, "Palm reading." She put the cards away. You know? Oh, right. She said all encompassing. So I forgot that it's the palm. So does she touch your hand the whole time?
And then she was saying that I tensed up after a certain amount of time. She tried to say that when I was 10 years old, I resigned from life. I'm like, whoa, no, dude. No, that's more like 26. But she said that when she brought that up later, she told me this later, that when she brought that up, that I tensed up. And I wasn't trying to sound offensive, but I got a little offensive where I was like, well, it's awkward because like, I'm holding my hands up like this the whole time. You know what I mean?
I can't stop looking at my hand now. What can you really tell from someone's hands? Yeah, I don't think, unless you're like Hercule Poirot or something like Sherlock Holmes. But those aren't real people. But they go, you know how like in movies they go, yeah, I can tell from your hands you work a lot. That means you just like hand electricity and in the sun. No, and they knows your address. I wonder if there's any truth to that. Like if somebody were to look at my hands, could they tell that I did open mics for 10 years? Like, I have a podcast. Do I have podcast hands? Yeah. They're small teeth, small hands. Right. My body parts are small, boss. Your furniture is small. This is a lot of small things on the show. I don't know where I was going.
Let me see your hand, your right hand. You're right-handed, right? Let me see it. Like this, like that, right? Smell my hand. No, I'm not doing that. Oh, you're fucked up.
Do you have a 7? Like I do?
What is that?
Like this? Is that kind of like a 7? Like here? Yeah. Most people have like a 7 thing. And you got this thing. Yeah, every hand is like the same. How can you tell?
See, look at this. That's right here. She says this. And then she's over here. She's saying that I lived many lives. She said that I had so many lives, which is probably not good if I believe in the afterlife. That means I'm going to come right back here, dude. I'm going to just end up in fucking Mexico again.
You got more creases in your hand than I do.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Long life.
That's doctor visits. Stress.
Yeah.
You should have. Oh, thank God you don't have shingles. That's messed up. So you know, you went there. She didn't put cream on your hand, right?
Oh God. Dude, yeah, we're just trying to live you up, dude. Kill yourself.
She didn't live you up at all?
No.
Does she have any advice for you?
No. Other than like stop eating so much, you fat fuck.
Okay.
It was aggressive. At the beginning, I started laughing, like without her noticing, because she was so balls deep in my hands. I was just like, I was a good student, dude. What the hell? She said I had learning disabilities.
And you didn't, right?
Did I? I don't know.
Were you in any of the classes that are like, not gifted or like below the average kids?
I was AP, Spanish AP, history.
But you get to pick that, right?
Also, advanced math in 8th grade.
So it doesn't sound like she's very good at her job.
It's also like one of those, like, all of that kind of stuff in the profession. Like, I'm in 12-step programs, but I like my sponsor, like, as a person. You know what I mean? Sure. And he's a cool dude. Yeah. And I don't know if I would be doing this if it wasn't for him being a cool guy. Other people I meet, like therapists, stuff like this, I'm always like, I'll sit here so you feel good, you know? More like a people pleasing type thing. So like at a certain point I was just like, just doing it for her. I don't want her walking away being like, man, this guy caught me. All she was doing is paying narratives, dude.
Yeah, it's tough to call them out. Like it feels weird to be like, no, that's not true at all. I was then they're totally wrong. And it feels awkward. I wonder what their comeback that would be. Like, oh no, I meant like emotionally or I don't know what that was like. Yeah. Or maybe because they're wish they put a spell on you. Yeah, because they're pissed.
That's what I was scared of too. That's why I said no originally, but then I was like, I said I would do this. I'm not a big fan, honestly. At the end of the day, not a big fan. Was it a cool experience? No, not really. You know what I mean? There was no other, I wasn't gonna, it was just like, I'm not into this kind of stuff. Yeah, if there's a witch around me or something, or a fucking ghost or something, I'll just
Well, she did a bad job. She didn't predict your thing well. So of course you're not interested.
Well, she started off by being like, listen,
Grace's move sometimes. And I'm like, this is bullshit. Right off the top, like, she's like, your hand, like, there's one time where I was doing a hand reading and the fucking hand was moving. Like, the Grace's moving while I was having it. Whoa, nuts. Yeah, this is crazy. Yeah, it was weird. He didn't like it. I didn't think. I was like, what's happening? I'm like, who am I talking to right now? Donald Trump? You know? It's just like, oh. And then she's like, give me your hands. I'm like, okay. You just basically told me the preamble was all this can be bullshit. You know what I mean? Yeah, you could literally change your mind while it's happening. You know?
She would hate me because I would talk way too much. I would be like, so what's this? Oh, really? That's what that is? I actually, I would just fucking get in her face. Like, is anybody ever trying to
Yeah, no, I was quiet the whole time. She asked me questions at the end, and then she was like, do you have any questions? And then I was like, I'm sorry.
It's funny that with that kind of profession, in palm reading, tarot, when the person is very into it, and that's their whole thing. Because not like the cops we talked about, it would be funny to see them just like eating fruit. Even though it's totally normal, and that's a normal thing to do. But a witch, and she's all in a group, like reading your hands or whatever, and then you see your albers, and you're like, I don't know if you really know do all this stuff. They like tarot stuff, photosynthesize or something, or you feed yourself with the sun. Yeah. It's like, do you do tarot at fucking McDonald's? Like, this is where it took you, or did your tarot card tell you that you would, like, you see them at the laundromat? It's like, is that what the tarot said for like your clothes?
So say he doesn't wash clothes for you, dude.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Which? Bitch.
Yeah, that's funny. I mean, like, she gets a DoorDash order in the middle of the reading.
But it's with you somehow. Then he knows you're a witch. You show up and you're like, hey, it's you. Oh my god. He's like, I told you.
Honestly, okay, so let me ask you a question before I get actually what I would do. My friends, what if somebody came up to you and was like, Cooney, if you do this, you have to, or if you want this to happen, you gotta be a witch. What's the thing that has to happen for you to be a witch?
Warlock, right?
Because that's like a male witch.
Yeah. What happens for me to be a warlock? Wait a minute. The question is, what has to happen for me to do it?
Well, like, this will be true if you're a warlock.
Oh, if you're a warlock, this will also be true. And the lowest thing that will be anything of
The threshold. For me, it'd be like time travel. I feel like time travel can work, but you gotta be a witch, dude.
That's like a really bad thing. I have warlocks. Honestly, I would just be. There's not much that would. I want to be $20. Yeah, like Jorah. Well, Jorah against you're getting money would be good, right? So like, Jorah gets $20. You can get $20 and I can turn it into a stool.
Oh my god.
It turned you into, and why do I keep nice opposite squirrel? I don't push back.
That's twisted thinking, dude. Joe Rogan has turned so many of his old friends into stools, dude.
And turned into squirrels. The flying squirrel for the same.
But yeah, dude, that's it was an experience, and then I saw them going in all this. Wait,
Oh yeah, I mean that's like old school entertainment.
dude, I went to a second where have you ever been to the nightclub?
Oh my god, where's that?
It's in downtown Seattle, right here, and it's like maybe 20 or less people sitting in the theater, but there's some that are like beds, like some seats that are like beds, and other ones that are like recliner chairs. They're really nice, and it's like first class seating. You know how like in first class you have your own sectioned off thing, and it's like 2 seats. It's just like that.
That's crazy. And every seat comes with a blanket. Is it super cold in there?
Not really, honestly.
Just in case you need it. Yeah. Just give me that option. I mean, like a food find is a full bed, sheets, pillows, and all that.
you in. The guy was, what's it called? Ushers come in and tuck you in, and they kiss you on the forehead. Water to brush your teeth. Like brush my teeth, I think. Why, man, that's the craziest thing I've ever heard. You can't see this. I'll show you the seats right now. Yeah, let's look at that. I wouldn't want to be in. I like watching stuff late at night in my bed, so I get the pillows out. I don't know if I'd want to do that with a bunch of other people in a bed. It's pretty spread out though, dude. Yeah, like this is what it looks like. Oh, I see. That looks more like a Flintstones chair. That is an old space show. Jetsons. But this is what I'm talking about. These seats are fucking cash money. Oh, yeah, those are really our own seats. Oh, yeah, two bigger chairs. And the way they got the table set up is, I was going to say it's a little bit similar to the Alamo. I've never been to the Alamo, so maybe the same thing. The Alamo rocks, man. Yeah, frequently. I like that it's kind of futuristic. It looks good. That looks like a good theater. It's called the Hot. I see. Where's it at? Yeah, downtown Seattle. Oh, downtown. Yeah, man. I mean, it's a fucking spiritual experience, dude. This changed my movie going experience, dude. Yeah, I'm like, dude, I want to watch that. This food is fucking amazing. I got like $100, so that's the thing. We got pizza, French fries, and popcorn. It's full service pot. Non-stop. Oh, is that how you order? Yeah. Was there a screen or something? No, it's just a table. This table has a button, right? Alamo is great. I used to love going there and just I would like get a frozen margarita and then another frozen margarita, put it up there, nachos, and just like throughout the movie, I'm just like eating constantly and drinking. Is this the Alamo? Yeah, looks like Alamo Draft House. Oh, okay, like seats not cool. Yeah, definitely not as cool as I think. Take your girl to iPig. You'll be thanking me later. You see those white paper though? Oh yeah, that's what you do. It's like they give you a pencil and you write on what you want from their menu. There's a little light under it. It blew my mind the first time I did. I go, this is actually you're supposed to watch movies that the DMC way. You sound exactly like me leaving fucking iPig. iPig sounds pretty great. Yeah, it is like $25 pop for fucking seats. Oh, that's not bad, man. But it's not that bad. But food is one of the most expensive. They got a pool table and they got like fucking big screen of sports games, dude. I'm like, dude, I want to be here every week. They're like outside. And like it's underground. It's like you go down 2 levels underground. Yeah. And they got this like chill ass Freemason type fucking atmosphere. I think the Draft House has something like similar to that because Jay Light, you had a comedy show. Go on their bar. They have a thing where you can hang out and sell merch. But now we use that pool tables like in the movie. Although Ganya's playing. Oh, Black Phone 2 is out. Yeah, I want to see that. I don't. You know? No. Why? Black Phone was great. Don't get me wrong. Sure. But the Black Phone 2 trailer looks whack. Oh, but you said the same thing about Begonia's Day. Sure. But I watched Begonia's too many times. I have seen Black Phone 2 trailer way too many times too. But Black Phone, one of the appealing things about it, this is movies with American Tweeties here, was that it all took place in one setting. This one has like 5 settings. Just I haven't seen the trailer, and I remember thinking, how could there be a sequel? Have you seen the first? But I heard it was good. I think it's getting good reviews too. Oh, okay. I'll give it a shot. All right, I'll try it out. It's worth it. I've heard a lot about Predator. Yeah. Like good, bad, good, but I don't give a fuck, dude. That's crazy that they're still making Predator movies. Yeah. That picture's kind of funny of the guy. It doesn't look like Predator, really. It kind of looks like it's like a statement movie, like the Predator rights. Yeah, he's in a protest. It looks like British shopping in the thumbnail. You heard that? They're treating us different. That's my podcast. My teeth, this is when Nick Diaz calls you a pussy bitch. Yeah, what is making him do this? Interesting. Why is the Predator in his face something like that? Well, as far as temperament goes, Predators aren't known to be calm. Yeah, but do they do that? Or ass? Right. It looks like that's me seeing a coffee cake. That's you after the doctor told you you had shingles. No opening my mouth for another pill. I like those me licking my lips because I heard that I could get another vaccine. This is you when they tell you no more vaccines. You're like, it looks like he's happy to be where he's like yelling, we will not, power to the people all the time. Like it's a protest. This is you with big teeth. Gotta make a movie about predator rights. Yeah, that's true. Big teeth. Trying to make a small teeth for predator. But yeah, Friday Night, Five Nights at Freddy's is also out right now, dude. Knives Out is being shown again at the Alamo Drafthouse. This one's in downtown now. Okay. Mine's in uptown. Seattle Demon. Oh god, yeah. Did you see what happened with that guy Antonio Brown? He got arrested for murder attempt. Did you see the video when he was in Dubai? I think so. Have you seen the video? Well, where's it at? I think the picture is like Antonio Brown video. Should I, while you're looking it up, should I say what I think, or do you want me? Because the video of it is like, in my opinion, pretty much case closed. Which one is it? Maybe it's the one in the, it might be the middle. This one? Yeah. Watch what he does. He is charged with attempted murder, right? So in my mind, attempted murder is very much similar to like he's trying to kill somebody, right? His brain is shot. He's definitely imagine that. You wake up in the morning and this is sucking on your side. It would be.
NFL star Antonio Brown was wanted for taking after Wednesday. He shot at someone during a Hamilton boxing event. NBC 6's legal criminals
in that clip where he's running, he's literally running with a gun in his hand. You see the gun, and then he shoots at the gun. If that's not attempted murder, what is? That is so obvious. The guy's gone, right? And he's running towards the guy with the gun. That's the stupidest thing. Nico Clemens. Doesn't know he's Miami police say after months of searching, investigators found Brown in the Middle East. He was back to the U.S. and detectives bring him here to Miami to face charges. This right here is the warehouse where police say Brown got into a fight and then fired those shots. After police say he pulled the trigger. Investigators found and arrested former NFL star Antonio Brown in July. Miami police say he was arrested for attempted murder. Detectives say May Brown shot at someone at a boxing event in Miami's neighborhood. And arrest warrant says Brown got into a fight with a man. Moments later, gunshots. Witnesses that pointing their finger at Antonio Brown. Someone later recorded a video that appears to show him in handcuffs. However, investigators say when they searched Brown, they didn't find a gun on him or anyone who was hurt, so they let him go. Investigators say they later watched surveillance and cell phone videos which showed Brown grabbing a gun off a security officer. Oh no! Going towards him, he grabbed someone else's gun. The fighter later told detectives Brown shot at him. Posted videos to social media. This is me with a gun. I got that thing on me. Taunting us and saying, hey, I'm safe here. And that's what we interpret from that video. But you know what? He was laughing then. We're getting the last laugh. A search that lasted months. And when some detectives preparing to bring Brown back to Miami to face charges. No matter who you are, the power of what money you have, if you commit a crime in the city of Miami, we're going to identify you, we're going to locate you, and we're going to bring you to justice. The real crime here is, did he ever put it in office? I don't think so. He should have done that. Yeah, true. I love how cops, like, you know, that cop is so happy. His friends are like, whoa, it's him. It's our guy. He's like, stop! And you know what happens when you do that? Yeah. Get arrested. You're like, whoa! That's not how he sounds. That's how he sounded. You want to the Middle East? Sorry for pressing. You make him sound like Scarface. No, I'm not Cuban. Scarface is different. But the way you were doing it, I was like, it's kind of Al Pacino. It's kind of textbook what he was doing. Yeah. I don't know about that. It's like in the Miami, you commit a crime, you got to fucking solve it. You have to solve the crime. That's him with salsa on it. You put a little bit of salsa on me. Antonio Brown, like, fucking criminal was salsa on taco. I saw this tweet. What made me laugh about it was I saw this tweet that said, Tom Brady has thrown touchdowns to 2 murderers he to go. Yeah. That's Antonio Brown and Aaron, what's his name? Aaron Hernandez. Now, I hated, I'm not happy. Well, actually, you know, I'm not going to lie. I'm happy that he's going to jail. And nobody got hurt. And I hope he is, because I can't stand his tweet. I can't, and his social media, all the posts, cracker of the day, all that stuff is so unfunny. He just steals memes from people. It never made me laugh even one time. He belongs in jail. No, that's a lie. I mean, he's made me laugh many times. Really? Yeah. I guess you'd have to show me. Yeah, I mean, we've had this conversation before, and I showed you. Maybe you didn't laugh to make a point, but I can care less if you haven't laughed. But he has made me laugh many times. And then, because then I'll look at the, I don't really care for the username. I'll look at the username and see that it's AB, whatever. And I'll be like, oh, fuck. He got me. Oh, wait, that's funny. He is funny. I don't know. Is he fucking insane? Yes. But is he funny? Yes. I don't know. You can tell me that Andrew Schultz is not funny. So yeah, no, I'm happy to see him go away for a while. I think we can do without maybe one for a minute, especially since he seems to be a threat to society. Yeah, I mean, get the help you need, brother. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. It's really hard out here in these streets for many people, dude. You were telling me about playing Montgomery fucking. Yeah, so I forget. I don't know what the Austin Comedy. Have you ever heard of the Austin Comedy Festival? No, I haven't heard of it either. But apparently he was 15 minutes first annual Austin Comedy Festival. Let's see, William Montgomery just got brought off stage 15 minutes into his 1.5 hours set at a Austin Comedy Festival. Also at the Austin Comedy Festival. Oh, so it's not even it's like the Austin Comedy Festival. How many they got in that thing? It's like those fucking Thomas people put where it's like Antonio Brown ruined his life? Question mark at the end of it. You know what I mean? And then just so they can be like flip floppy about it, be like, Antonio Brown ruined his life. It's what a lot of the internet's saying right now. Oh yeah. It's like our politicization of headlines and clickbait shit. Follow me on Twitter, dude. You have to watch me play. So I started taking weed and Viagra, but the only problem is whenever I smoke it, my eyes get hard. And y'all just need to buckle in, because I feel like there was more. I watched one that had a lot more like time to it. But what what cracks me, it's not even think he's doing that bad. I don't think that they're paying attention.
Yeah.
And I'm not as familiar with William Montgomery. I actually don't know his bit because I haven't seen the Kill Tony stuff. But he was making me laugh because he was like so animated. He's like screaming at them. And I remember thinking like I'm actually enjoying this. And I'm not sure that this reminds me of like those venues where people have come to see music. That's the vibe I get. They're like they've come there for another purpose. And then he's like,
Maybe they came to get roasted.
Kill Tony Starr by Montgomery gets moved off stage after opening for Morgan J at a comedy festival in Austin, Texas.
This is a weird rumor, but I heard the Aaliyah plane crash happened because the pilot tried to ghost ride the wheel. It's a little worried now. We might not do good in the lightning crasher.
I laugh when I hear them. It's like the references are not super timely, right? But Paul Walker, more like Paul Crasher, if you scream that at me, it's that makes you I think I'm gonna laugh at it. And the Aaliyah thing is like that. Maybe it's not good, but the way he's delivering it, I'm kind of like, this is kind of funny because he's just so crazy. Is that how he normally does this? Yeah. Okay. I'm sort of into it.
I heard the reason Paul Walker did because the director forgot to say
That's kind of like a big piece of paper. Sometimes that might be part of why they're not into it because it's kind of just yelling and screaming. And I don't know if they're there for comedy. Let's see.
Austin, it has been a wonderful pleasure. Thank you so much.
Damn, and that reminds me of bombing. I've definitely been in that situation. I quite look like it.
TikTok refused to connect. I guess there's more video, but we can't see it. That's cool.
It's cool that he's famous enough to have a bunch of pros about it bombing. I want that. Yeah, I want to be big enough that when I bomb, it's big news. Yeah. Brendan Cooney bombed today on Raccoon Tweeties.
What do we call it? Paul Crasher? What do we call it? Peter Dingle's just a crazy.
What's Brendan Cooney bombs while performing the Gringo Poppy for a Austin Comedy Festival? That would be so funny. Yeah, I do that for just the reenactment and I bomb. And that's what you're supposed to. Brendan Cooney bombs at the doctor's office, finds out the issue.
Just a picture of you.
Oh no! I mean, I wasn't really familiar with Montgomery until watching it, but I gotta say, this may be controversial, but I kind of enjoyed some of that.
Oh, yeah, he's fucking funny, dude.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't feel the same way about Casey Rocker. Yeah, that shit's pretty trash. But I enjoyed David Montgomery. William Montgomery. David.
I want to show you. Have you seen this one, right?
I don't know.
Where he's like, I never lost time. That's just hilarious, dude. That's right here. Okay.
I do have one thing to say, and it's all about the respect of the craft and art. These are two people you need to know. So backing up saying, are you? Not something that is disrespect, not disrespect, but disrespect. Like you need to know what you put in for you.
For sure, I swear to you, Bucky, as it was leaving my lips, I just thought to myself, this is a horrible mistake. Funky singer.
These motherfuckers paved the way, so I want.
Okay, I didn't agree, man.
Okay. Bring it up. Thank you. I want to bring it up. I do it, Dad. Bring it up. So maybe I need to stop. Yeah. But I'm never gonna stop.
The best is when people I think they need to take a situation that's comical seriously. Like, you gotta respect Eddie Pepitone and Jim Florentine. They don't even know why she's saying that. Jim Florentine's like, am I old? And Eddie Pepitone's like, I wish I wasn't here. This is called Tony. I don't want to be here. This is horrifying. I'd rather be on T-Books. Yeah.
Have you seen William before? I haven't. How are you?
Oh, this is, I remember this one. Yeah, I actually have
Chad? I'm great.
Cool. I know the bit I'm enjoying it.
What do you do? Are you a comedian or what do you do?
Oh my God, William!
You ever play
I like it. I like it.
blackjack? We're talking to Chad making amends. Here we go.
You can't tell that this guy is serious. Like, what's it, Chad something or other? I forget again. Chad Loves Johnson or something. I forget his name. Chad Daniels. It would be perfect to do this as a bit. You know, he could just be the angry comedian that no one would ever know, and it's good for the show. But after the show, he talked about it on the podcast. He's like, "Yeah, I want to kick his ass." You're insane. You're gonna kick that guy's ass? That clown? That's going like screaming. Yeah, not serious. Does it every episode, right? You're really gonna fight that guy?
It's funny because it's also like he wants to kick his ass because William doesn't know who he is. But William's only acting this way. It's amazing. It's just dumb because Chad doesn't know who William is if he doesn't understand that he screams at him.
Yeah, that's funny. I didn't think of that. First, William Montgomery obviously knows who he is. He's the guest on the show. There's just no way he doesn't know. And then, Jay, you're right. It is funny to be mad that somebody doesn't know who you are, but you don't know who they are. I'm a huge Chad. I know who you are. Well, I didn't remember your name just then, but I do know who you are.
Chad's huge in the limbest of ways.
He's all like this. Do your fucking joke, man. Do your story, bro. What's it?
Yeah, he just
It's so funny. Damn it. This whole time I didn't realize I liked William Montgomery.
Yeah, he's hilarious.
He's good.
Keep your mind open to Casey Rock. It's very funny that Brendan shot your way out of this by saying you'd fight, but you also look like the gays version of Home Alone. And like, what's worse, this or the in the chest?
In the chest. Okay.
This looks pretty bad.
You know what he looks like? This is a random cool, but he looks like Thomas Massey. Congressman Thomas Massey.
Crazy.
I saw he's like this conspiracy guy. But yeah, no, he looks, look it up. Lives in the South. Oh, he's from Kentucky.
Okay, the guy that's here on that dance?
No, maybe a little bit. He does have an accent, I think. He's MIT. Because it's like punishment for going up till 2, right? It's a terrible show besides right now, which is making me dying laughing. I like this. But if you're a comedian that goes on it, you kind of deserve to be vilified. And I like that.
Dude, William's been on it for so long. I was in a circle with him smoking weed. First time.
Wow, isn't that crazy? That is nuts. The first time. That's your part of Kill Tony history.
Not really. I didn't like, notice I said in the circle. There was like a circle of people smoking it.
He made fun of how I talked.
Great. Yeah, no, I mean, that is, I can't get over what's Punky being like, you don't know who these people are, that's the whole band. You fucking fool. Idiot. Man, I had that. God, it's so embarrassing. And then after you hear that it's an ongoing bit to still be like, I'll be like, oh, I'm an idiot. Yeah, I mean, dude, Donald Rollins acting all serious on it. Oh, I heard he was really there, right? To get it done to you more than once is actually kind of fun. He goes back around and starts being funny. You go on there serious every time. You get seriously offended by Tony Hinchcliffe and William Montgomery and Casey Rocket. Like, oh, God, made fun of me. Okay. Did I just They just, their names are Casey Rock and Tony Hitchcock. And you're mad about that. We should. Let me see if we have any voicemail. It is a you do bear a striking resemblance simply due to your hair color. Yeah, I see. Let me see here. Voicemails. I think there's one voicemail from the same guy that left last week. Let's see. Okay. My shit was on quiet. Oh yeah, dude, thank you. I like the awkward, the strange pauses are one of my favorite things about the voicemails that we get. Because it gives like a punchline. You know, you wait, and then it's like a totally other random shop quote. I like that. Shout out to you. Thanks for calling in 5 times in a row. Be just like that guy. Calls at 775-557-8667. That's 775-557-TMOS. You know, play your voicemail on the fucking, what's it called? Come to the podcast, dude. Yeah. But yeah, I think that's it for this week, dude. That's it. All right. We'll see you next week.
Number one is I heard this what did I get?
Brushes can leave up to 50% of blood behind, which can lead to cavities. Oral-B IO Electric's round brush hugs each tooth, leaving your back molars to remove up to 100% more plaque. Switch to Oral-B IO Electric with Oral-B paste to say goodbye to cavities.
whatever the reason. So also the happiness of the whole so individuals who didn't participate here, he may not bring things back and forth when it comes to the country and vice versa. Everyone else is committed to go ahead and bring items from their home into this culture, and from their home to the culture, from the culture to their home. That's important to this guy's as well.
What's up, sluts? It's Kabbalah and coffee. Why? It's whatever you want it to be, baby. What day is it, big dog? 48 days. Really? Yeah, how many till fucking Grand Theft Auto? Oh, that? That bitch, 279. Perhaps, because I don't fucking know. But I'll tell you what we do know. You know, the biggest pimp of all time is Zurus. Means problems. We got 99 Zurus, but a bitch ain't one. Chillazone. Sounds like a fucking Pokemon. Murex. Trunculus. Golis refers to Jewish diaspora or exile. Gay Kakin Afanyam. Lexadian. May Hashem bless you and guard you. May Hashem shine his face upon you and be gracious to you. May Hashem lift his face to you and grant you peace. Akin ani medaber ivrit bekar ivrit mekrai al shit. Befoal anaknu amur medaber Yiddish o ulai aramit. Shegam otan ani yakal medaber bimida mesuyimet aval ani maadif Anglit Lakin Ba'u Medaber Anglit Zainishma Tov Lecha. Dude, those motherfuckers in that Yiddish server or that Jewish server, they when I came in they started singing Hava Nagila and I started singing as well. But the thing is we gotta brush up on my fucking knowledge this bitch. Why? Well, if you ask anybody, I mean, I know a lot of it, but there might be 69 verses of the bitch. Why? Who knows? All right. So what is it? Hava Nagila, Hava Nagila, Hava Nagila, Benis Mecha. Hava Nagila, Hava Nagila, Hava Nagila, Hava Hava Nagila, Hava Nagila, Hava Nagila, Hava Nagila, Hava no. Hava Nagila, Hava Nagila, Hava Nagila, Benis Mecha. I was thought about this. I mean, I know what it is. Everybody knows what it is. But I'm saying when I was a little kid, perhaps. Really, yeah, I thought it was. Why? I thought it was Venice Echa. Is that what you thought it was? Everybody thought that. Really? Yeah, what's it mean? Let us rejoice. I know that. Why? Because it's in the fucking knowledge base of everybody's favorite rabbi. Why? Who the fuck? Hey, let's make it light tan on white. What?
Very simple question. Why does it say Ba'od Amra Ben Baba? So again, the answer is very simple because the Ibn Baba gave us a Qumrah at the end of the last Mishnah. He's giving us another Qumrah at the beginning of this Mishnah. So Ba'od, another Qumrah. Ready? So every single time you find this kind of those are different Qumrahs. You're going to use Ba'od or Rabbi Huda.
Okay, so it's let us rejoice, let us rejoice, let us rejoice and be happy. Let us sing, let us sing, let us sing and be happy. Awaken. Narina, Hava Nera Nina, Hava Narina, not Hava Na, Hava Nera Anina, Hava Anina Raha, Venisamaka, Venisamaka, Hava Narina. No, it's Hava Nera Nina, Hava Narina Hana, fuck. Hava Narina Hana. Let's hear it. Let's hear the song. I bet they were like, is he saying Yisrael? Yeah, bitch. Why? Because that's what you are doing. Oh, and here's the other thing. They were like, dude, what fucking song did these schmucks want me to sing? Take Me to Church? What the fuck? So I said I'd sing Take Me to Shul, and they were like, take us to Knesset. They'd be like, bitch, that's too long. Yeah, dog, but with the lyrics. Performed by Roy Howard, classical guitar, Whiskey Mick. There's no music. Dude, give me the fucking lyrics. Oh, this is the worst. Our Lucan. God, don't make Israel like that. Because it's like, it's good to expand it, baby. So can you sing it? Hava, Nagila, Hava, Nagila, Hava, Nagila, Ben Yismecha, Hava, Nagila. Hava ne ranena, Hava ranena, and these things are Hava ne rina, Hava ranena, Hava rina, and these things are. Ooh, Rakim, ooh, Rakim, 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 ooh, Rakim, ooh, Rakim, Rasamea, Lava, Nagila, Hava, Nagila, Hava, Nagila, Painasnaya, Hava, Nagila, Hava, Nagila, Hava, Nagila, Painasnaya, Hava, Nagila, Hava, Neranina, Hava, Nerina, Painasnaya, Hava, Nerina, Hava, Nerina, Hava, Nerina, Painasnaya, all right, maybe we. Yeah, dog. All right, that's cool, dog. That's a cool story, and everybody appreciates it. It's like, bitch, I don't think there's more to it. Anyway, we got shit to cover. Why? Like what? Dog. We keep adding shit. We keep learning less about Kabbalah. Why do you think there's more? I thought to talk about a heart at the end. Belev Mesteya. Belev Sameya. I know that one. Why? Only Simchas. That's actually different. That's celebration. Sameach is happy. What else is Sameach? What the fuck is wrong with this shit? Hag Sameach. Really? Oh yeah, it means happy. Holiday. Like Yom Tov or Good Yom Tov. Yom Tov, that's just good day. Doesn't necessarily mean it's happy. Here we go, folks. If you're watching this at home and you're like, dog, this is who they send us? Dog, I'm just doing my thing, okay? I'm fucking just living on the internet. Really? Yeah. And I said, I say the same thing to you. This is what they sent me? Bunch of fucking, half you are goy who think they're Jews. The other half are Jews, many of whom we treat as goy. And then there's a small little segment who's got their shit together of Jews who are halakhically Jews and practicing, and then goy who are goyim that are goyim. All right, cool. Oh, that was a really great story, and I really enjoyed it. Really? Oh yeah. What are your thoughts on your phone like screen cutting me a little bit? I deal with it, baby. All right, here we go. What does Amachai mean? It's something so pleasurable it would wake the dead like when a Rebbitzin gets stuck. Halavai, that's what she wants to happen. She wishes. Yesh cop. That's a Jewish head. Yanta, that's a talking bitch. Really? Oh yeah, dog. Look at this athleticism. All right. Talkless, brass tacks, motherfucker. Really? Oh, for sure. Nosh, snacking on pussy. Really? Oh, it's whatever you want it to be, baby. Basher, that's soulmate. Bashirta is a male soulmate. Bashirta is a female soulmate. Mishmash, I was taking a bath. I used that earlier. It's like a mixture. Buck kiss means nothing. It means beans. Good yontif. Good holiday, baby. It should be good. L'chaim, life, hard, neutral, black, kosher, smooth, mensch. It's a good dude. Female equivalent would be seducus, from, or H.I. Kaya. Really? Yeah. Or what else? Or that's a ghetto good girl. Like you're really close with the person. Really? Dog, it's whatever you want it to be, baby. Why? Why not? Where'd you go, big man? Just slanging dick. Like it's going out of style. All right, tight. I've got this fucking I think Israel really like it. Really? I think y'all fucking think it's sick as fuck. It's like this project. I feel like I'm getting shotgun with different songs. I said shotgun. Oh, put on your heart. We're gonna dig tomatoes. Yeah, Sam and David. Don't ever. I don't want you ever thinking that it's anybody but Sam and David. Right. Is that it? No. Yo, dog. What else? Mensch, Skoyak. That's Yasher Kog. What is it? It's like from strength. Skoyak. It means like Yasher Kog. May your strength be directed forward. And then so it's may your strength. And it was originally Yasher Kokaka. Then it was made Yasher Kwak, and then it's just Skoyak. That's tight. What's Oive? What's Oive? It's like, oh shit. It's like, woe is me kind of shit. There's Stettel, that's an Eastern European village. There's Stridel, which is a hat, and there's a Scheidel, which is a wig. Milkshake, Fleischshake, Parv. Parv's cake is dairy. Fleischshake is meat. Heimish or Hamish, that's homely. No, that's ugly. Homie, like west side. Schmata, that's rags. Schwiger is mother-in-law. Chazer is pig. Chazir is pig. Chazer, I mean repeat. Schlep, that's today's word. That means to take your shit from one place to another. And I'll talk about this really where this like sticks out in my mind. I was living in Long Beach, and I would, well, how did you come to a Chabad? From Hashem, baby. But it was like this thing where I restored their shul with my bare fucking hands. What the fuck happened here? What is this shit? Anyway, and we won't go into that story, but that's really great stories, I feel, about Judaism. That's up there with any of the shit in that book, or in any of the fucking big thing of books. It's amazing. It's better than anything that happened in a cave, or a fucking desert, or anything. That shit's tight as fuck. We won't go into that story right now, though. Really? Yeah. What about that stairwell? Not that either. It was a But how I came to this Chabad in sure no, that's how I came to that Chabad. Anyway, I was in, I was living in, I was living in the valley, but then for a job I moved to Long Beach, um, near the very close, like across the street from Lakewood, and I kept hearing everybody talk about Lakewood juice, and it's like, really? Like, I live like in Lakewood. Anyway, and I would drive, which is a massive drive from Long Beach to Sherman Oaks every Sunday. I did it for like 6 months every Sunday, and for shoppers, and people be like, that's a schlep, and it is deep, really, yeah. It's deep. My rabbits know the drive from Irvine to fucking Westwood. And that's just schlep every single day. My rabbits in Colonel would drive. I don't want to get into that story because I just don't. You'll find out how much this woman meant to me, what it still means to me, and how much she'll mean to all of you. But that's a schlep. But I would do it. I would. I didn't even really ever know what time we were fucking starting because the fucking sun was moving. They had this really cool board, but whatever. Who knew what the fuck was on it? Anyway, there's a bunch of chicken scratch, but it was cool. Oh, actually, I saw this boards at all the other Chabads, and I was like, dog, why don't you guys have that fucking strict chicken scratch board? And they're like, yeah, it's kind of expensive. I'm like, dog, chicken scratch board. Anyway, if you don't know what I'm talking about, you will. So they ended up getting one, which I was like tight. But I was like, dog, come on, keep up with the Joneses here. This is Sherman Oaks. Everybody's got one of these bitches. Really? Yeah, did Beverly Hills? I think so. Where did you see it? I saw it. And then I'd be like, dog, do you guys know about this? They're like, yeah, they're expensive. I don't give a fuck. Everybody needs those chicken scratch boards. Anyway. Then what? What the fuck's going on here? There you go. Anyway, so I would schlep. Is it schlep or schlep? They kind of sound the same. They kind of are. It's not SLEP though. It's SCHLEP. It's not slep. It's schlep. Really? Yeah. And what does it mean? It means to travel a long fucking way. Schlep, to tote. Actually, it could mean to carry something. Actually, that's more likely what it is. Really? Yeah. Schlep or schlep. Oh, it is SLHLEP. No, it's SHLEP, but not SLEP. Is Yiddish for drag or pull and functions as a noun or verb. Really? Yeah, but it can also mean to travel a far distance by carrying shit. Schlep, to tote. When a Jewish family prepares for a flight and their Yiddish mama packs them extra tuna sandwiches, since there's no kosher food available in the airport, and she cannot picture her precious children going hungry, it would be accurate to say that they are schlepping along tons of extra baggage. In this case, the use is somewhat figurative since they need not physically drag the tuna sandwiches. Schlep, to drag. Now suppose the studious yeshiva student of a son decided to pack along his spare set of Talmud, 20 oversized volumes. The luggage would become so heavy that there would be no choice but to schlep it on the ground. Schlep, to be a burden. Once this family realizes that they have so much luggage with them, the entire trip has become more of a burden than a boon. They can then say that the entire trip was just one big schlep. August schlep, drawn out. As the vacation continues and they miss their regular routines back home, the ordeal begins to feel August schlep. drawn out. If it gets so bad that it begins to remind them of a winter cold that never ends, they may call it Ogeschlepta krank, an illness that drags on and on. Schleppen Bayam Zone, tugging by the tongue. As the family continues to bicker about the non fun vacation, except, of course, for the above mentioned scholar whose nose is buried in his Talmud and who refuses to get schlepped into the brouhaha, some family members begin to campaign for going home early, telling their parents, "You told us we leave early if we don't enjoy it. Schlepp uns nicht beim Zone. Don't tug us by our tongues." Say the exasperated parents. Don't try to use our words to force us into anything. People as schleppers. As the family sits and bemoans their fate, they forget to take care of their appearances and are soon a disheveled and bedraggled group. An observer may remark that they look like a bunch of schleppers, which literally means draggers, but refers to anyone who is not quite making it socially, financially, or appearance wise. The closest English equivalent to schlepper would probably be loser. Noch schleppers and Mitch schleppers tag along. Good news, our family finally schleps baggage home. Good news, our fam Good news, good news, our family finally schleps back home, schlepping their luggage. Determined not to transgress the Torah guidelines for Lashon Hara slander, they keep mum about their experiences. People talk about the wonderful destination, and soon groupies and copycats, Mitch schleppers and Nuck schleppers start making the trip to the same destination. I hope that answer didn't schlep on too long, but once I start writing, I get schlepped into it. I don't know if I agree with this one. Why? It can also mean to travel. Really, it generally you're carrying something, but it doesn't have to. Haul or carry something heavy or awkward. Here it is, noun. So that's how it is as a verb. A tedious or difficult journey. And I don't know why they don't include that. I would include it. Chabad, get your shit together. That's like half of the shit that I say on this. Chabad, get your shit together. Because you've got this fucking website and it's got some stuff that needs to be changed. You got this lady, fucking Abby, who doesn't know her Mod Podge from a fucking Martha Stewart paint or her ass from a hole in the head. Really? I don't know why she became our fucking Martha Stewart, but apparently she did. All right, well, that was a really cool story, Rabbi. Are you ready to learn about some fucking Kabbalistic? What the fuck happened here? What is this bullshit? Dog, I don't have time to deal with this bullshit right now. This is some garbage. What is this? Dog. Dog, if you're like, hey, Rabbi, aren't we supposed to be learning? Dog, I've got like an amazing. You'll be happy. You'll be happy about this one. Really? Yeah, dog. But what the fuck? Dog, this shit sucks. What's up, babies? Everything sucks. Does it? Yeah, dog. Yeah, dog. All right. So where were we? We're talking some bullshit. All right, Rabbi time. So what are you doing here? Well, I've got this like I created these robots, these like golems kind of deal that just archive my life. But I've had them do that before on lives, and I have a lot of video on Instagram that way. But I thought it would be cool to just have random music playing while I'm slanging dick like it's going out of style, baby. Really? Yeah, and I think Israel really fucking like it. Why are you doing all this shit for Israel? The diaspora is gonna be like, why are you doing all this shit for Israel? And I'd be like, baby, when I say Israel, sometimes I mean the fucking desert, and other times I mean the fucking everybody. Which do you mean here? A little bit of both, baby. All right, here we go. Baba Sali. I bet this motherfucker just was an amazing motherfucker. He looks like Osama bin Laden. I'm just gonna say that. Doesn't anybody see this guy looks like this fucking? He looks like Osama bin Laden. Come on, look at him. If you told me that, if you told me that this motherfucker was had, I'm saying like if they had a fucking lineup for Osama bin Laden, this guy could be in it. I'm not saying I would choose him, but he could be in it. Do you like Moroccan Jews? Yeah, I do. They're really nice. Really? Yeah. Sephardim are so much nicer than Ashkenazi. We Ashkenazi are dicks. Really? Many times. I think our shit doesn't stink, especially Litviks. Really? That's baller. Nevertheless, this motherfucker could have been in the lineup for Osama bin Laden. Doesn't he just look pissed? Really? Yeah. How did they want? How do you want to be remembered? Like this, baby, 4 touchdowns in a single game. Really? Did you ever throw 4 touchdowns in a single game? Yeah, we had 20 minutes, so. Did you ever catch 4 touchdowns in a single game, baby? I was a quarterback. I don't catch. I mean, unless I want to do something sexy. Did you ever catch a touchdown patch yet? For our fucking recess league. Yeah. Did you ever catch 4 in a game? I caught 4 in a game before. Dude, this one time I was playing with my friends his house, and he had this cousin who was a few years older than we were, a couple years older than we were. And his cousin went to these like really fancy schools in fucking Switzerland with the fucking all these fancy people, and like the most elite prep schools in the world. And this kid was older than we were, and we thought my friend thought his cousin was just the coolest motherfucker ever, and couldn't ever be beaten at anything. And he was older than we were, so I remember he had a tree house. Tree houses are huge, really, yeah, and um, tree houses are giant. Anyway, no, the tree house wasn't ever really in the tree because that can harm the tree, but it's just like a fort off the ground. But that was a big deal. Anyway, uh, back in the day, you just walked through people's fucking yards. It was like no big deal. Not now. I would not do this. We would just we had to go somewhere. We would just like walk through somebody's backyard. Anyway, it was uh, my friend had like this small front yard where we would play football, and uh, one day his cousin came over or something, and we were bored, and we're like, "Hey, you want to play football?" Yeah, and I was getting pretty good for nothing amazing, and my somehow we got to the discussion. I'm going to take on the cousin, and my friend is going to be all-time quarterback. All-time quarterback. So we're going to play it. It's like um, the game goes like this. It goes. I forget who scored first. It was like 7-0, 7-7. 14, 7, 14, 14. 21, 14, 21, 20. 28, 21, 28, 28. 35, 28, 35, 35. 42, 35, 42, 42. And we get to the last, and like, just this kid was bigger than I was. He was taller than I was, and he, uh, and like we were playing defense on each other, but we couldn't really. Maybe we could stop each other, but I don't know. But you had 4 downs wherever we played. You always just had 4 downs. We weren't gonna fucking get our little feet and like fucking. We did do that for 10 yards or whatever. It's just too inaccurate that way. So we were playing in the yard, and I think I got a defensive stop somehow, some way, and um, and so it was the last. Uh, I forget what it was or how we're going to determine that this was the last. Like next touchdown wins, maybe, let's say. And I think I got a defensive stop or something like that. And my friend, who was from New York, is born in New York. Um, he was a quarterback, and I just remember we go in, like whenever we do a play, we'd always do it like this, like super secretive, like real CIA style shit. And he and I mean the same. We just ran the same fucking plays. Just get over it. I mean that's all it was. But I remember, I think my friend, I think he was going to be rushed or something. I don't even know. How would you do a rush? 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000, 5, 1,000. Or 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi. That's what you do. But so you could rush. And I want to say he was being rushed, but maybe not on that play. But this is going to be like the last play, and we're tied, and my friend hikes the ball I go out and I want to say he was rushed. And so he just throws the ball just as quickly as he could because his cousin, who is not super tall, but tall for us, gets in his face. And I remember seeing this ball just float. And I caught it with like this much space. And I won. And I beat him. I beat his cousin. His cousin was like unbeatable. And I remember how much I celebrated this. And we told my friend's mom, and she's like, he must have let you win. And it was like, no, this motherfucker was trying his ass off to win. And he did not let me win. And then, do you think his cousin, like your friend, was trying to let his cousin win? No. I mean, maybe. No, I don't. I think that he saw that I was in the game much longer than we expected I would be in the game. And uh, he just threw a fucking just he saw his cousin coming and just threw it up in the air. Now I say that could have happened that way, or his cousin may have been coming back to try to get the ball, but I don't remember. I remember his cousin darting at him, if I recall, but he may have been trying to play defense on me. I didn't, to my knowledge, catch it like this. I just remember catching it like this and falling back or whatever. I might not have fallen back, but there was like a little uphill. Anyway, I could talk about hanging out in that neighborhood all day. It was a lot of fun. All right, wasn't your neighborhood fun? Um, it was different. It was newer. That neighborhood was like more old school, and it was so much fun. And it seemingly had more kids who were older. My neighborhood, the kids were a lot of them were younger, but they were kids our age. And would you ever play with kids your age? Uh huh. Yeah. But, all right. Anything else? Um. No. Why the fuck did you tell that story? Oh, because this guy? I don't know. Because this guy, the fucking guy who looks like he could be in fucking Summer of Laden. I don't know. Baba Sali. Why did I even fucking tell that story? I don't know. All right. Well, that was a cool story. I don't know why the fuck you told it, but all right. Yitzhak Kaduri, Mizrahi, continuation from Rashash, Iraq, to Israel in 2006.
Yitzhak Kadri, Hebrew, Arabic, also spelled Kadri, Kadri, c. 1898, January 28, 2006, was a Iranian rabbi and Kabbalist. He taught and practiced the Covenant of Rashash. His amulets were distributed to voters before the Israeli election in May 1996, in exchange for their votes for Benjamin Netanyahu and the Shas Party. During his lifetime, he published no religious articles or books. At the time of his death, estimates of his age ranged from 103 to 108, and his birth year is still disputed. His funeral, held in Jerusalem, drew over 200,000 followers.
These motherfuckers, these Sephardic rabbis, or Mizrahi rabbis, Moroccan, they have giant funerals. Those some they're like giant.
Kadri was born in Baghdad, which was then part of the Ottoman Empire. His father, Rabbi Gadi Radim ben Aziza, was a spice trader. Kadri excelled in his studies and began learning Kabbalah while still in his teens. He was a child student of Rabbi Yosef Hayim and studied at the Soviet Yeshiva in Baghdad. He moved to the British Mandate of Palestine in 1923 and there changed his name from Tima to Kadri to honor his father whom he had left in Baghdad. Student of Kabbalah. He went to study at the Shoshanim David Yeshiva for Kabbalists in Iraq. There he learned from the leading Kabbalists of the time, including Rabbi Yehuda of Teah, author of Beit Yehuda, and Rabbi Yaakov Chaim Sofer, author of Gaf Vachi. He later immersed himself in regular Talmudic study and rabbinical law in the Baruch Yosef Yeshiva in Jerusalem's Old City, where he also studied the Kabbalah of Rosh Yeshiva, Rabbi Ezra Tinayer, Rabbi Sali ben Eliyahu, father of Sephardic chief Rabbi Mordecai Eliyahu, and other learned rabbis.
It was what? How would you want to be remembered? And it was like 4 touchdowns in a game. Did you ever rush for 4 touchdowns? We never rushed. That wasn't a thing. Why? It was always just considered like you always just threw the ball. Nobody ever rushed the ball. Really? Could you? Were you allowed to? We were allowed, but nobody ever did. It was like, why get small amounts of it? It was just too easy with 2-hand touch when you hand the ball off to just get a guy right away. So nobody ever did that. What the fuck is going on with that? We'll deal with it later. Well, let's take a look at something. Why? I'm sure it's really fucking appreciate. No comment yet. Oh, tight. That was a really cool story when everybody was like, huh? All right, we'll keep talking, dog. All right, babies. Um. Oh yeah. So, did you ever rush for touchdowns? Yeah. Um. You did. Yeah, but it was like that's not how you scored. Like you had 4 downs, and it's just if you get the ball, somebody's gonna get their hands on you if they're. And we just would throw the ball, always pass. We were in like the fucking home of the forward pass. They like invented it, and did they? No, but popularized it. Definitely. Really, yeah. Anyway, is that the end of your story? So you didn't rush for 4 touchdowns in a single game? Now I might have this as my fucking thing too. Really? Yeah. This. I might have a lot of things. Anyway, great story, man.
In 1934, Rabbi to the Old City, where the Torah used in the yeshiva gave the nearby with the Chapel in the yeshiva's books and rare manuscripts in the yeshiva's library. The books remained in the yeshiva's library. Find the copies of manuscripts restored in Rabbi Gadari's first library. Finding each book, he was studied intently, committing it to memory. He was reunited to a photographic memory and also mastered the Talmud by heart, including the adjoining Rashi and Tosafot commentaries. During the period of Arab-Israeli friction that led up to the 1948 Arab-Israeli War, the Torah use of the yeshiva was virtually turned into a fortress against frequent flashes of violence. When the Jewish border of the Old City fell to the invading Jordanian army, the Jordanians set fire to the yeshiva and all surrounding houses, destroying all the books and manuscripts that Rabbi Gadari had not sought to make on the yeshiva. Yeshiva Hamid Kibbutz in Jerusalem. He knew all the writings of Rabbi Yitzhak Leah, the founder of modern Kabbalah by heart. After the passing of the leading Kabbalists, Rabbi Ephraim Yaakov, in 1989, the remaining Kabbalists appointed Rabbi Gadari as their head. Rabbi Gadari did not publish any of the works that he authored on Kabbalah. He allowed only students of Kabbalah to study them. He did publish some articles criticizing Muslim ancient practical Kabbalah. The popular dissemination of the vice or amulets, often for a price. Gadari said it is forbidden to teach it not to Kabbalah, not even Talmud, not even Simple Torah, perhaps referring to God's celebrity Madonna's publicized interest in Kabbalah. He also said that women, even Jewish, are not allowed to study Kabbalah. Blessings, amulets, and prophecies. Over the years, thousands of people, mainly but not exclusively Sephardi Jews, have come to seek his advice. Blessings and amulets which he would create specifically for the individual in need. He had learned the Kabbalistic secrets of the amulets from his teacher, Rabbi Yehuda Veitai. Many people directly attributed personal miracles to receiving a blessing from Rabbi Gadari, such as recovery from severe illnesses and diseases, report to couples with fertility problems, finding a spouse, and economic blessings. His rise to fame, though, began when his son, Rabbi David Gadari, who ran a poultry store in the Buckaroo Market, decided to found the Program Yeshiva organization under his father, called Natural Kids Jack Yeshiva. It was located adjacent to the family home in the Buckaroo neighborhood of Jerusalem. His grandson, Yossi Gadari, took part in this endeavor with him. Gadari's followers believed that he was able to predict events. In late 2004, Gadari said great tragedies in the world were foreseen 2 weeks before the 2004 Indian Ocean earthquake and tsunami. Reported a pair of sheep connected the two by saying Gadari predicted the tragedy. Political involvement. The last 2 decades of his life were marked by the controversial way that some Jews used to promote various political parties during Israeli elections. Rabbi Gadari achieved celebrity status during the 1996 Knesset elections when he was flown by helicopter to multiple political rallies in support of the Shas party and for amulets that were purchased in his name for supporters of that party. In October 1997, Benjamin Netanyahu, then in his first term as Prime Minister of Israel, came to visit Gadari in his synagogue and was reported as whispering in Gadari's ear, "The left has forgotten what it is to be a Jew." This was considered as a divisive action and resonated in the press. Final days of death. Gadari lived a life of poverty and simplicity. He ate little, smoked little, and raged with the grave sites of Tzaddik in Israel. His first wife, Rabbi Sarah, died in 1989. He remarried in 1993 to Rabbi Doran, a politician with just over half his age. In January 2006, Rabbi Gadari was hospitalized with pneumonia at Baker Hospital in Jerusalem. He died at around 10 p.m. January 28, 2006, 29 days, 5,766. He was ordered lucid until his last day. More than 200,000 people took part in his funeral procession on January 29, which started from the Natural Kids Jack Yeshiva and its way through the streets of Jerusalem to the Jewish Old Cemetery, also known as Har HaMenuch, near the entrance to the city of Jerusalem. Messiah. Before his death, Gadari had said that he expected the Mashiach, the Jewish Messiah, to arrive soon, and that he had been him a year earlier. Some of his followers said that he left them a handwritten note and they were reportedly instructed to only open the note after Rabbi Gadari had been dead for 1 year. After this time period had passed, the note was supposedly opened by these followers and was found to read, Yerimon and Be'al the action Yero and Ragamonte, translated as he will raise the people and confirm that his word and law are standing, which, by taking the first letter of each word, reads, Yehoshua. Such acrostics are well recognized in Alman and the Tanakh. Rabbi Tobias Senior translated the Hebrew words in the note as, the nation will be raised up and it will become known that his word and his Torah stand. He confirmed that the first letter of each of the Hebrew words in the note spells Yehoshua, the Hebrew name of both the Biblical Joshua, Yehoshua. He was the disciple of Moses who led the Israelites
Right, well, that was cool. This guy's kind of an asshole. Really? No, he's cool. Why is he an asshole? I'm not actually. I say that joking. He's not. But, he's not. I'm just being funny. I don't like the whole amulet thing. Really? It's too superstitious for my taste. Are you a superstitious motherfucker? I used to be. When I watched the fucking Yankees, dog, this is how I would do it. And you're not supposed to do this, so don't do this. But I fucking be watching the Yankees on the playoffs, and like, boom, that'd be a ball. I'd be like, fuck. Okay, maybe if I put my feet like this, boom, it'd be a strike. So I'd be like this, maybe don't move. And then it'd be like, boom, ball. Fuck. What if I go like this? Boom, it was a strike. Sweet, 2-2. It'd be like this, 3-2. Okay, then I'd be like this. Strikeout. I'd be like, yeah. So I'd fucking be like this for the whole fucking inning. Don't be like that. Really? Oh, dog. If I could have controlled everything, I would have. Everything. It'd be like taking a test. Maybe if I like bend the page like this, or like put a little. Like, I was kind of dumb as fuck. But are you superstitious now? Being Orthodox causes me to do things that I wouldn't normally do, like mezuzah kissing, and like bracho, like perfection. It is what it is. There's not right way to go about it. Except just be a pimp, which is all I do, baby. Really? Oh, for sure. Yo, dog. Yeah, Rebels the back. I'm bored. Welcome to the fucking club. Now it's time for some motherfucker to talk to us on the Chabad website about how to poison ourselves with Mod Podge. Really? Yeah. Modern decoupage, girls. Invalid response. Worst app ever. Chabad has like so many things. Website. They have the Jewish Woman, Chabad.org, Chabad.tv. Anything else? What if they had um a website dedicated to you? What would it be? Pimp.chabad.org. Why? Why not, baby? What is this bullshit? Yehudian channel. Look at this bitch. I like your Shadow. How to separate challah. Yehudushin. What the fuck is that? Oh, it's Jewish TV, not Chabad TV. Yahudutar.
Today I'm making some yummy rolls. Whenever you make dough for making bread,
This bitch doesn't speak in English?
or pitas, you can do a very special mitzvah, the mitzvah of separating challah, which is especially connected to women. It's easy to do and so simple, but it's full of deep meanings and significance. When making the batter for the dough from about 1.7 kilos of flour or so. It's 1 kilo and 666 exactly. Okay, so now the
What fucking language is this bitch speaking? Oh, what is this bullshit? What is this bullshit? What is this? This shit sucks. What language do you think they're speaking? Probably Yiddish. What else could they be speaking? Hebrew? If you really want to get fucking specific, it's Omain. Really? Oh, yeah, motherfucker. Dog, this shit is redonkulous. Dude, just do it. Do it while you're on stream. Why? Dog, what is this shit? Somebody's gonna be like, why does this rabbi cuss so much? And I'd be like, well, if you really want to know, I didn't cuss for many, many years. Many years. Decades. Well, a long time. And then and then I let the fur fly a little bit, but then I got back to not cussing ever. I can tell you in 5 years I cussed 4 times, and they were all I couldn't control it. One time I almost somebody almost hit me in traffic. Another time a chair broke and I almost got really hurt. Maybe it was 2 times in 5 years. It was not. I think that actually might be right. It was not a lot. And but I want my kids, if they ever watch this, to recognize you can say whatever you want, and I recognize there's something funnier about using cuss words sometimes. And I'm trying to be as funny as possible. If I was not trying to be as funny as possible, then I would not use cuss words. But there's something about an extra emphasis of cuss words that is absolutely fucking hilarious. I recognize I'm a rabbi and I don't give a flying fuck. That's hilarious. That's going to be hilarious to people in the future. And if you don't think so, well, go fuck yourself. I think it's amazing. What is this bullshit? What is this bullshit? And dog, I thought we were supposed to be learning Kabbalah. How about you calm the fuck down? Yo, dog, if this shit doesn't work, I'm gonna be pissed. Why? Because it's just it's so difficult to log into shit. You want to stream? Just work. How about that? How about don't ask me all kinds of fucking questions? What is this bullshit? Move.
So slow. Very simple, I will say. If you have cold in the wall of your so what do? You plug the whole plug, and no one's power, it's just a small hole in the wall of the we'll just leave it alone. Right? Among us, we still plug in a small hole, we have one thing that is they had a board. Let's say you had a board.
All right. There we go. Now we're going. All right. So let's. Is that the end of your fucking story? No. Is this bitch still going? Oh yeah, it's Omain. Really? Yeah. So it's not Amen. It. You really want to be accurate? It's Omain. Why? I don't know. That's my rabbit sensor. It's a kernel of a Really? I mean, it's Amen, but Omain is probably more fucking accurate.
Back when there used to be a holy temple, this piece would be given to the colony, the priests. Today we're not allowed to use this piece of dough, and we wrap it in some aluminum foil and put it on the stove or in the oven so that it will burn. Try this at home.
Doug, this is like 1% of Jews who are doing this. Everybody else, okay, well, like people who claim to be Jewish. Like 60% of you, I'm not including it if you're fucking like outside of Orthodoxy, but like 60% of you consider yourself to be the thing from Germany. 30% of you consider yourself to be the thing from fucking other shit. And so the 10% of us who do this shit, well, then there's 50% that don't do anything. It's a lot of percentages. I guess it'd be like 50% don't do anything. And then of the people who do the other shit, just of the Orthodox, it's just not a lot of people. And on top of that, if you're working, you have time to fucking take a aluminum foil ball and put it in the fucking oven. Not all of us have this kind of time, woman. But how would you do it? Man, I don't know. Really? You don't know? I mean, look, nobody's got fuck. If you've got a job, which many of these women do not, but if you've got a job, you ain't got time, baby, to be burning a fucking on a Friday. Maybe when as you're prepping, but I mean, to those of you who do, amazing. But I'm just saying, like, I'm practical, baby. So how would you do this? You can. I mean, actually, I think it's really cool to make your own color. I really do. I'm joking around, like, but I think it's a great mitzvah. I think it's beautiful. I just know that like not a lot of people have time to do it. But those people who do, what's that one bitch's name? There's this bitch on Twitter. What is her name? I don't know. What's her name though? What is it? The Jewish meme queen. Yeah. Anyway, I hope she found love. She makes beautiful challah. There are bitches on Reddit who make challah. I mean, I like looking at bitches challah. Really? Yeah, in a non-sexual way. I like looking at challah. Like seeing the braids. It's beautiful. But I'm just saying, people are busy, and not everybody has time to do this kind of shit. What is Yahoo Doten? I bet this bitch is speaking Hebrew. Really? What is that? What is it? Hindi? That bitch is a fucking Indian. What would you call it? Jewish? What else? Yehudish? If Yehuda? Yehudi? Okay, so that bitch is speaking Hebrew, but this is like, okay, so is Yehudi. But what about the Dotan? So it's Hebrew, it's plural. Yo, dog. I mean, I know Yehudi, but Yehud Dotan. Yehud Dotan. I guess it'd be Jewish, like as a people. So why wouldn't it just be Yehudi? Yehudi Dotan. I don't know. Who knows how words are formed? Yehudi Dotan. Why Dotan? What is Dotan? I'm gonna figure out you motherfuckers. Why? What is the Dotan? No one knows. Look, let's go to Google Translate. Wait, dog, this shit is so shitty. Yehudi Dotan. No. Yehudim. That makes sense to me. Or maybe it's Yiddish? They think it's Hindi.
Hey, good morning. Our first sponsor for the month, obviously, can you tell me the hope and prayer that this is supposed to be outside?
Yeah, tradition. I bet it's Jewish tradition.
Jeffrey and Claire Bennett, Holly Bennett, in memory of their father, Henry Bennett, John himself, and James Bell, everyone was a beloved husband, father, grandfather, great-grandfather, and an only son for our life, collective learning service in the field for Selma, weekly learning, Akiva Andrews, in honor of his wife, Dr. Karen Andrews.
Really? Yehud Dotan.
Okay, and thank you again to Mike for coming out and
Yehud.
That's the Gemara. Today's Dr. Aleph 11. We're going to pick up on Yud Amud Beis, second 4 lines at the bottom. So the listener said, we talked about the fact that if you had a lovely the Torah that was higher than 20 amos, you had to lower it. And we said that if it was wider than 10 amos, you had to be might, you have to lessen the width of the lovely. But the listener said, in
I bet they're like little kids if they ever watch this. Don't want. Would you let your kids watch this? Fuck yeah! I'd be like, this motherfucker's on to something. He's teaching us about how we can have dogs and eat kosher pork in the future, God willing. All kinds of shit. Yeah, who do? Okay, what is this word though? You think it's Jewish tradition?
So it's very
I don't think
clear
that's.
from our Mishnah that a Surah Pesach helps if your mother is too wide. The Amaltera, the Mahanian
Yiddish to
Bubble,
English.
and
Yahad Dushin. Yahad Duton. So it's not even Yahad Duton. What is it? That's not a fucking word.
Cedar wood that had a toll that people knew about it, but whatever the point was, it drew your attention to that. So you could have even higher than 20 amas. So the question is, so what kind of Surah Pesach helps? So we found that Surah Pesach helps with width, and Amaltera helps with height. It's not the Giral from Dallas. So if B'mai, what would be what about the opposite of that? Could a Surah Pesach help if for a height issue, and could an Amaltera help for a width issue? It says in Gemara, the first we're going to answer the first question first, which is can a Surah Pesach help for height?
I mean, I would just know it as Jewish. Really? Yeah. I thought it was their fucking last name. 1-800 Eichlers. Eichlers is big. I fucking do free. I'd be their free spokesperson. Really? Eichlers is giant. You ever order shit from Eichlers? I order shit from Eichlers. My parents order shit from Eichlers. Really? Yeah.
Mother should divide me after mama, you might. And if you have a mother that's too tall, it's more than 20 ounces, you have to lower it. A rough method, you might. If it's wider than 10, you have to narrow it.
I bet this is. I bet that bitch is speaking Hebrew. I thought it was Yiddish.
Or lower it.
What is this? What is this? I would just know it as. You thought it was Jewish tradition. Okay, it's a multimedia educational series designed to contemporary. Okay, but why did they choose that? A booklet. I get it. But education. Dog, how about we fucking say what it is?
Our Mishnah, the son of Rav, in front of Rav, ain't a Torah for Mayat. So we said that if you have a Surah Pesach and it's wider than 10, you don't need, as long as you have the Surah Pesach, it's okay if it's wider than 10. So on the way, so Rav said to Rav Yehuda, Ashnai is Torah for Mayat. No, what the proper Girsa in the Mishnah is to say,
is it Russian and Ukrainian? No.
So he's saying you never have more than 10 amas in a mobile. Even with a Surah Pesach doesn't help. Okay,
what is that? I know it's like a thing. It's not like a word. It's like this thing.
That if you were to have a cutter that is filled with doorways and windows, we're talking about windows here.
What is
that, it? That are open at the 10th fucking point. They're open. So it means so here's the issue that if the cluster is majority filled with doors and windows, and so the halakha is that we'll see what the halakha is, but that's the case where you have majority doors and windows, and obviously that creates an environment of parts in where you have more openings, because the majority of the area of doorways, those are open. And
really?
If you think about it, a window and a doorway is like this. It has the shape of the Surah Pesach. So we're gonna. Rabbi Yosef says from the words of Rav, we should learn that if you have a chutzner that's part merubah almighty, because it's primarily comprised of doorways and windows, you should learn that it's not helped by Surah Pesach.
I don't think that's a word. I mean, I know it's being used as a word, but I've not seen anybody fucking the Jew.
That's going to tell you something about parts of the
what the fuck is Chaz?
We see that basically the idea is as follows. So we've talked about this many times. That if you have an area, you have a mosquito that has a pesach in it.
Yahaduton. In Hebrew, it shows up as Yahaduton.
that takes away from it being a Pesach. What would be two of the breaches that we have?
Dog. That's why we all
One is that it's part Merubal Omed. It's
Yahad
got
Dutan.
openings, and there's so many
Yiddish. It
openings
says
that
the same
there are
shit.
more openings than there's walls, and that looks like a breach, even if it's less than Hanamas. So that we know is part Merubal Omed. And we
Hindi.
also know
So
that
Yahad
there's another
Dutan.
problem.
What is that?
Breach is if you have more than 10 openings.
Why would you? I get it. I get it. I get that it's a channel.
Any given opening is more than 10 amas. That's the problem. So basically, what we're saying is as follows: those are the problems of breaches that take something out of being.
Oh, it's all in that chicken scratch.
Which is acceptable. So what Rav Yosef is trying to say: once you tell me that a Surat Pesach doesn't help with
Okay,
opening,
they better translate this fucking website for me.
the other kind of breach either, which is going to be a case where you have part Merubal Omed, even if it's less than 10 amas, right? But since there's more openings than closed, so I might have thought that as soon as the
Just translate this fucking thing.
No, once you see it doesn't help by widening the doorway, it's not going to help with the other kind of breach,
Chicken scratch.
which is part Merubal Omed, where you have more things. So therefore, if I have a chutzner that's filled primarily or majority with windows or doorways which are open, they're not closed, and therefore you have a case of part Merubal Omed, I'll tell you that a Surat Pesach would not help.
Translate.
Now see from Rav, greater than 10, a width is considered a breach in the Mavli, not a Pesach, and it's not helpful to Surat Pesach, and Afar Merubal Omed,
Translate. Oh shit, where did that go?
Part Merubal Omed, which we've seen, does not allow, you cannot allow carrying in a chutzner if it's part Merubal Omed, so that too is not going to be solved by Surat Pesach. Basically saying, once we see for one kind of breach, Surat Pesach doesn't help, it doesn't help for the other kind of breach.
There it is.
Not so fast.
Translate.
You cannot assume that just because there's a halacha by
Okay, popular now.
wider than 10, that's necessarily going to be the halacha.
Channel visits at Hebrew. Jewish series.
Why? Because that's Gemara. Mali Yosem Yaser Ha'osef and Mavoi, you can't load it hard to vote, it's a possible road for a mayor. So, okay, 1 second, let's just
No, it doesn't fucking translate everything.
Yesterday about Pasig Road were the leniency that the Rabbanan made for the
About
going up to Yerushalayim.
About what the fuck does this word mean?
Brackets around the bar so that they
Yehudan channel, your personal guide to Judaism. The Yehudan. Now, do you even have a fucking? Well, I guess it's. You even have a mistranslation or mistyping there. Yehudan channel is founded by 2010 by Rabbi Shmuel Bitzky, Chabad emissary in Savyon, and Rabbi of Savyon Religious Council. Okay.
The mayor has the opinion that it's 3 animals in and 3 animals out, and since each animal is 1 2/3 amma, so that's 10 ammas wide. So the mayor is of the opinion that
It's just
by
this brand.
Road, we don't allow you more than 10 ammas. So now what the Gemara is going to say is as follows: you cannot learn from just because you have a halacha Surat Pesach by opening of 10 ammas.
I don't know if they translate everything correctly. Word partner behind the scenes. The translation isn't very good.
When we talk about a
I
problem
translate
that's
this shit.
wider than 10, according to the mayor, you never even by Pasig where Chazal tries to be as lenient as possible to help the Olei Olim. According to the mayor, they never allowed a gap of more than 10 ammas because that, according to the mayor, is the maximum. Omar, will you therefore learn the part Merubal?
No one knows what the fuck this means. I would say to Rabbi Shmuel Bitzky, dog, you are getting front and center billing, but no one knows what the fuck this word is. It's not a commonly known word. Really? No, I thought it was a fucking
so each wall has 10 ammas of gap and 2 ammas
portmanteau, like a combination of Yehuda and tradition, Yehuda education, Yahaduton. Anyway, that bitch must be speaking Hebrew. What? Really? Oh, for sure. Who the fuck? Right? Who the fuck? No, this shit is like.
According to everyone. Whereas,
at least it was translated. What the fuck is Yehuda? No one fucking knows.
And it doesn't help if
All right. Now what?
So what do you see? You see that the concern
Uh,
of Tanama
we got.
is more chomer because you don't loosen it by passing
Dude, I have something that I wanted to
more
review.
chomer than parts move all over.
What is it? I don't fucking know. Are you pissed? I gotta take a whiz.
In the case of Pasuk Yirov. So therefore, says the Gemara,
BRD,
cannot
baby.
do what Rav Yosef wanted to do. Rav Yosef said, Rav passing something by greater than 10 amos in case the pesach doesn't work. And we're going to say, we're going to apply it to the case of Merub, parts Merub al to say that the pesach doesn't work. Says the Gemara, it doesn't work that way. Because you see that everyone is mako by parts Merub al and according to Meir, no one is mako by 10. So therefore, you see parts Merub al is less rigorous or less strict. So it says the Gemara, you cannot do what Rav Yosef was saying, which is just learn out, just because Rav says the halacha by 10, to assume that that's also going to be the halacha by part of Shmuel Alman. Says the Gemara, let's say that the view that Surah Pesach does not help. In other words, Rav Yosef trying to prove that Surah Pesach doesn't help by part of Shmuel Alman, right? So for the question,
what do you want to ask?
Said, there's no proof from what you said. But that's his view.
I don't fucking know.
Maybe there's a support for this idea that Surah Pesach does not help by parts move all. Why? Because we say the Panos Halalu, these walls, to Ruban.
Why?
That the majority of them are doorways and windows, which, as we said before, are obviously open space.
Are women generally not supposed to learn Kabbalah?
They're mutter, even though it's open space, and says the Bryce now, so long, apart.
Short answer, it's not because women are incapable or less holy. It's about the risk management, social reality, and how Kabbalah, Jewish mysticism, is meant to be learned. Longer answer, real answer. Kabbalah was seen as spiritually dangerous. Classic sources treat Kabbalah as high-voltage electricity. If you don't have the right grounding, it can mess you up. The traditional requirements you'll hear: male, over 40, married, expert in Tanakh, Hebrew Bible, Talmud, and Halakha. That list isn't magic. It's proxy for it. Emotional stability, life experience, deep textual literacy, disciplined religious practice. Historically, men were the ones who had access to that level of education. That's sociology, not metaphysics. Fear of spiritual imbalance. Kabbalah deals with things like Sephirot, divine emanations, Yehudim, cosmic unifications, angels, demons, divine names, metaphysical repair of the universe, Tikkun, spiritual repair. The rabbis were terrified of people anthropomorphizing God, slipping into heresy, losing touch with reality, or thinking they could control the future, or thinking they could control the divine. So the attitude was, if you're not rock solid in Torah and mitzvot commandments, stay out. This concern was applied extra hard to women, not because women are weaker, but because they were excluded from the preparatory system. Gendered spiritual roles in classical Kabbalah. Here's where it gets uncomfortable but honest. Classic Kabbalah is highly gendered: masculine, hashpa'a, influence giving; feminine, Kabbalah, receiving. Ironically, the word Kabbalah literally means receiving, but many Kabbalists believe women already embody the receiving aspect naturally, connect spiritually through lived mitzvot, family purity, Shabbat prayer, rather than abstract metaphysical speculation. So they thought women didn't need Kabbalah, and that studying it might actually pull them away from their spiritual straits. That assumption is very much pre-modern and very much debated today. Modesty and erotic symbolism. Kabbalah is not PG. It uses explicit sexual metaphors: divine male and female, arousal, union, separation, cosmic intimacy tied to mitzvot and time. Pre-modern rabbis were extremely cautious about exposing women to this material, fearing impropriety, misunderstanding, or social breakdown. Again, cultural anxiety, not theology. But here's the plot twist. Some of the greatest mystical figures believed women absolutely could access Kabbalah. The Zohar, primarily Kabbalistic text, repeatedly speaks of women as spiritually essential. The Arizal Isaac Luria taught that women can have higher souls than men. Hasidic mysticism later emphasized inner experience over gender. Modern teachers, for instance, while Cook students contemporary Chabad often teach Kabbalistic ideas to women, filtered, structured, and responsibly. Today the line was most Today the line has mostly shifted from women shouldn't learn Kabbalah to no one should learn advanced Kabbalah without maturing grounding and guidance. Bottom line, women were traditionally discouraged from learning Kabbalah because limited access to prerequisite learning, fear of misuse or misunderstanding cultural modesty norms, and a very gendered mystical worldview. Not because women lack souls, women lack intellect, women, women are spiritually inferior. If anything, classical mysticism often assumes the opposite, and that made rabbis nervous. If you want to, okay, so how do you feel? Um, well, I waited till some of those things were true, perhaps. So I've been to a lot of Daf Yomi classes, and just in general, women are not there. I say in general. I've attended them for years. You notice this, no women are here. And it just generally wasn't seen as something that was really for women. Women have roles. Something interesting happened though. During my learning, and I know of a woman, Jewish woman, who really wanted to learn Kabbalah, and she wasn't allowed. And she went through some of. I would say this: she could have tried harder, but I think that at least one rabbi, one rabbinical colleague that I know, wanted to build the shul, and he felt that if he could get this person involved, he could have a woman there. And a woman did show. Never asked any questions, never said anything. And you wouldn't have even known that she was there if you didn't look her. And I think this was perhaps a foot in the door for women to be able to study. So what? I mean, if you watch my streams, you're gonna hear this asshole talk about Daf Yomi all the time, and I talk about it in Kabbalah on here. I feel I could teach women Daf Yomi because we would be like, it would be like. I just feel like I could do it. I feel I could teach Kabbalah to everyone, Daf Yomi to everyone. Chumash to everyone, and do a good job of it. How would you do it? Well, this is so. The idea is we've got Kabbalah. We haven't really gotten into text. I just wanted to learn who the great Kabbalists were. We've got this other shit that we work around it, but we'll get into the text. And the Daf Yomi, I would take. I think 3 Daf Yomi classes, watch them for each folio, and then have my own class. That might be too much, but I feel like that would be a good way of doing it. And we might watch them quickly, but whatever rabbi had it probably best organized on that. Would you do this guy? Yeah, this guy's good. Really? You like him? Yeah, I give him shit, Rabbi Silver, but he'd be on it. But he wouldn't be the only one. I would take and maybe an Ashkenazi, so a Mizrahi and a Sephardic rabbi, maybe, and then I would go through it after hearing what they think. What about Chumash? To me, that's a little easier. It's shorter. So I think we could probably. Well, I mean, I've been to a lot of Chumash classes, and I know how to run one.
Lola Basser, we're talking about 10 or less amos, even at side.
But I wouldn't want to do it alone.
The vine went around the side.
We would probably use some materials, but so what about Kabbalah?
So Rish Lakish, who said that you should carry both for Shabbos and Koyim, hold the hand from the side, it works. And the Yochanan who says that it works for Koyim but not for Shabbos would be talking about it's because it's from the side. You would not say that's on top. So therefore, what's it coming out? That according to the way we're establishing it, the Yochanan and the Rish Lakish are arguing about an issue of when you have the Zura, the branch or the wire is on the side. That's the case they're arguing about. But we don't see that's not a valid source of Pesach in the traditional sense. So therefore, we don't see.
I just go back to Moses' statement.
That he holds like
I
Rob,
know.
that it's on Shabbos,
I don't really
properly constructed with two poles on the side and it's something going across the top. We have no proof of that.
Yeah.
It's actually an interesting thing. It comes out that there's different levels.
But I'm glad I got heartbroken at the beginning.
So for Koyim, you could have even from the side. For Shabbos, you need above it. And so these are separate things. So it's an interesting thing. People talk a lot about chuppah.
All right, is that the end of your fucking story? No. What do you want to say to the fucking Jewish guild?
If you have a Pesach, that's a valid
And I'll sing for you whenever you want. And I'll be nice to you. And if you have philosophy questions, we'll review them.
But the interesting question would be the following: if it's a Pesach, then you should need a mezuzah, and yet we don't have mezuzah.
Is that the end of your story?
Most Eruvim rely on Pesach.
Why the
So
fuck do
they
you
say,
want to
okay,
take
you
me
have
to
different levels.
church? Take me to shul, baby.
And
then one person was like, take me to Beit Knesset. Take me to Beit Hamikdash. You're fired. Go fuck yourself.
It's not like that. He says, no, a Turta Pesach is a Turta Pesach. So he says, so what about the fact people bring a proof that all these cities with Mesitas with Turta Pesach, which we rely on for Erev, no one puts up a mezuzah. Okay, that could be because, if you're going to stick it out, it's not safe for the mezuzah. Take it down, or if it's a year that's the majority that is mixed both Jews and non-Jews.
Look at this athleticism.
But according to him, from a halakhic perspective, so people say that if let's say you had a Jewish neighborhood that it was comprised entirely of Jews, you have some of those yourself, and it would be a safe area that some would say that if you make your Eruv with Turta Pesach, you have to put up a mezuzah by each one. In any event, okay, so what we said is that there's no proof that Rav Yochanan is actually talking about the regular case of a properly constructed Turta Pesach. When he said it didn't work for Shabbos, we're talking about one that was Minat Shabbos. Gemara is now going to ask a seeming stira between Rav Yochanan and Rish Lakish, and with this, it's going to try to establish that Rav Yochanan actually is saying that halacha is talking about on the top, not on the side. So let's see. The Gemara says, Rami to Rav Yochanan, Rami to Rish Lakish, Rish Lakish. So we're going to have a question because we just brought him. I told you before where Rish Lakish said that this Turta Pesach that he made with the vine helps for Kolayim, but not for Shabbos. I'm sorry, Rish Lakish said it helps for both. Rav Yochanan said it helps for Kolayim, but not Shabbos. Now we're going to bring another brayta, and we're going to bring another statement on Rish Lakish. Rish Lakish doesn't consider it. Rabbi Yehuda ben Chanina, Rish Lakish paid attention to that. He said in the name of his Rabbi Yehuda ben Chanina, on the base, he said that follows that if you have, Rashi says this is a different term because it's a twined branch or vine. So same kind of case. He has four poles and he put it on. So we say hey, we're translating Chaim Avalon with Shabbos. That it. So now you have Rish Lakish. Before it said it works for both Shabbos and Chaim, is saying now it only works for Chaim and not for Shabbos. Rav Yochanan says to Mesitas and Shabbos below, half Mesitas and Chaim below. And Rav Yochanan says in this case, just like by Shabbos it doesn't work, it also doesn't work by Chaim. So what do you have? You have a second brayta which seems you have a second member of Rav Yochanan and Rish Lakish where they each seem to take it up a notch and reduce the allowance. So Rish Lakish used to allow both Shabbos and Chaim, now says only Chaim. And Rav Yochanan says Chaim but not Shabbos, now says neither. So we have a zero. So the Gemara says, "Bishlam is very fucking kasha." I can answer up the part of Reish Lakish, the Hadaday, Hadarabe, because the first thing we said, Reish Lakish said in his own name. So when he said it's good for both Shabbos and Flying, that was his own name. And the second statement, which he said in the name of his Rebbe, which was Rabbi Yehuda Bar Chanina, so we're going to say, okay, so that's how you explain the Shira and Reish Lakish's opinion, because once he's stating his own opinion, once he's stating the opinion of his Rebbe. Elo, there's Yochanan, Kasha. But Yochanan on Rabbi Yochanan, the Kasha, because Rabbi Yochanan in both instances said it in his own name. And in the first instance, he said when you have this branch slung over the pole, that in one case he says it works for Koyim and not for Shabbos, and in one case he says it works for neither. So have you answered this? So the Gemara says, so I could come up with something that would explain the distinction. Maybe that what Rabbi Yochanan was saying was, by minatzad, if it's on the side, so then it only works. It doesn't work for anything. It doesn't work for Shabbos. It doesn't work for Koyim. If it's on top for Koyim, but not for Shabbos, so that would explain, right? But then what we have is that's in fact, if we're dealing with the first Raisa, where he says it works for Koyim and not for Shabbos, we'd be dealing with where the vine goes on the top of the poles. So then that would be a validly constructed Surim Pesach, and that would restore the truth that Rabbi Yochanan holds like Rav, that Surim Pesach does not help for wider than 10 amas. So that's what the Gemara is saying. We should still be able to, or you tried to answer that it was Minatzad, and that's why they're not talking about a validly constructed Surim Pesach, but we're trying to prove that because there's a Shira and a Yochanan, and the only way we know how to answer right now is to say that the one where he permits it for Koyim and not for Shabbos must be talking when it's on top. And if where it's Minatzad, he says nothing works, so that would seem to restore the proof that Yochanan holds like Rav. The Gemara says, it continues in the question, but if you're going to say Yidin Minatzad, you're going to say that the first Raisa was also talking about from the side, which was the answer we gave why it wasn't a proof that Yochanan holds like Rav. Then how are you going to explain the Sira in the Yochanan Halacha? So it seems to restore the proof that he holds like Rav. So it says, really, I'll tell you, in fact, Yidin Minatzad. That there is, again, I'm gonna say that there's no proof that Yochanan holds like Rav as relates to Hilchos Shabbos, because they're both talking about something Minatzad. So then the question will be, okay, well, why in one case does he say it doesn't work for Shabbos or Koyim, and in another case he says it works for Koyim but not for Shabbos? What's the difference? And it says, he said, when Rabbi Yochanan said that it works for Koyim and not for Shabbos, we're talking about where it was 10 amas or less. But where it's greater than 10 amas, so then he would say it doesn't work for Shabbos or Koyim. So again, the factual point that Rabbi Yochanan is not discussing a properly constructed Surim Pesach at all. So he has no proof what Rabbi Yochanan holds vis-a-vis Rav Halacha that Surim Pesach on Shabbos does not help for wider than 10. But rather, what are we seeing in the second of Rabbi Yochanan? He says in either case it doesn't work for Shabbos, but for Koyim will depend on whether it's 10 amas or less, or it's more than 10 amas. If 10 amas or less, then even a weak, a poor form of Surim Pesach, where the wire is on the side, will still work for Koyim. But if it's greater than 10 amas, then even Koyim, which allows for a deficient or less than ideal Surim Pesach, will not allow that, and it's not going to work either for Shabbos or for Koyim. That's how we resolve the Shira in the Dome. So now, says the Gemara, just where do we get this idea that it should make a difference whether it's more or less than 10 as relates to Koyim? So we're not saying that the Sunny Lambda and Esther will open the answer. So where do I have this idea that by Koyim there's a distinction between whether it's 10 amas or less or it's more than 10? So I'm like, Rabbi Yochanan or Reish Lakish. Rabbi Yochanan said Reish Lakish. Lo kacha v'maisa, or lo kacha yamaisa hamaisa wasn't the story. The whole of Rabbi Yeshua ate Rabbi Yochanan and Nuri Lomah Torah. That Rabbi Yeshua went to Rabbi Yochanan and Nuri to learn. Alpha Pusha Bhakti to help us fly him. That's a beautiful thing that Yeshua went to Yochanan and Nuri, even though he was a Bhakti on his own and helped us fly him. But nonetheless, in Matzah, he found Yochanan and Nuri to Yosef and Ilanos that he's sitting between the Matzah. So what happened? So Rabbi Yeshua found him between trees, and he said, very convenient that we're between the trees, because I want to ask you a question, and I'll demonstrate what I'm talking about. So Rabbi Yeshua, so he erected a vine related to Truth of Pesach. Lo, and he said, Rabbi, he said to Yochanan ben Nuri, Rabbi, he gefanim kan mal lezoya kan. So he put up this wire between the trees, and he said to him, Rabbi, I'm standing on the side of, if I were to plant a vineyard here, could I make a grain field right next door on the other side of this branch that I put up? So he asked him this question. And the Yochanan ben Nuri said back to him, that if it's 10 or less, it's mutter. If it's less than, if it's more than 10, it doesn't work. So it says to Gemara, the Mayashina. What are we talking about? If it's on top, no semester offer. Could you say that and if you're saying the right is talking about what's on top, and it's telling and I'm sorry that the talking about what's on top, and it's telling you that more than 10 width is upper to carry. I'm sorry, upper for client if you have a series of pressure, but kind of related to the right. How you some tournament is running. The also on tail Momalo, you had poles that are stuck in the different shaped pole that comes to a sharper edge, so you stick it in the ground, but anyway, then it's a pole, you stuck it in, and you made a tail Momalo, which is twisted fine. I feel the Yochanan may have some with it, even more than 10 is with it. So the Bible tells you that by flying more than 10, as long as it's out that one. So when the Yochanan ben Nuri said more than 10 doesn't work, and not be talking about Al-Gaba. Elolav Minasad. So it must be that when the Yeshua strung up this vine and showed it to Yochanan ben Nuri, it was where it was Minasad, where the branch did not go over the tree or over the branch, but rather went on the side. It's Amarle, and the Yochanan ben Nuri answered him, the Ephraim, what the Yochanan answer author, that if it's 10 or less, it's mutter. If it's more than 10, it's author. So we were looking for a source. Where do we get this idea by clients that there's a distinction between 10 or more than 10? So we see it from the story where the Yeshua and Yochanan ben Nuri, in fact, learn from there. So again, we are dealing with the fact that if you have by client, if you have the wire from the side, so then it depends. If it's 10 or less, it's okay. If it's more than 10, it's not okay. By client, if it's a properly constructed circuit, that's what we tell from the Bible, as long as the wire goes on top, the branch goes on the wire goes on top of the branch, so then we're going to say even more than 10 works by client, but not necessarily is that the same by Shabbos. We don't know by Shabbos, and as we said, we have no proof that they were arguing by Shabbos. This would be a properly constructed circuit Pesach. What would be the halacha? Presumably, Rav would say it doesn't work, just like he says in our Mishnah, but we don't know whether Rav Yochanan says like Rav. Okay, says the Gemara, Gufa Amr Sista. The Sista says, circuit Pesach, the thumb in a tzad, lo also will close. We learned that before. The Sista says, by Shabbos, if you put up a circuit Pesach from the side, it doesn't help. So this, by the way, is very halacha because what happens in our region, we by and large rely on telephone poles. Now, a telephone pole is a case where the pole goes up and the wires are strung along the side of it. So if you could rely on a circuit Pesach from that side, we would have to really do very little to create a living because the telephone wires are good. But the problem is you're not allowed to
Stay down, and there's not another living soul around. And really until the sun comes up and it's shining like
it goes up, and therefore they place that lefty, line it up so that it can reach the wire that's going on the side. You have the wire on the side, you have the pole, you have the wire on the side, so they put the lefty right here where it can reach the wire. And that's because it's not good, if it's not good, it's not stop.
I use my hands a lot when I speak, and I don't really notice them.
That you could theoretically put a doorway on. Even a door made out of like a shaft or a straw. that would be fine. But in order to do halachically, we wanted to do something that's capable of having both. I'm going to talk to you about the down at you have to have like some kind of like a hinge there. You might have to hear what kind of hinge would you need on the abstracta that abstracta is we have this prayer we talk about this a little bit. It's a door that's on like a pivot thing. You have a little thing that comes out of the bottom and comes out of the top, and the door swings on that kind of thing. But the consider about the bigger of Israel with Hamid Ravati. So with after the father of Israel is the one who says you need this pivot method Hamid Ravati. I'm going to tell them I'm not need to do that. So with after anything that's I'm really all about something. So it's the way the word that he was really responding to and saying in the last you know how to make your father because he didn't say that Allah. So that Allah might be don't require it's one stick on this side, one stick on that side, and a ton on top. Basically, two lefties in a soda if you want to put the word on it. So that's the mark. Reason we go into the Liga. Does the Liga hold on the bottom need to touch the coda that goes across on the top? Now, I already gave you the answer to this because I mentioned that it was a telephone pole. You just put up a lefty, as long as it's 10 buttons, it doesn't have to go all the way up the side of the telephone pole. We don't want to do too many spoilers. So nothing to do with that. But other than that, we love this the video to so it was not said they don't need a touch. He was setting up the areas to the race so that they had politicians, Jewish politicians involved. And so therefore we set it up where we had poles that went up to a certain point, but then the wires that were going across them were not touching. Some of their basically held that they need to touch that they serve as the Gada. Because Professor Gada, deal slope to dinner. Go take them off and throw them down. I think that's an invalid error that would not be set up for the race to knock it down. Other fellows to dinner. So he went and listened to Rebbe, he took it down, he threw it, and he took them up and threw it down. After seeing him, they race come through. So the race people said, what are you doing? And they arrested him. And they say, they arrested their Gada. Other cases come up, and their cases went and said, I'm like, Gada, push come out. Not the offer came out because once the race people saw and the question is that power. That one will see exactly what they're on. You never said that you don't. Everyone agrees that it is let's say that there's 10 talking of great four-way before you start the art, then everyone agrees that is a 10 tall. I'm sorry. That they agree that if there's 10 buckets of side posts that go straight up, even though it then goes to an archway, that's going to be a doorway. Now the question is, where though is an arch doesn't count as a lintel as a Torah? So where is the Torah?
No way.
We learn that the Torah is the top of the wall. So what do you have? You have an arch, and it has 10 buckets going up, and then above the arch is a flat thing. So what do you see? That the 10 buckets going up are not the side walls before they curve like this, are not connected to the top, and yet we're saying that it's a valid doorway and requires that everyone agrees that it requires a Torah. So you see, not like a paper. Keep that in mind. Clearly, he's just let's say you have an opening that's 10 tall. He's sweating and he's trying to get somewhere. He's working a shitty job. And he's just like, before the curve starts. Right? So then we say that's nothing because Rafi Train, something that's I can just tell this guy.
I had someone hit my car once, and I was honking at him, and then I backed into me, and actually I had him twice. But yeah. and both times my
on the side of the door. There's the bar sorry, but it's a very clear doorway, and with the arch, it's not even a tire fence button. That's a below floor. That's nothing. So, in other words, it does not have 10 fucking height, even, or it does not have 4 fucking wide for at least 3 fucking on the door, it's for sure not a valid door. If went to the game from Arjun, the game for Agras, Demo, the Gavara, Sarah, they were talking about bar. So, what happens when you have at least 6 fucking, where 3 fucking wide, and you need 3 fucking coming up from the store, at least 4 fucking wide, you do have the doorway, it's at least 10 fucking, but the issue is, once you get above 3 fucking on the side, the arch starts, and it's no longer a straight side of the door. So we say as follows. People do the open like that. This is why the Yates will walk over our singular bar. But there's enough to this arch doorway is in a broader doorway that you could theoretically not just a circle and arch. It's in a broader doorway that you can cut out part of the doorway. So the idea would be the man on the focus in the hospital. And the man says we imagine if you could cut out the rectangular doorway properly.
Wait, what happened?
You don't do that at the end of the day. You have a doorway that does not have 10 fucking going up straight or 10 fucking before the first starts. So it's no good. Anyway, so it takes the purpose from him that basically approves that the sides don't need to connect.
You're starting to turn on me.
Either one. Which is how we learn dimension. One that you that you need 2 lessons on either side of a muzzle. That the left and work part is sufficient if the opening is less than 4 amas. That between 4 and 10, because even the pillow agrees that once you get past 10, a left and quarter doesn't work. So from 4 to 10, where they come to argue, they come out and left and quarter, they come to the left and quarter. The pillow agrees that the left and quarter, you need even more. That they come, they argue even from 0 to 4 as well as 4 to 10, meaning in all cases of robbery, they come and say in the left and quarter because they need one or the other. That's the mark. And man, the local community all the time. But if you remember, we learned how long for the putting up lefty and Torah and kind of commentating you the sure and a lefty or Torah, and they pillow, can I read the name of the pillow that you need? I'm sorry. They say, can I read in the name of the pillow that you need a zealot and a lefty or Torah on the other end? So they say, what are missing talking about? So you need either a lefty or Torah, both lefty and Torah. What happens when you need the church that has a more a zealot? And when you need a hot stomach, after mother suffering takes out. What the mother suffering? Because that halacha that he said, and you need a church that has like a lefty and Torah, where you need zealot and a lefty and Torah, we're talking about a mother in the floor. That open on 2 ends to the Rabbah. But here we're talking about a mother suffering. We're 3 walls, we're 4 homes to the Rabbah. They come out and left and Torah, you go to the left and the Torah, they so long as they told us, all lefty or Torah, they need one or the other. They come out and left the Torah, says the Gemara, in the name of the Fatah, they come out on the Shikha Saraita. So the Gemara says, wait a second, if they come out, it's one thing to say, you just need a lefty or a Torah. All you need is you need a hacker, you need something so people don't mix it up. But once they come and say it's not enough to have a lefty or a Torah, you have to have both. It seems that he's trying to trap the pizza. So maybe they found out it wouldn't be a full wall, but it's kind of like pizza. You got 2 walls and then a little wall. Maybe he holds and he built something for the fourth wall because with their eyes, in order to have the pizza, in order to have it put together, you need 4 sides that have the pizza because otherwise, why take time and build something? You need to take a left in the first. The Gemara says, look, rivers and stones to be by the top of their bar. Because even they come and agree that 3 walls with their eyes are enough. Why does it make you build something? Because they also are fun on the one you have a 4th wall. not with the
She
Hector
died
of
of
either a
typhus
lefty
in a
or Toro, one
concentration
you
camp.
build a little bit of the piece, but you have a lefty and a Toro. The kill him and no lefty or Toro,
Revisiting the attic
either
with a
or.
hit from the
Because
Nazis, he
they
was the only
kill
survivor
social
family.
secret right. So they
1960.
tell us that
He's
to
just
put a lefty
looking
or a Toro
at
only for the
where his
fourth wall.
family was,
So maybe
where they hid for, I think it was 2
establish
years.
them there that
That's me
since they hold
that's me
three
last
full
night.
walls,
And
otherwise
Scott
they do
Galloway
not
said,
hold the two
he's
walls
a
is enough.
professor, and he said, I
Remember,
look at that,
with
that picture.
overpass,
What kind of
you
damn
can
happened?
left out
I
things,
don't
and you
even
put a lefty
look at where
that
my
here
entire
for
family,
two
my
walls on the
children.
side of the super opposite there, when you do then you're thinking that that's what you're pushing up to go like that. So still typically tell, because you can only fix the fourth wall to left yourself, not the third wall. Hold under the right to use two walls to the myself. Well, this is your signing the type of help out and to tell us that to throw something in that you know pushing up your right shelf, you're going two walls, or if you would throw into something with two walls, you would be
And she
tired
said,
for
Anne Frank said, despite everything, I
in
still
order
believe in the
to
inherent
the
good of
abundance
people. And he
that
says
you
she
need two
shames
walls
me with her.
and then the fourth wall
With her
would be the
belief
left
in
your Torah as a Hector,
Yeah.
but that would
Anyway,
be, they would not necessarily
I mean, that's a
disagree that
heavy
two walls
example,
is
but
enough
it's a real
to
one.
keep up their right there.
So be thankful. Yeah. Hard to do though. I hate I agree. I hate the could be worse. Because a lot of times what that does is it makes me more guilty about it. Oh my God, fuck. It could be worse. So I don't have a right to feel this way. That's not that helpful. But it's perspective. It's just perspective. That's all it is. And that can help. Yeah.
Yeah, the car stuff.
The car stuff. One little thing on your car you lose your mind, right?
No, yeah, I'm still driving the truck today because of daylight. T-Rex is down.
T-Rexes.
Yeah, it's leaking oil. But I got this new part coming today. I'm waiting on it.
Is it true that Ferraris are always in the shop?
Not recent ones. Like maybe the older ones, but now. There's really all that shit with cars being unreliable.
No, right.
Not really. Give me a real fucking the asshole.
So we're just not. What's the most reliable Porsche?
Porsche, yeah. I mean, obviously, like the Honda.
I saw a guy looking at that one off-road car.
It's a
You
Tacoma.
should see his face. He was looking at it like he was looking at it. He works over here and he's looking at the Porsche and you just see his face. It's like this, like he's in a little bit of pain.
I told you when we walked by yesterday.
Made you sad.
Yeah. There's certain cars. I'll stare at
Like there's your mom having cancer and then there's the car.
Yeah, it's like one A, one B. Because I'll
Probably put you on a sad meter. The needle hits about the same.
Yeah, and I just wish they'd get it out. Like I don't fucking walk by today. Like I'll never have a new car. It's not happening.
Never.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah.
And the bummer about those Porsches is like if you can get allocated one, first of all, it's impossible. Say you do, whatever, there's 300 something grand, 360 grand. That's the cheapest it will ever be. Never. You're not gonna be like, well, I'll just wait 2 years like there were other guys. I think they're like 600-700 grand now. I'm obsessed. Like 300. Go to where you can get one for.
But you can't buy them.
You gotta get out there when you're in the fucking clubs. I'm obsessed with off-road Porsches. 223 grand. Base.
But you could never buy them.
Yeah, so
Maybe you're so right about that 400 grand.
354 declined by 350. Yeah, I love them. I love off-road Porsches.
I don't know why you wouldn't.
A lot of people know, but my brother's a Porsche Pierce. He doesn't do it. Rogan doesn't do it either. I send it to him all the time. He's like, I can't stand this thing. Really, buddy, I can't get enough of it.
Yeah, because you can drive it in Porsche. It's so cool to me. You can drive it anywhere.
It's just so cool. It's just, I like different.
It's made by Porsche. It's not made by
that car is made by Porsche. The ones I like, that one's not made by Porsche. There's companies out there that do the off-road kits on them. I can't get enough of them.
Really?
Yeah, you know how you like the big black dicks? Like I fucking love lifted Porsche 911 with off-road tires. I can't emphasize enough how much I love that.
Yep. So that's like me and EDCs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know how you love like a big Jack black cock.
Yeah, well, Jack guy.
Jack cock.
Jack darker man.
Black, yeah.
Or just like
the similarities? I mean, I could, like, I've thought about just buying, like,
You're ultimately, when push comes to shove, you ain't doing it.
no, I'll get with this. How I'm gonna do it though. I'm not gonna get that new car. It's just not happening. Too expensive. But I'll find like a salvage title 911. I'll strip it all down and I'll put off-road kit on it.
It's like different.
Somebody maybe 60.
It's different. It's somebody who does cocaine because it's there. Because some hot girls like want to sit in the bathroom versus buying cocaine. That's how I look at it. If you're gonna go buy it and get a dealer, that's now you're a drug guy. Yeah. But if it's just there and you're on vacation and you're young and she likes you, you're like, what?
Yeah.
Don't do drugs, kids. I'm just using it as an example.
Dude, that'd be bad. Get those on screen for it. I never had a tough.
Yeah.
I'll get one watch. I'll get one just watch. I'll fucking get one. I even found that. Is it Guthrie? Missing one thing.
Yeah, you were just on fortune.
Well, I said that one guy who's playing on something. Guilty of something. Not
He wasn't guilty of something. Like he might be on the Epstein list, but other than that,
evil. But did you see the video? Did you see the footage they got?
no.
Oh, wow.
At Pluto TV, we're celebrating Black History Month with our free curated collection of Black entertainment.
No ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Catch award-winning films like Dreamgirls, Monsters Ball, and Selma.
We must make a massive demonstration.
Iconic hits like School Days and Set It Off. Plus full seasons of shows like Tyler Perry Sisters and Power. It starts now at Brilliant Black Entertainment and it's all free. This month and always on Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
Oh, wow. So they
I saw a little of it. He's in a mask and stuff. Scary.
Is it that people are like, this is what terror looks like? I'm like, what? Yeah, I didn't see much craziness yet. Because I'm gonna piss down his throat.
You want to be hiding so when he comes in, you can shoot him in the face.
No, I don't want to shoot him. I want to hurt him with my bare hands.
Yeah.
But here's how you know it's amateur. Ready for this? This is how you know how much more crime does. His gun, his gun holster, it's a gun holster that's maybe inside your pants.
Yeah.
So it's discretion. He has it in the front like an asshole. Clearly savvy.
Yeah, that might be because when you sit down, it doesn't. When he gets in his car,
When he gets in his car, what's that? There's a few signs where he's amateur. There's a few signs.
Is he putting vegetation on the camera?
Yeah, uncover. So stupid. That's stupid. He also has a mustache. Are you ready for this? This can be a hot take. Follow me before you fucking interrupt me. Okay. Follow me before you go down your cock. Go over me. Just listen to me.
All right.
This is where this gets hairy. This is where it's getting super hairy. It's going to cause a divide. There is a chance. I'm not saying for sure. There's a chance, because this does happen in New Mexico, Arizona, parts of Texas, where illegal immigrants commit lots of crime. Representative Greg Crafter was just saying, there's a chance this could be some sort of illegal immigrant thing, because they've had crime down there from immigrants. If they find out that this is an illegal immigrant or it's connected to some cartel ring, take whatever you feel about illegal immigrants and become the divide it's going to cause in this nation. That's very interesting. Also, what else is the news covering? There's a ton going on. Epstein files are. Oh wow, dude! I've seen the pictures they released recently of Epstein with young women. Where all the those people don't. It's not, but it's horrendous shit. Dude. Really horrible shit. Yeah, horrible shit.
You mean he was a mom?
There is a chance. I'm not saying for sure. Take politics out. There's a chance, because this does happen in New Mexico, Arizona, parts of Texas, where illegal immigrants commit a lot of crime. Regular citizens, great crime too. I'm just saying, there's a chance this could be some sort of illegal immigrant thing, because they've had crime down there from illegal immigrants. If they find out that this is an illegal immigrant or it's connected to some cartel ring, dude, again, take whatever you feel about illegal immigrants, think of the divide it's going to cause in this nation. That's very interesting. Weird. Could this be a Trojan horse? Also, what else is
else is the news covering? There's a ton going on. Epstein files. Oh wow! Do you have seen the pictures they released recently of Epstein with young women? Or all the those people don't. It's not, but it's horrendous shit. Really horrible shit. Yeah, horrible shit. You mean he was a monster? Oh yeah, we knew that. So the Epstein stuff's getting even dicier. Yeah. Remember all the fraud in Minneapolis? You don't hear about that. You don't hear about that. Nothing. Well, that's now ICE had to pull it back. What about ICE? They're working on it. Yeah, sure. But what about ICE? Those two people that killed them. Well, yeah. Now the idea is because ICE is it constitutional for them to wear masks? Make them take off their masks. Yeah, California, they take off all these questions. But I'm just saying, all this Palestine, Ukraine, that's all this stuff's going on. Yeah, but 24/7 news coverage on this 84-year-old white woman getting kidnapped is the narrative. Yeah. What's going on? Is there a chance this is a Trojan? I think she's in Mexico. They have no clue. They've dropped the boat. They have no fucking. They don't have any idea. No, the only thing they have is this footage. Is they have guy. They had a suspect in. They have a suspect. I think that you had me all about the brother-in-law. Who knows? He might be somebody connected. I mean, but I'm just saying. I was like, he's a poet. The man says he was detained. Released. This was the neighbor, and the mom came out saying, "Wow." All I'm saying is, isn't it weird? This is 24/7. Now, just so you know, there are children, other adults that get kidnapped. Have you ever seen how many kids get kidnapped a day? The numbers out astonishing. Yeah. There's nothing. That happens every day. Yeah. Isn't it weird how the news decides what to focus on? And this is 24/7 coverage. It's so weird. Like you kidnapped a famous journalist's mother. You know you're going to get a lot of attention. It's not that she has that much money. She makes $8 million above it. And she's done it for 25 years. But there are other people that have that's a lot of money. That's a ton of money. $8 million here, so you're saving maybe more. You're clearing $5 million a year. And she's made that for how many years? Wow. So she has the money. That's why she said she can pay it. But then also, they know who, like, and then she lives by her house. She's here. Dude, I'm just saying, worst case scenario for the current climate of America is that this is done by illegal immigrants and they did kill her, which most likely they did. If she's dead, the fraction it's going to cause. What do you think happens? Nothing. I don't. It just we get more divided, and then Trump's going to run on, making sure the borders can close even more than they already are. We don't want legal. This is why. So it pushes the whole narrative. And the left right now is kind of fucked because the Epstein files that came out. It's a lot of Democrats. A lot of Democratic power structures. But yeah, a lot of Democrats, but also rich people. But then they also played them. Like Elon Musk and Trump are playing checkers while everybody else playing chess. What do you mean? Oh, because remember, Elon goes, remember we thought there was a feud between Elon goes, Trump's the Epstein files. You need to release them. Yeah. And Donald's like, no, I'm not going to release them. Actually, check it out. Where's my brother? They've had these files forever. It's not like they just got them. Yeah. Trump, they're aware of it. Elon's aware of it, right? So Elon and Trump are fighting, blah, blah, blah. Release them. You're in the files. The whole media goes crazy. Everyone's like, yeah, Trump's in the files. That's why he's keeping Trump in the release. And fuck it. I didn't want to do it. I'm going to do it. What do we find out? That Trump in 2012 notified authorities, goes, you guys need to look into Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. They're fucking devils. He found out. Not only did he find out about it, he reported it. Look that up. I think it was even earlier, right? Not in 2008. Earlier, before that, he said, you got to look into he banned him from our law. This isn't an email to them. This isn't all the DOJ, all the thing they released. This is Trump going, get these fucking two in prison right now. Damn. Hold on. Trump 2 years ago, 20 years ago, hold on, that everyone knew about Epstein. All Maxwell people. Wow. And here's what's great. And I thought too, I was talking to somebody who's kind of really follows this stuff and kind of, pretty influential. And they said that these next 3 million files, like, this is going to be bigger than Watergate or anything. Because the people it's going to take down, it's crazy. I thought that that Trump was going to be really implicated. That's what they want you to think. So Trump goes, no, I can't. Okay. Thank God, just goodness, you're stopping him. Everyone has known he's been doing
doing this. That was 20 years ago. But we just said Trump. The only thing that I've seen files about Trump is him reporting him to the police. You know what's even more hilarious? ABC, CNN, NBC all have to report that yesterday. So everybody, how great is that? Yeah. So check this out. So I talked to somebody who's really smart and follows. He keeps saying he got something. And I said, I want to know, why are we not hearing more about, like I said, the people who was the one who was able to say the power to tell the Florida Police Department to stand down or give them the sweetheart media, and who had the power to tell the press you can't talk about this? Like, that's crazy power, right? This is where people like Sam Tripoli are like, there's somebody running a lot, and I'm like, no, but now you see this and you go, well, somebody had to have an outlandish amount of power, right? And why do we not hear about it? Like, I want to know who literally said, I'm covering for, but he said this, listen for a second. He said this, he said, well, what happens probably is somebody who's kind of official in intelligence calls up the police department and they say, look, I know you've got this pedophile or you got this scumbag. You have 40 underage witnesses. If you expose him, you could be putting a whole bunch of our intelligence operatives at risk. Or you're not going to become the chief of police. Whatever it is, but they say something like that where they go, this is a matter of national security. Yeah, maybe. I know, right? I don't see what I'm trying to say is that he floated that idea because I said, I don't understand how anybody could cover for this guy. Because you're talking about the most powerful politicians in the fucking world. And also, remember, I'm talking about the investigation. I know. I know. You don't even know the investigation. I'm with you, but I'm saying as far as the public getting familiar with this, well, who owns the networks? Who owns CNN? Who owns Fox? Who owns these powerful people? People who are also they play. So they also play ball. So they play ball. Yes. But they play ball. Like, so if you go to the editor-in-chief of the New York Times and say, this is really sensitive information. If you release it, people could die in the field. And they go, all right, well, hold on. That's always been the case. I hear you. Not with this. And that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. This, they go to who owns it? They go to the top dog. My question is, who? Why would there be why would there be an apparatus of people who would cover for this monster? You had 40 underage witnesses. We knew he was a complete scumbag in 2008. This guy should have been in jail for the rest of his life. No questions asked. Without even questions. Because those people that could make the changes, they were probably communicating with him. They're probably involved with him, and he probably has a lot of shit on him. Who goes, come after me. Right. Go ahead, come after me. Right. I'm releasing the fucking. If I'm going out, you're going out. And they go, whoa, hold on. Right. Hey, guys. And they call, hey, man. Right. This isn't the guy. Yeah. So he had the goods on some very powerful people. And the most powerful. And so they all covered. Yes. Because they like, oh, fuck. Okay, now even, and now this is where it gets weird. Now, some of those people, it's a lot of underage, and there's innocent kids and sex trafficking. That's one fucking horrible dark side. Some of the dark side is just very powerful dudes going to the island or going to New York and fucking young models, maybe they're 21, 20, they're of age, but they're married with kids. Yeah. So they're like, whoa, hold on. No, let me make some calls. I'm going to blow my marriage, half my shit, reputation, I'm running again, this and that's what it is. Of course, you know, the super high level, and then you're dealing with a super dark level, right? You cannot. Yeah, and I'm sure that there are two camps. I'm sure it's like the Vatican. It's like the Vatican. The Vatican, that French journalist said, it's gay men over here, pedophiles over here, and they're both covering for each other. Because now this is the only time they're all so evil, and this is the only time they're all the same thing. Can you imagine living in this world? It's so dark there. Yeah. It's so dark. It's the only time they're all the same team. It's not you're not a Democrat, we're not Republican, we're in the same case. So then my question is, will these next 3 million emails, like, what is it going to show? And, like, do you think there'll ever be any arrests? No. So it'll just be a reputation destruction, but no arrests. And even reputation, to the masses, they're not online like we are. Everybody, I feel like everybody's. I don't think so. Like, I'm talking like 15 of them, not you, because it's our job. Like that is no.
Right. That's like, wait, what? Right. But he saw the trucks up, but he doesn't know the door isn't used. But
most people are so fired up about this. Like, I didn't realize how fired up people were until I got all those comments on YouTube where I was like, I'm saying he's a monster. But I think people thought I was making excuses for this fucking crazy motherfucker, which I'm of course not. But I think also people hate it so much because they feel like the elite don't play by the same rules, get away with everything, are hypocrites, and the rest of us. Okay, but by the way, nobody makes money anymore. You're right. Try saving money. Try saving money. Like, nobody can save money.
That same government that's protecting all these horrible pedophiles, these evil people. If you miss your tax payment, they're throwing you in prison. They're taking your property.
Yeah. But also, they also break the economic system.
All of it. All of it.
So you're not playing by the market. They're just rigging the system and making like literally $300 million.
But here's the thing: Americans are just putting up with it. What if all of us?
I don't think Americans are anymore. I think that's why. What are you gonna do? Pay the bond.
Now, I think that's with all this tax fraud, all this shit, all that stuff in Minneapolis. Now they're going to California. They're discovering stuff there. You can go to each state and do it.
Yeah.
We know all the fraud going on, all this horrible shit. What if Americans are like, no, hold the fuck up. We're not paying taxes. Everyone across the board, what are they gonna do? What the fuck would they do? What would they do?
Yeah. I think what happens is that we get I think what happens is if you want to take attention away from the real issue, you create a bunch of noise over here.
You know, like this kidnapping.
Yeah.
It's a Trojan horse. Don't get me wrong. Some old lady's in trouble. Cool. They're just not cool.
Oh wait, Trojan horse. Who do you think is behind the Trojan horse thing?
I don't know, Bubba. I don't know, but it sure is a hell of a distraction. Because I'm a crime junkie myself. I can't get enough of it. I'm not thinking about Palestine. I'm not thinking about.
You're not a good detective though, because I was all set to arrest.
That guy's evil.
Just his beard and the way he looked, you were like, that guy. Definitely. He's a poet.
Listen, I don't know if he's involved in this crime, but he's doing some crime. I stick by that. Yeah, it's all dark, man. It's all dark.
What are the new findings? So Trump warned about Epstein
20 years ago.
20 years ago.
And him and Elon were playing a different game.
Trump really said he had no knowledge of sexual crimes. He has also claimed that he kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago after he found out the findings there was poaching, spa club. Okay. Well, obviously, Mr. Epstein molesting others where Trump said, no, I had no idea. I haven't spoken to him in many years. But he did warn about,
He called the cops about it. He called the authorities on it 20 years ago.
whoa, wow. Man, people can't hide from this thing. This is like, it's going to follow this. And there must be the most powerful people in the world quaking in their boots right now. I don't know. I mean,
Because they were able to hide JFK. There's so many people involved. And remember,
you got 3 million more.
you were alive back then. You were, what, in your 20s when JFK got assassinated? People forget. The public wasn't like, well, okay, Harvey Lee's all dead. That makes sense. They were super upset. Nobody bought it back then.
Yeah.
They were up in arms about, like, no, hold the fuck up. War report, the public was like, get the fuck out of here.
Well, you know what's funny is our culture has changed so much. Back then, you saw like, you saw a 40-year-old man with like an 18-year-old girl. Nobody even batted an eye in the club. It was like, she's made she's had some beautiful girl. You wouldn't even ask that. You didn't see her. She'd probably be 20. In 1918, and she'd be with some dude who's like, some sugar daddy who's super rich. And you still see that, but you saw that all the time in New York City.
Yeah.
It was almost the whole thing.
Yeah.
And so nobody was even. I don't think anybody was even aware. Like it was, like all these dark things that we talk about, like pedophilia. Everybody knew they were around, but they were over there in our mind because we didn't have this in our face. It was a rare evil thing. You had to worry about your kid getting kidnapped and all that shit. But there was just something. There was something about money and celebrity that seemed. It was kind of held up on a pedestal. And people thought of it as kind of like it was secretive, but it was more like secretive and a glorious. Yeah, like an elite. You wanted to be part of that party. You didn't think of it as dark. You wanted to be part of that party because it was like where all the cool kids hung out, right? Now, what's different is in 2026, and it's been happening for a while, you start to realize, oh, there was a lot of dark shit going on. And for me, even, like, I'm like, horrible shit. You know what I mean? You're like, dang, like, people used to always say a lot of bad stuff about certain people, right? And you're like, I don't know, they seem really successful, maybe it's jealousy, and then you go, hold on, scumbags. You do meet people like some of the people I've met, you know, you kind of go, wow, you're the Clintons and the way they behaved. And so, yeah, but even back then, that war, the shit you do to get bottles, dude, hurry, raped all the time. My stuff like was so my girlfriend had read her biography, and it was crazy. Women had to deal with that all the time. Yeah, they still do. Yeah, no, not nearly as much. Not nearly as much. But they had to deal with that shit all the time. And those men, those nerds, those kind of guys who became powerful, they looked like curmudgeon. They looked like a job to hunt. That was monsters. And you had to, and if you didn't play ball, you didn't work. They could ruin your career. Disgusting. The more you look at more things, just the dark. There's more. Well, I look at more slaves today. Yeah, I look at the history. Ultimately, I think this is very good because it just forces. You see the truth. You see the truth. You see the veil comes down, and now we're living in. I think you know what the Epstein files is going to do. I think the biggest thing. And I was just talking about this yesterday. The most powerful people in the world are going to realize that ultimately they can't get away with their shit. At the end of the day, you can't get away with it. There will always be getting away with it. No, they are. Look at England. If you're a star, you have to step down. You just throw a point in England. In America, there's been nothing. Well, there's nothing. Well, for now, there has been nothing. But I bet you Steve Bannon is hiding. I bet you know, people, when you start to see this stuff, what's going to happen? So Steve Bannon has to go and hide and get away with it. Got away with it. Got away with no prison time. There's nothing. Yeah, but your whole life is underscored. Bring up how much Steve Bannon is. How old is he? Like 78. They go, let's go age 5. He's 72. Good net worth. I don't think he's up to that. I don't think they can tell you. He's Donald Trump. $30 million. That's not worth 30 million. How do these people have so much money? So you got away with it. Oh no, you can go to hiding. You go hide in your mansion. I think if you have Steve Bannon again, if this dude, listen, if Steve Bannon came out worth as much as 48 million, oh my God! If this guy came out, if it came out that he was actually going to help Jeffrey Epstein replenish his image after he knew he was guilty of it, it's out, buddy. Well, then you don't walk away from that. He's walking away from it. That's why America's up in arms. But you're not going to walk away from it. You're going to walk away from it maybe legally. You're not going to walk away from it. He got away with it. But you don't walk away from it. Reputation. It's 50 million. It doesn't matter. He's going to be living everywhere that guy goes. He's a scumbag. You don't think he's going to? People are going to be like, hey, you're a scumbag. No, because his circle of friends are all scumbags. They're still having parties. They're still going on vacation. They're still flying on stuff. I guarantee you. You think all that stops? That guy's kryptonite. His friends are all fucking scumbags. You think he gets hang out with quality people? Yeah, but look at what we're talking about. Tell us how fucked about us. His life is a charity. I guarantee his life changes. I guarantee his quality life does not change. That's the problem. I think you're wrong. That's the problem. I think that he is having the worst day of his life right now. He should. I don't think so. Oh, dude, I think he should. This guy, he goes to fucking prison. This guy wanted to be famous so badly. Like he's been a star fucker forever. He's not on social media. I bet he's not. 71. I guarantee he's having he's having the worst day. I mean, unless he's a total sociopath. Which, God, him and his scummy friends are still flying private. So just like, so I think they're both right. If he has morals and ethics, then of course this quality of life goes down. But then look at slept with underage idiots. There's no morals or ethics. How do you know he did that? How do you know he's in the files? How do you know he's friends with him? Hold on. No, he was. The guilt here is that you were willing to use your talents to revive someone's image. To me, that's all I got. That's guilt. You're out, right? Best friends with Epstein. There's more communication between him and Epstein than anybody else. Best friends. There's selfies of them, countless selfies together at his house, all this stuff. Unfucking real. You guys have got to get on board. It's not, oh, he was just helping with the PR movie. I said he's finished. I said he's done. I don't even know that. I'm saying that's why we're upset. That's why we're upset. What is he nothing? There's no criminal. There's nothing. You can't prosecute someone in this age as child. You can't prosecute somebody for being friends with scumbags. Right? You can't. How much evidence you fucking that's not how our justice system works. You have to have evidence. Well, that's what I'm saying. Hopefully they go through more files and there's actually more evidence. Have they released the next 3 million? Why are they taking so long? Why is the rollout so slow? Because I want to know what's next. Says publishes their portfolios. That was yeah. It's so many. Again, I think there's 3 million more. There's like 6.5 million. Yeah, think about that. Now what happened? Crimes and why they're living the way they are. And why do I don't really? What took so long? Well, I think we're told there's nothing. Yeah, like countless. Well, that's why Pam Bondi right now is on the stand. This is over 6. The DOJ identified over 600 pages in their possession. Yeah, I think they didn't want 3 million pages. They had to move for it to make sure that sensitive information about victims didn't get released and stuff, which it did. And that's what they really hated. But let me finish my thought about the whole thing. You guys are so O.J. Simpson, convicted killer, not convicted. Everyone knows he killed, but then when he goes out in public, he's still so like a star. I feel like they still have. No, listen, your whole life is reputation, bro. And when you're receiving Las Vegas, all these chicks are coming out and OJ still pulls. Yeah, it's like it was at clubs. If you still see a celebrity, the difference is OJ didn't have money. That's it. OJ, he had his NFL pension, which they couldn't take, so he's making some money. But Steve Bannon is worth millions of dollars. He ain't going to the clubs. He's not in public. He's 71. He's good. That's what's fucking wrong with all this. I think to your point, what do you, if you're fucking Josh Patel, what do you, I know he fucking sucks, he's evil, but we don't have actually, you gotta have evidence. Yeah, you gotta have evidence. That's why I keep going, okay, you're gonna have a lot of names, okay, and we're gonna be like, this, that, and the other thing, everybody's gonna have an opinion. And guess what? No, guess what, everybody? You still don't know who covered for him in 2008. You're never gonna find evidence. That's crazy. To me, that's what I want. But you never really got the truth. JFK in the fuck. You know, there's about a president who was not covered for this month. The president was fucking killed. We don't know the exact story. They release files. Yeah, they did. And it's all like up in the air. But if you start thinking about your life, if you were the kind of person that was like, yeah, he's really bad, but we're gonna have to cover for him for this, I'd be like, well, guys, you know that I always call it the stop everything button. This is my stop everything button. Hold on, 14-year-olds, stop it, stop. No, stop right there. I feel like these politicians are good people. They're all doing the same shit, so they're all like, yeah, we gotta figure this out. I don't think it's even politicians. I think this is some deep state intelligence, something that had enough power to make calls. That's what I need to know. I think it's was it another country? What is going on there? I think it's. And also, who took all top level politicians are so fucking evil. They're evil. They're fucking evil. Americans aren't first. They don't care about us.
don't care about this. You know, they send people to war. Operation Desert Storm.
It's way more complicated than that. It is. That's not true. I think that's way too. It's too simplistic to say they're all evil. I think that there are people who are evil, but I think overall there was something. Why? Like, this is what I'm asking. So there are two things going on. I guess if you were part of the program and you had a lot of power, you would figure out a way to shut it down. That's what you're saying. The people that were part of his ring were the ones who made the calls. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. And that could be Bill Gates. That could be
Super powerful people.
Did you hear Bill Gates? He goes, when she interviewed him, this woman, she said, something like, do you have any, he goes, well, he's dead now. He didn't even answer the question about,
My thing with politicians being evil, like Gavin Newsom, evil through like he's not evil, he's just a career politician. If you're an issue and someone is evil, you think $6 billion a year on homeless. We can prove that's not getting to them. And since you've been running fucking California, it's gotten worse, man. The homeless has never been worse. Can you do something? Is there something we can do? Or do we just keep growing the homeless? And we know this money's going up here, this money's going up here. $6 billion. People are dying.
Actually, you know what some people have is ambition over anything else. So they're willing to do whatever it takes to become president. That's called ambition. That's blind ambition.
I think you're giving too much credit.
No, I'm just saying I think he's only interested in being president. I bet you he's probably way more concerned than he lets on. Right?
He's a fucking
I think he can be whatever he'll be whatever he has to be to become president.
Including people dying, whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. Push him whatever narrative you want.
Yeah, I mean,
that's politician, not Joe.
Yeah. Again, I think that's too. So a lot of times people are not evil that way. What they are is they think they're right, and they're on the wrong side of the ideas.
That's fucking evil.
No, you can just be mistaken. You can just have an ideology that you think is good, and ultimately it's either you're either too dumb or too inaccurate.
I don't think he's a dumb guy. I don't think he's that dumb. Career politician.
It's going to be. I want to see. So your take on this is that it's funny. You can bet. So there are these betting sites. Somebody's showing you can bet anything on. You can bet on anything. You can bet on the Epstein files. You can bet on who's going to jail. You can bet on who's not going to jail. Like there's every. What do you call those things?
They make more money than YouTube and Spotify.
Damn. Yeah, but gambling, by the way, is such a problem. It's such an invisible problem because people have it in their pockets. Yeah, it's becoming crazy. Like you can bet on any type of poly market.
Culture.
Wow. You can bet on you can bet on any. And people are, and they're. That shit is so bad. That is so bad. Like the biggest threat to young men is gambling. It's gaming, it's scrolling, it's porn, but it's actually gambling. It's social media. It's such it's part of it's all part of it. Damn. I mean, I'm not a gambler, and I'm tempted. You know, it's like I can bet on anything. What do I know about it?
I just don't have that bug.
I don't have that, thank God. It's a real bug too.
You never had like short spurts when
I never did.
Jay did it when we lived together, but then it's like ruin our fucking day. Like you bet on the Broncos at 11 a.m. They lose. Fuck. But when you win, it's like, but you gotta keep it. So we like even like him and his wife bet all the time.
Yeah, you're not betting for the money, you're betting on the juice.
Though the feeling is, MMA is fucking tough to bet on. There's ways to do it, you know. How you can play in your favor.
My friend Neil's plays baseball. Baseball for really understand.
Baseball, yeah.
Do you gamble, Jen? used to, God, you look like you get. Dude, trust me, my friends, that secret game, that's what they do. They gamble big time. Are you living in a tent right now? That big chin up from his house. That place is nice. Yeah. It looks like a big house, but it's actually a duplex that I can't. How many times have you been downtown, Jim? Since I moved here? Yeah. Zero. Wow. I've never been downtown. I've been downtown before. The one time they caught me mothership at that morning, he's like, dude, way too late. So you never have been last minute out there. You've never been downtown this whole time. Since I moved here. Why? What am I gonna do? I've been to like a country music thing. So that's not downtown. Don't they want to get out and explore a little bit? Yeah, my friends, by the way, my birthday's coming up, which I don't want to talk about, but my friends are, I got a huge chunk of them. 49? 49 for like 12 years. It's gonna be 10 years. It's in April. So it's coming up. I look forward to the days I have to shoot my test. Today's the day. Oh, today we do. It is fun. Yeah, I just gotta get a little micro injection in the tummy. Maybe I should do 2 big boys. Yeah, hit the gym. Use a big needle. Yeah. When you go all the way in the ass, oh yeah. Goddamn, right in the knee. That makes you feel like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Really? Yeah. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt like a muscle sometimes. Yeah, but not really. Not really. You ever put it in your asshole? I mean, stick it right next to your shitter. No, it's a little tender as well. I better go right in. Right in. There's a zip. Sweet fucking. They caught a serial killer. He was a cannibal. And he couldn't feel. He said, I can't feel anything. So he has to do extreme things. And he goes to it was just like always torture. Nothing. Like just walking around like a, it was like walking around in a vacuum. He said, so I'm not laughing at this, but he had cannibal, and he had I think 12 hat pins in his anus. But like, did you feel that? Yes, because he would sit on it and would cough because it was the only thing that made me feel. He put them in his anus, dude. He would go, I think you're out of love. And he gets put needles in his anus to feel them. Bring up what a hat pin looks like. Just bring up what a hat pin looks like. Gotta push ourselves a little bit here. Just like take a look at it for a second. I feel like you go to that anus pretty easily. That's a hat pin. Yeah, it would go very easily in your anus, but now when you're so tender, well, that's a hat pin. He had a bunch of hat pins. Yeah, that's you're gonna have a podcast. Just wearing hat pins. Like, sir, what are you doing? Just to feel something. You think you're having a bad day? I mean, my God. Yeah. Dude, speaking of fucking killers, I told you I was on Shop Show on Monday. Did you have, I've talked, we've been at the show, I'm definitely talking about it. It's my favorite show. What's going on? It's Gigolos on Showtime. The male escorts? Yeah, you know what it is, guys? Relative. Is it back? Oh, no, I wish. Oh, I fucking wish. So, I'm scrolling for something to watch. Gigolo Murder. Gigolo, and I'm thinking it's like the Long Island Gigolo Murder. Yeah. Click on it. One of my favorite guys on the show murdered somebody. The guy got out. He was like the sweet, like hippie, good looking guy. Yeah. Murdered. Oh, the client. Murdered a woman? Oh, yeah. Murdered. And just in like once he beat her to death. So, and he said they microdosed. And he thought she was the devil. So he had to prison for life. He killed her for like pictures. They took mushrooms. Yeah, they meditated together. And then he killed her. Oh, no. What, did he have a psychotic break on mushrooms or something? Not just a bad guy. It was 10 a.m. It was called. Not to make light of this, not to make light of this, but, like, he's not famous, right? Like, he's not famous. And his first call was to 2 other Gigolos from the show. His 2 closest friends at the time. He kills her. He calls them out in front of them. They come over like, what the fuck? You know, what the fuck? The cops come, and the guy's like, this is gonna be pretty big. And the cop's like, what? The cop has no clue. It's like some hard, tough nose. Hey, this cop is like, what? He's on. This is all true. This is what you're saying. Yeah, the cop knows. What? And the guy goes, do you know who that is? And the guy's like, no. He's like, he's
he's from the show Check Clothes. And the cop's like, the fuck is that? He's like, on Showtime, he's like, I don't know what you're referring to. There's a dead body in there, dude. And he's like, we'll get ready for the maid. This guy's a celeb. The cop's like, okay, bud, chill.
Yeah. Yeah, he's back. Wow. Yeah, you can't do that. See, when you do mushrooms, you're like, oh, look, I'm a genie bottle. You can't kill.
And in prison, he was on the thing. Just crazy.
Oh, he said that?
Yeah. He says he didn't do it.
So she had a great tour, I guess.
Yeah. She was paying over the client, so they got really close.
It was a thyroid too. Very curable. It wasn't cancer. Oh, boy. Yeah.
The man that took a fucking turn.
Yikes. That is so nuts. Handsome fella. When I get your books to spend 200 hours and 3,000 for an overnight fee, 25 grand for a week. That fucking weirdo. Yeah. And two girls paid for it. Look at that. Yeah. Yeah. What? We're not paying that much money.
Well, she had like no friends or self-confidence, and she came from money, so she was looking for.
This was the girl who was paying it. She was beautiful. So she was paying. She was a client, or were they friends?
Like she would pay him, and then they'd hang out. She was paying. She bought more men. So.
Yeah, there's already something weird going on there, right? You're already like, first of all,
You feel bad for the girl.
yeah, but you're also you're a chick. It's something you gotta. I can buy his affection. That's already a kind of sociopath. No, him. Like already, you're like, oh, you're a sociopath. Like there's something going on with you, obviously.
For her, like she's a pretty girl. She came from money. It's like you want to shake her, like, hey, you don't need to do this. I can put your picture on my screen right now. There'll be 1,000 fucking dudes. Probably some of them nice. They're gonna take you out doing it. You don't need to pay this fucking weirdo. You know, like who are friends?
And those mushrooms.
Can't stop, won't stop, Rockefeller. West Side.
That's what I was thinking too.
Yeah. That shit will just highlight what they say. Alcohol just brings out who you really are.
So me, I'm just chilling, nice.
Yeah. You are. Yeah, you ever see people get drunk and they become assholes?
Yeah, I never understood it, but then I see it.
I know people like that. Where you're like, oh, you start fighting. You suck.
I was thinking about her pain. I don't know if she paid. There's no credible evidence.
I think a lot of people are just born bad.
So it's
You got bad, you got good. You just have some people that are born bad. Like Cormac McCarthy calls them killers of men. And if they see an opportunity, they'll just kill you. They just, you could be, what's his name? This guy, Pelosi. Well, I'm gonna have my podcast. Wrote this book. He's a deep undercover DEA. Got a patch from the Hell's Angels. He's got a patch. Or the outlaw like or something like that. But and he would have these guys wired, right? And he said he was with these guys. They were cartel guys, and they're in the States, and they'd be drinking tequila shots, hanging, laughing, and then he would listen to them on the fucking in the van, talking about how what we'll do is we'll get him back to the hotel, we'll cut his throat, we'll hang him up, we'll bleed him. Like they were talking about, he's like, I was just hanging out with you guys. Hanging out with you for a month. We were friends. Totally dispassionate.
Just the world's
Bad people, man. Bad people. Just like, and it was a group of them.
But have you guys known, because I'm sure everyone knows people that when they drink, they become evil, but when they take mushrooms, they become
had a friend take mushrooms and then became like an asshole. Because I don't know. So I did tell you a story about how somebody said, hey, do you remember that guy? We were all hanging out. I can't remember what it was. I think it was in Canada. I would know. He said, do you remember that guy? And I said, no. And he goes, well, the guy. And I go, no. It was some group of us. And there was a guy, I guess, in the group that I was in one time when I came off stage, or I can't remember what it was. And I got to know, I knew one of the guys and I knew the group. And he said that guy was a serial killer. He got picked up for killing like a whole bunch of women. And I said, but I don't remember. I said, remember the guy? He was just some regular looking guy. I think maybe the guy with the shirt or whatever. Yeah, I can't make his face out. He goes, exactly. He was one of it. He just was over there. He was over there, kind of quiet, watching. Yeah. I guess I was in presence when I don't remember it. But my friend said, hey, they caught the scene. He was there that night. He was a friend of a friend. Hanging out. Yeah, just hanging out with a regular guy until he's not. You don't know.
Yo, what up? How are you?
This podcast makes so dark. I keep talking about this shit like there's that mass shooting in Canada, another transgender. Yeah, transgender. Another transgender. Really from that shit. But let's not report on that. What did I read about that? What's the transgender first? Yeah, you said that. There's two different kinds of makeup, so maybe not transgender. I'm definitely, I was definitely confused. Yeah. We're interested in referring to as a gun person. Very possibly a transgender.
We thank all of our sponsors for your sponsorship.
Probably
We offer all of the insurance
not occasion, not possible. It was. And why don't they report that?
Today, incredible Mishnah.
Let's try not to hang out with this transgender shit. If the devil is a woman says to the woman, God forbid you say this person had mental illness, right? God forbid. You say that whatever you were doing in Canada, you were giving her or him all these hormones that might fuck with his developing brain. Let's not talk about that. Wow. Police are so terrified of misgender and they're calling us suspect of gun killers, and that's why they say peak insanity. How soft are the peak insanity? Well, this is what you get.
So what's the
Canadians must be going cold right here because actual Canadians are fucking tough people. They're the leaders. They're the best.
Now,
the leaders of the country are so fucking soft.
To go ahead and support the person, but rather again, it was much more of
this absolutely biological male, absolutely fucking crazy person.
Chaos, the entity could go out with his wooden shoe. These were very names. WLC, capital sign,
so biological male, but we can't identify as real in 2023.
I will say, why does WLC say that it's so that's
of course,
the last counter shit too. WLC holds that ultimately
it's
again,
also
that
confirmed
the
his
wooden shit
transgender
is
identity.
not considered to be a tax shit. Not considered to be an adornment. Ultimately, again, an accessory of the again, we'll see why that is, and if we can't go out with it on Shabbos.
17 fast high school guys.
You can't go out with it on Shabbos.
But you know what? They won't mention it.
But it's the shoe itself. The shoe has a base people. Now, the base people means and it has like a receptacle inside of it.
Why are you surprised?
And as you go
Why are you surprised? Obviously, this person's not up there right mind. So apparently, this is just an innocent picture. I would trust that fucking random pose, yeah.
And ultimately, again, this will become part of the Rashi. The main
Yeah, I
focus
don't know.
is people
We're gonna look back on this whole
should we
transgender
start
movement like,
both
oh,
the
already are.
there's
There's more lawsuits of people detransitioning. Oh, yeah. Going, I got so dumb and good. This psychiatrist, these doctors who should be able to mutilated me and rendered me sterile for the rest of my life because I was 14. Saying that the parents should be, again, guys, again, like, we're dealing with children again. Okay, again, like, I don't know why those people get a pass. I really don't. I don't know why psychologists and stuff who are advising children to mutilate themselves, to make themselves sterile. I don't know why they get a pass either, because they shouldn't. So happy. By the way, it said secondary school. Yeah, not that really matters. I think it's like age 11, 18. That's like in the middle of the night. Yeah. Okay, so check this out. This is Australia. And the newscaster describes perfectly, so just watch.
Violence has spilled out onto Melbourne's notorious King Street.
A hard hit from behind and a hard fall to roll down. It was thrown by the victim's mate. Two men had arrived at bar 20 around 9:20 last night, but inside they were asked to leave. The men were ejected, bringing victim to dancers and other staff.
No kidding. You ever heard of a guy kicked into a strip club? Did that guy get knocked out? Yeah. It's like, but then he ended up getting up and they took off. That was a tough one. Just good. Sleep in their car. He's like, oh, drunk as shit. The next day his head's off. Oh, God. Yeah, he just throw it with two hands. Like that. Like, what are you gonna do, bro? That's just right on the old noggin. Right on the old noggin. His friend was like, oh, God, his friend's like, oh, shit. Oh, man. Gotta have bouncers. Alright, so this is your belt? Yeah. You ever have to get into a tussle? Really? That's tough. It was like me, Brandon, Thatch, coming down, all UFC, but no way. Alright, so this is a dangerous little pass in Chile. And I had to screen record as soon as it was being recorded. Shit would happen. So I'll just play it for you. It's a dangerous pass for me. I guess it's known for people robbing. Like, you know when it's like it narrows down a highway? Yeah, so they'll just stop. So you can see, she's saying something about like, I heard this is a dangerous area. And this car right there, you can see it stopping. Tight. Nice. Didn't get out wrong with it. There you go. I'll play for one more time. Tight. That's what I was saying. You just get a force of it in the rob. Yeah, two people got with guns. You gotta just got it. Run them over. That guy fucked up. Oh, nice. That was a tough one. That guy's hips are gonna hurt. Yeah, so that's the move that ever happens to me. Yeah, this is the first dangerous road. Holy shit. Jesus. Okay. We talked about this on the last episode. But no, let's go to this one first. This guy won. I think it was a silver or bronze medal. And he had recently, if you see this, right? I would say that. He had recently cheated on his girlfriend, lost her, and then this is him interviewing him about his actual race. So he said he took a chance to get her back on the side, but then his teammates and people in the community saying, like, the guy that won the gold medal, this took all the attention away from that dude. Because everyone's talking about this. He goes, I apologize for that moment. Type move. Yeah, it's good. You're a piece of shit. He's like, oh, I know. I'm sorry. It's a great way. I know I want to go, but I'm dying. Hopefully she takes him back. I mean, you know what I mean? I doubt it. That's a serious man. Yeah, I don't think it's too bad. Yeah, so we talked about they were talking about Jane Paul's girl, but I didn't realize she actually broke the record. So she won gold medal and like best of all time GOAT.
To get up there and perform the whole show in Spanish is a middle finger to the rest of America.
I don't think so at all. I think this is This is conservatives being the chaperones and the queer going dancing over there. Like, I just think we're taking this way too seriously. People speak Spanish in this country. People speak a lot of languages in this country. This guy's a very talented performer who performed, and I said before, I'm not officially in this creed. I like the music. I like that culture. By the way, a lot of people who come to this country tend to be super American after a while, or at least very conservative. That's what you're worried about. I just don't